Book 19, Chapter 20, A Tranquil Heart. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 20, A Tranquil Heart. Rustle. A cold wind howled, and the grass swayed, bending down in supplication. Lancelot and Roland's corpses lay there on the ground, with no hint of life. Prior to this, they were both supreme experts of their respective planes, commander-level experts who imposed their will on their world. The reason they entered the planar battlefield was because they hoped to rise to yet another level, to accumulate enough military merits so as to trade for a sovereign artifact, allowing them to become high-level experts even amongst commanders. Unfortunately, for some to succeed, others had to fail. One commander's success represented the deaths of 10 commanders, or 100,000 high god soldiers. This was the price of success. Unluckily, Lancelot and Roland had just become failures. Whoosh! The wind arose, and then stopped. 2 figures appeared within the battlefield. These 2 were dressed in long green robes, and had long green hair. Even their faces and body shapes were similar. From the surface, the only difference between the 2 was that one had golden eyebrows while the other had white eyebrows. Someone who didn't recognize them, upon seeing them, would take the 2 to be a single person's clones. If Linley was here, he would recognize these 2 as being the legendary twin commanders of the Divine Wind Plane. "Elder brother, did you see that?" The man with the white eyebrows said solemnly. The youth with the golden eyebrows took a look at the 2 corpses on the ground as well, nodding slightly. "I saw it. Although I've never personally seen the legendary innate divine ability of Beirut, based on the scryer recordings that I saw, I can affirm that just now, that illusion should have been one of a god-eater rat." Prior to this, when BB had used his innate divine ability, the illusion of a god-eater rat had been 100 meters tall, allowing others to see it from far away. This was the reason why Linley and BB had immediately left. The youth with the white eyebrows nodded. "Lancelot, even if we joined forces against him, it would be a hard fight. He was hard to deal with. Lancelot's soul defense was exceedingly strong, and to kill him, a high god paragon would be needed. But of course, there is also Beirut, who possessed such a terrifying innate divine ability. Beirut's innate supreme technique ignores all ordinary soul defenses. The person who attacked just now was most likely Beirut. Beirut had become famous just a bit more than 10,000 years ago. As for BB, too few people knew of him. BB hadn't done anything particularly breathtaking yet after having become a high god. How could these experts of other planes know about him? Thus, they all believed that it had been Beirut who had attacked. Beirut, why has he come to the planar battlefield? The youth with the white eyebrows said, frowning. Given his power, he doesn't need to come to this place. His punches and kicks are already comparable to sovereign weapons. The planar battlefield is already a chaotic enough place. With him joining the mix, this is absolutely unfair. So what if it is unfair? Dare you go and have a grand battle against Beirut? The youth with the golden eyebrows said with a laugh. It was precisely because they had seen the illusion of a god-eater rat that they had intentionally waited quite a while before returning. They were afraid they might run into Beirut. Enough, second brother. Let's go. Be careful. If we see that Beirut, let's make sure we stay far away from him. The youth with the golden eyebrows glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, and then transformed into a blur and departed, with his younger brother following him. This empty area now only had those 2 lifeless corpses remaining. Within that small black hill was an empty cave. Linley and BB had emerged from underground and dug out this giant cave from within the hill. "Ah, boss, what great rewards, what great rewards!" BB excitedly called out, while tossing out one item after another, the violet armor, the interspatial rings, and everything else. Just as BB was about to excitedly say a few things, he suddenly froze. "Boss!" BB looked at Linley, stunned. Linley was currently staring at the golden badge in his hands. His eyes were filled with excitement, and even tears. Finally. I finally have a golden badge. Linley clenched his hand tightly around the golden badge, pressing it against his heart. In this moment, Linley felt as though this golden badge had transformed into his father, into George, into Yale. He couldn't help but think of those precious memories from back when he was a toddler or when he was a youth. The golden badge, to Linley, did it represent a sovereign artifact? No. This was something which would allow the father he had lost in his youth to return. To let his brothers who had died such unjust deaths to return. Father. Boss Yale. George. Linley shut his eyes and murmured. I can save at least one of you now. My father, my brothers, you have to wait for me. Wait for me to emerge from the planar wars. You've already endured for nearly 2,000 years. Just endure a little longer. Wait for me. Tears unconsciously began to seep out from the corners of his eyes. Ever since he had entered the netherworld, over the past few decades, Linley had been under great pressure. He felt as though a giant stone was constantly pressing against his heart. First, he had to go to the Abyssal Mountain to meet the chief sovereign of death, from whom he just barely saw a glimmer of hope. He then went to Tartarus to challenge the Redcliffe Lord, finally succeeding in becoming qualified to enter the planar battlefield. But that had only been the beginning. After entering the planar battlefield, Linley was under constant pressure, and he had a lost feeling in his heart. Deep in his heart, he even felt a hint of dread. This seemingly peaceful planar battlefield had too many powerful experts hiding within it. Linley was afraid that he could encounter a truly supreme expert who would kill himself and BB. He wasn't afraid of dying himself, but if BB were to die, Linley would forever regret it. And, if that happened, he would never again be able to save his father and his brothers. After having been in the planar battlefield for more than half a year, and after repeated failures, Linley had even begun to doubt himself. Nervousness, restlessness. These emotions had constantly ensnarled Linley. Although on the surface, it appeared as though Linley had lain in wait calmly, in his heart, Linley was frantic. This was because he hadn't killed a single commander. He had begun to doubt if he would be able to acquire a single commander's badge. This was the sort of nervous restlessness in which Linley had been living. But now, just now, such a huge battle had suddenly erupted. And it had brought such an unexpected delight. I finally succeeded. A gold badge. Linley said to himself. BB and I, working together, will definitely succeed. It hasn't even been a year, but I've already acquired a gold badge. In addition, there are nearly 9 centuries left to this planar war. I will definitely acquire enough gold badges. This success had allowed Linley's heart to calm down greatly. No matter how vicious and dangerous the future days would be, Linley would confidently face them. Right. There's another gold badge. Linley suddenly turned to look towards BB, saying hurriedly, BB, that interspatial ring. Hurry up and open it and take a look. When Roland was killed, that gold badge was placed into the interspatial ring. Linley was feeling rather excited. BB had been paying attention to Linley's facial expressions this entire time, and he immediately laughed. All right, I'll open it up right away. BB understood that the tears Linley had just shed were tears of joy. A single drop of blood flew out from BB's skin, landing atop the interspatial ring. Eh? BB stared. Linley couldn't help but frown. The drop of blood actually splashed onto the interspatial ring, then rolled off and fell to the ground, striking it with a whap sound. Damn! That Lancelot has a divine clone that is still alive. BB said angrily. So it really was the case. Linley had been mentally prepared for this all along. Generally speaking, the vast majority of commanders who entered the planar battlefield would leave a divine clone outside. After all, the chance of death in the planar battlefield was simply too high. As for Lancelot, clearly, he had left a divine clone outside as well, causing Linley to be completely unable to open this interspatial ring. Arg! BB immediately called out furiously. The defensive sovereign artifact. The defensive sovereign artifact is also useless. If even the interspatial ring couldn't be bound, then the same would naturally be true for the defensive sovereign artifact. Linley glanced at the dark golden armor, then laughed and said, "BB, don't worry about that. You should know, this defensive sovereign artifact was given to Lancelot by a sovereign. Even though we killed him, the sovereign will still take back the sovereign artifact. At most, we'd be able to use it temporarily for a time. I know this principle, but we should have at least been able to wear it for a time, right?" BB said helplessly. For a time? Who knows when the sovereign would come and take back the sovereign artifact? Linley said with a calm laugh. Linley even suspected that sovereigns were monitoring the planar wars at all times. The sovereigns might immediately take back their artifact, or they might wait for a bit of time to pass before taking it. But one thing was certain, a sovereign artifact acquired through killing someone would definitely be taken away by the sovereign in the end. To me, what I really feel is unfortunate is the loss of that badge. Linley shook his head inside. Right. We can't take the badge out either. BB said resignedly. According to the rules of trading for military merits, once the planar war concluded and the combatants exited through the interspatial gate, they would immediately receive military merits based on the number of badges acquired. Even if Linley found Lancelot's clone in the future and forced him to withdraw the gold badge, it would be useless. So some badges actually end up going to waste like this. Linley said with a bitter laugh. Perhaps an expert might kill 7 or 8 other commanders and acquire 7 or 8 badges. But if the expert was in turn killed, that person would only acquire a single badge. As for the 7 or 8 badges in the interspatial ring, there was no way to retrieve them. They had to go to waste. There must be many that go to waste. For example, during the final battle in the Stellar Sea corridors. BB said with a sigh. That's a place where you gamble with your life. Perhaps you'll end up fighting all the way into the chaotic space regions of the Stellar Sea. Also, some badges will fall into the chaotic space regions or the spatial tears of the Stellar Sea. BB said. Linley nodded slightly. It seems as though relying on taking advantage of the work of others isn't a simple thing. Unless the person has no divine clone outside, of course. But the number of people who would do that is too little. Linley said, shaking his head. Acquiring enough military merits wasn't a simple task. It had to be done step by step. Boss, what should we do with the interspatial ring? Destroy it, or keep it? BB said. Keeping it will only result in problems and no benefits. Destroy it. Linley said with a calm laugh. Whap! BB exerted some force, completely crushing the interspatial ring in his fingers. The items within the interspatial ring all transformed into nothingness as well. This sovereign artifact, leave it here for the sovereign to collect. Linley said with a calm laugh. Actually, even if we wanted to destroy it, we wouldn't be able to. BB said, then he gave the dark golden armor a few kicks. Damn, it's pretty hard. My body hasn't reached its limits yet. In the future, I definitely won't be weaker than any sovereign artifact. BB harumphed. Although BB's defensive power was great, each time he devoured a divine spark, he continued to use the essence of the divine spark to strengthen his body. It was a process that took some time. The amount of time BB had spent at the high god level was 1,000,000 years less than what Beirut had spent. There was still a difference between the two of them. Linley calmly trained there in the cave, while his original body continued to control his death god golem as bait. The planar battlefield was the same as it previously had been. On the surface, it was calm, but in the shadows, battles and massacres occasionally erupted. Although the planar battlefield was very dangerous, Linley, having succeeded once, was now confident in himself. He had acquired a gold badge in less than a year. If he could acquire one every 10 years, much less every year, he would easily accomplish his goal. He calmly waited. Waited for a big fish to bite on his bait. With my heart at peace, my training has increased in speed as well. Linley laughed calmly, opening his eyes. Bibi, as though sensing it, opened his eyes to look at Linley as well. Boss, what is it? Bibi, make your preparations. I've already discovered people nearby. A hint of light flashed through Linley's eyes. We have a target? Bibi instantly grew excited, jumping to his feet. It's been less than half a month, but we have a new target. It's time for me to show my skills off yet again. Bibi was extremely energetic. Don't be impatient. Let's see if they are enemies first. Let's go. Linley and Bibi immediately, quietly slipped through the underground tunnels, leaving the mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 21, Flee on Sight. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 21, Flee on Sight. A short, black-robed figure flew out, moving like dark smoke through the cold, clammy underground earth of the planar battlefield. The figure suddenly came to a halt, staring stealthily into the distance. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, but the strange thing was that he was bald, but a layer of dark black light was atop his bald head, like a thin layer of black metal. This dark black scalp also had a round rune atop it. Someone is actually here? The bald youth stared into the distance. An enemy. After ascertaining the enemy's status, the bald youth didn't hesitate at all. Swoosh! Very suddenly, the bald youth accelerated explosively, shooting out like a meteor towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man suddenly turned his head, clearly seeing him. Not hesitating at all, the black-robed man immediately fled with a whoosh. You won't be able to escape. The bald youth's body flashed forward bizarrely. The surrounding area saw the formation of a spherical, earthen yellow glow which completely surrounded the black-robed man, who was trying to flee. Stuck within the earthen yellow light, the black-robed man's speed dropped dramatically. The bald youth seized the chance to immediately charge forwards, mercilessly striking out with his right hand. The bald youth was wearing a black glove on his right hand. His hand stretched out like the claws of a divine dragon, and as the space it passed through rippled and trembled. His claws instantly landed on the black-robed figure's shoulder. F***ck off. The black-robed man growled, and then he struck back with his right leg, kicking towards the youth. Crunch! A very clear sound. The black-robed man's shoulder was completely ripped apart. How tough! The bald youth felt slightly startled, but he didn't show any mercy. As the right-hand claw smashed down against the shoulder, it also then struck directly towards the black-robed man's head. As the right claw struck out, it actually formed a bizarre, spherical ball of light, causing even the nearby space to be bound, making it impossible for the black-robed man's head to dodge to any great degree. Slash! The 5 fingers of the bald youth's right hand pierced directly into the black-robed man's skull, and the man's head immediately exploded. The bald youth was very confident. This kick of yours won't be able to land on me. As the bald youth saw it, once the black-robed man died, he naturally wouldn't be able to continue to attack. Bang! The force of the black-robed man's right kick didn't lessen at all, crashing straight against the chest of the bald youth. The bald youth was knocked backwards, and he landed on the ground. Wait! That's a death god golem! The bald youth came to a shocked awareness. This is a trap! Bang! The bald youth kicked off furiously from the ground, and as he did, that spherical glow emanated from his right foot, the foot which kicked downwards. Instantly, he rocketed away, moving at high speed. As he moved, he would occasionally kick off from the ground again, each time creating that spherical glow, causing his speed to rise to a terrifying level. Moving as fast as lightning, in 2 or 3 leaps, he disappeared from the field of view. This fellow ran too fast. By the time Linley and Bibi emerged from the ground, all they could see was the departing back of the bald youth. Linley and Bibi had no choice but to vent their anger on a nearby boulder. As soon as the Death God Golem discovered him, he almost instantly discovered that it was a Death God Golem and that it was a trap. After discovering it was a Death God Golem, he didn't even pause and instead immediately fled. Geez. Linley couldn't help but shake his head. Nothing to show for it. Bibi pursed his lips and said, then turned to look at the distant, headless Death God Golem. And we even lost a Death God Golem. Boss, who was that person? Cloyd, Kaluoida. An extremely strong commander who belongs to the Divine Earth Plane. He likes to travel alone. Linley said with a laugh. Through the Death God Golem, Linley saw Cloyd's attack, and just by seeing Cloyd's attack, Linley became completely certain of who Cloyd was. However, Cloyd doesn't have a single sovereign artifact. We are completely capable of killing him. Linley felt rather regretful. It was an excellent opportunity. Unfortunately, Cloyd was too cautious. Upon discovering that it was a trap, he had immediately fled without hesitating at all. He doesn't have a single sovereign artifact, and yet he's strong? Bibi said with a frown. That's what the intelligence reports your Grandpa Beirut provided to me said. Cloyd simply doesn't wish to be restricted and so doesn't wish to become a sovereign's emissary, which is why he has no sovereign artifacts. But despite that, killing him is extremely difficult. Linley let out a sigh. An expert of the laws of the earth. He must have fused at least 5 of the profound mysteries. The clawing blow he had delivered which had shattered the Death God Golem's shoulder contained 5 profound mysteries. The Death God Golem was torn through like mud. Just as Linley and Bibi were chatting mentally, from the corner of his eyes, Linley saw a distant figure suddenly appear. He immediately turned to look, only to see that roughly 200 or 300 meters away, a black figure was lying in hiding, seeming to inspect the Death God Golem that was lying on the ground. Linley suddenly grew excited. Bibi, we have a target. 300 meters to our left. Target? Bibi turned to look as well. Just at this moment, the distant black-robed figure, also vigilant, discovered that there were 2 figures not far away who were lying against the corner of a mountain boulder. Right at this moment, the gazes of Linley and the black-robed man met. Linley was suddenly startled, and he immediately sent through divine sense to Bibi, Bibi, this black-robed man, I can't sense the badge aura on him. He is an enemy. Let's attack. The closer one was, the more easily one could sense the badge aura. Linley and the enemy were less than 300 meters away. Logically speaking, even if he didn't have a clear sense, he should still sense a bit of the badge's aura. But if he didn't sense anything at all? One ran away, but another one was drawn close. Ha. Bibi was extremely excited. This black-robed person was indeed drawn here by the earlier actions of the bald youth. He had snuck over and watched quietly to the side. But Linley and Bibi were in a fairly hidden location, from which they just so happened to be able to clearly see the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure very calmly turned and fled. He's running. Linley's first reaction was to unleash his Blackstone field. An enormous earthen yellow aura instantly sprang out, with Linley at the center, expanding to a radius of 500 meters. This Blackstone space spread out far faster than the black-robed man ran. As soon as the man moved, he fell within the Blackstone space. The gravity pulling was towards Linley. Gravitational space? What a powerful gravity, and it is pulling to the rear. The black-robed man was now shocked. He couldn't help but turn to look, and the already dragon-formed Linley and Bibi had transformed into a pair of azure and black blurs, advancing towards him rapidly. Pursuing me? The black-robed man didn't resist, instead choosing to flee. But attempting to flee while completely pulling against the gravitational force, how fast could he move? You want to run? Linley stared fixedly at the black-robed man, pursuing at high speed. In Linley's eyes, this black-robed man definitely had a gold badge. Every single gold badge represented that he would be able to save another one of his family or friends. While in hot pursuit, the distance between the two quickly shrank to less than a few dozen meters. In the black stone space, the black-robed man's speed was reduced by simply too much. The black-robed man was angry now. I don't want to fight with you two. Let me leave. A divine sense rang out, echoing in Linley and Bibi's minds. Otherwise, don't blame me for being discourteous. You want to leave? And be discourteous? Linley laughed. Bibi, you can act now. He won't be able to escape at this distance. Linley sent mentally. Don't worry, boss. Bibi laughed delightedly. Right at this moment. You are looking for death. The black-robed man, who had been suppressing his temper, suddenly stabbed backwards with a dagger. Swoosh! A black light suddenly shot out, shooting towards Linley, so fast that Linley wasn't able to dodge at all. So fast. Frantically, Linley stabbed out powerfully with the Godspark sword, Mirage, which was in his hands. Bang! The tip of Mirage collided with the tip of the dagger. Linley only felt a terrifying powerful force press towards him, going through Mirage and into his arms. Crackle, the draconic scales covering his right arm, which was gripping Mirage, instantly shattered. Blood began to flow out, and Linley was knocked backwards as well. When Linley retreated, the blackstone field centered around him moved backwards as well, allowing the black-robed man to escape the perimeter of the blackstone field. A sovereign artifact. Linley was shocked. The black-robed man had pulled away from Linley, but not from Bibi. Boss! Bibi was instantly enraged. Immediately, a colossal phantom of a god-eater rat once more appeared behind Bibi. The black-robed man turned to look, and what he saw terrified him so greatly, his face changed. How can this be? Beirut's innate divine ability. Beirut's technique was famous throughout the universe. Even many people who had never seen Beirut use this technique in person had seen scryer recordings of Beirut using his supreme attack. No. The black-robed man wanted to once more speak with his divine sense. Unfortunately, the speed of an innate divine ability was comparable to the speed of using divine sense to communication. As for Bibi, he used his innate divine ability first, and so the black-robed man didn't even have a chance to plead his case. Rumble. A strange ripple wrapped around the black-robed man's head, and immediately, a divine spark floated out from it. As for the black-robed man, he lifelessly slumped downwards, while the black dagger that had been flying back towards him fell to the ground as well. At the same time, a white badge fell out of his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! Linley and Bibi landed before his body. Linley was stupefied. What? A white badge? Linley stared at the white badge, not daring to believe it. Of the two sides in this battle, the Divine Light Plane had gold badges for commanders and white badges for soldiers. It's actually a soldier badge? Linley couldn't believe it. A person who had a sovereign artifact was a soldier? Boss, hurry up and leave. We can't stay here any longer. Bibi said hurriedly. Only now did Linley come to his senses. Not hesitating any further, Linley and Bibi hurriedly collected the interspatial ring, sovereign dagger, and white badge, then immediately flew away. Within a cave that was inside a large mountain. All of these people have divine clones outside. Even though we killed them, we still aren't able to bind their interspatial rings or sovereign artifacts with blood. Bibi said, angry and helpless. The sovereign artifact is one thing, the sovereign will take it back eventually, after all. But the interspatial ring definitely has quite a few things inside. What a pity, what a pity. Linley just stared at the white badge. He was actually a soldier. It really is very odd. A soldier who had a sovereign artifact? BB muttered. Linley suddenly had a thought, and many things instantly made sense. He couldn't help but shake his head resignedly and say, "BB, I understand now. We found the wrong target." "What is it?" BB said, puzzled. Linley sighed. "BB, didn't you notice? When the black-robed person discovered us, his first reaction was to flee. When we pursued him, his second reaction was to warn us that he didn't want to fight us, and that if we kept on bothering him, he would attack. Why didn't he want to fight? He had a sovereign artifact, so why flee? I think the reason was because he was on our side." "On our side?" BB was stunned. "Right," Linley said helplessly. "I think this person should be a commander on our side, but he removed his commander badge and instead bound with blood this enemy's soldier badge and became an enemy soldier. He bound an enemy's soldier badge by blood. Once he gets close to an enemy commander, he would sense their aura, and so find them easily. In addition, he would be able to launch an ambush attack. Two birds with one stone. The only flaw, however, is that he will be attacked by the people on his own side. Disguising oneself as the enemy had benefits but also costs. That poor, black-robed man. He fell to Linley and BB's deadly hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 22, 60 Years in the Planar Battlefield. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 22, 60 Years in the Planar Battlefield. This fellow was pretending to be an enemy. I was happy for nothing. BB waved his hand, withdrawing a red fruit which he viciously crunched into with crisp chewing sounds. "Boss, all of these commanders are incredibly sly and careful. Finding a suitable target is tough. How infuriating. If you feel irritated, calm down and train." Linley just sat down into the meditative position, beginning to train silently. This sort of life would last for another 8 centuries. Linley hoped to make yet another major improvement within these 800 years. Atop the vast, desolate earth, 3 figures of different heights were staring into the distance, looks of shock on their faces. BB's usage of his innate divine ability had created an illusion that was over 100 meters tall, and so these 3 saw it from hundreds of kilometers away. Although the 3 knew that someone was present a few hundred kilometers away, they didn't dare go over. Hey, that Beirut really did come to the planar battlefield. The shorter man raised an eyebrow, speaking with disbelief. When BB had used his innate divine ability to kill Lancelot, other commanders had seen it, resulting in the rumor of Beirut having arrived in the planar battlefield. Although BB had also used his innate divine ability on the other side against a violet-robed figure and was seen doing so, that news had only circulated amongst the commanders on that side and hadn't made it to the enemy side. Judging from that illusion, it really was Beirut's innate divine ability. I thought that the rumor was fake, but it was real. Why has Beirut run over to the planar battlefield along with us? Does he want to fight over military merits with us? He has no need of it. A white-haired, white-browed man with a single horn let out a sigh. The third was a black-robed, black-haired woman. What are you afraid of? We won't go antagonize that Beirut. But, if we join forces, we don't need to be afraid of him either. The black-robed woman said in a gravelly voice. Anya, don't be too self-confident. According to legend, Beirut is even harder to deal with than a high god paragon. The white-haired, white-browed man said seriously. He doesn't fear the attacks of sovereign weapons at all, nor does he fear soul attacks, he is completely flawless. In addition, his material attacks and soul attacks are both incredibly powerful. If the 3 of us fought against him, he would defeat us one at a time. The black-robed woman gave the white-browed man a glance. "Don't doubt me," the white-browed man said solemnly. Beirut had been famous for too short a period of time. Although he had become a high god long ago, Beirut had been able to endure being by himself and had remained in the Yulan continent. It was only 10,000 years ago that he had sprang to sudden prominence. Over the course of that rise to fame, he had become known as an invincible figure. He has no flaws, and is strong in every aspect, the shorter man said helplessly. His innate divine ability, God Eater, could be described as the most powerful soul attack in existence. Beirut's material attacks were executed through a sovereign weapon. Even the patriarchs of the 8 great clans who had sovereign artifacts of their own were heavily injured by a single blow of Beirut's staff. One could imagine how terrifying his material attacks were. Who could possibly oppose someone like this? Let's go. The 3 of us need to be careful during this planar war, the white-browed man said calmly. If necessary, we can just acquire fewer military merits during this planar war. We can participate in the next one. I imagine Beirut wouldn't be so bored as to participate in the next one as well. And the next planar war will arrive shortly. Right. The other 2 nodded in agreement as well. The 3 immediately left. Beirut. High God Paragons. They were at the very top of the world of deities. Only sovereigns were capable of easily dealing with them. The difference between them and normal high gods was simply too vast. In addition, the 3-person squad of experts was in no hurry. Because, although the planar wars were carried out only once every trillion years, there was more than one war in each session of the planar wars. It must be understood that there are 7 divine planes in 4 higher realms. The life realm did not participate in this sort of war, and so the other 10 engaged in battles against each other over the course of 5 sessions of the planar wars. The divine darkness plane against the divine light plane was just one, and after it concluded, a short period of time later, other divine planes would battle against each other, and even the higher realms would participate. There would be 5 consecutive sessions of planar wars. Generally speaking, if they were carried out quickly, the entire thing would be concluded in 10,000 years. Even if they were carried slowly, the planar wars would still conclude within 1,000,000 years. After the 5 battles concluded, they would restart after 1,000,000,000,000 years passed. 1,000,000,000,000 years was a very long period of time. If an expert had latent potential, 1,000,000,000,000 years was more than enough time for him to completely bring his latent potential to the surface. If a person remained an ordinary high god after 1,000,000,000,000 years, then even if you gave him 10 times or 100 times the amount of time, he still probably wouldn't increase in power any further. In addition, during each planar wars, a large number of high gods and commanders would die. This mechanism ensured that the number of supreme experts in the various planes didn't rise to an excessively large figure. But of course, it also made the strong even stronger. Beirut had arrived at the planar battlefield. This news quickly spread amongst the various commanders. The commanders all knew each other, and although many of them didn't quite believe it the first time they heard it, when Bibi had once again used his innate divine ability to kill that black-robed man, others had witnessed it in addition to those 3. This news was now completely verified. This caused an earthquake in the entire battlefield. Within a military camp, a beardless, middle-aged man with silver hair and elegantly drooping eyebrows was seated facing a golden-haired youth. The 2 were drinking wine. "Mr. Magnus, you don't believe me?" The golden-haired youth laughed. "I believe you." The silver-haired, middle-aged man raised a long eyebrow, then shook his head uncomprehendingly. However, Beirut is someone who can be said is at the peak of deities. He should care more about his status. Even if he decided to take a stroll about the planar battlefield, he should remain within one of the military camps and smile while watching the other commanders kill each other. He shouldn't lower himself to go butcher those commanders. "Mr. Magnus, that's just your own viewpoint." The golden-haired youth laughed. Magnus was also someone who stood at the very peak of the world of deities. Although he stationed himself at a military camp, this was simply out of boredom. It was a game to him. There was still a gap between ordinary commanders and high god paragons were the likes of Beirut. For Beirut or Magnus to go attack those ordinary commanders really was an act of butchery. No. Although I've never met this Beirut, I've heard some stories of him. He's the type of person who is extremely capable of enduring in hiding. He's definitely not the sort of person who would be bored and lower himself to slaughtering ordinary commanders. Magnus shook his head. I suspect that perhaps it isn't Beirut who used that technique. Not him? The golden-haired youth was startled. Right. Perhaps in the universe, there is another person who also possesses Beirut's supreme technique as well. Magnus said meditatively. Bibi had only become a high god 2 centuries ago. The members of the Four Divine Beasts clan only knew that Bibi was Beirut's grandson. They didn't know that Bibi was like Beirut, someone capable of the God-Eater innate divine ability, much like how the children and descendants of the Azure Dragon didn't all necessarily have the Azure Dragon's strength. They didn't think that Bibi had that sort of power. Bibi's reputation had yet to spread. The planar battlefield. At the top of a tall mountain peak, a white-robed man with crimson eyebrows was currently leaning against the mountain. The wind rustled past his long black hair, but he simply leisurely held his cup of wine, lowering his head to take a sip. It was Bluefire, who had entered the planar battlefield not long ago. In the planar battlefield, the various commanders all hid their tracks. Who dared to reveal himself, much less stand at the top of a mountain? At the top of the mountain peak, staring down at the endless world, Bluefire laughed and shook his head. Innate divine ability, God-Eater? It seems Bibi and Linley had arrived at this side of the stellar sea as well. Bluefire casually stood there at the top of the mountain, drinking his wine, but if someone were to stare at him from afar, they wouldn't see anyone there. The strange thing was, the space surrounding Bluefire was distorted. The planar wars, 10 commanders must die for someone to have enough military merits for a sovereign artifact. In addition, quite a few commanders who are killed had badges in their interspatial rings, which go to waste. For each sovereign artifact to be acquired, far more than 10 commanders will die. Bluefire let out a light sigh. Whoosh! Bluefire slid down the mountain, moving like a comet and quickly disappearing from that space. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, 60 years passed. Inside a mountain cave within the planar battlefield. We lost yet another death god golem. BB mumbled. Linley, who was training nearby, opened his eyes. Nothing to show for it? Nothing. BB said resignedly. Controlling the death god golems was originally meant to be Linley's job, but BB was bored and so he would occasionally take over. Only, Linley hadn't imagined that ever since he had acquired that gold badge and that white badge, he had not acquired a single extra badge despite the passage of 60 years. In addition, Linley discovered that the commanders he did in fact find were ones whom he couldn't take action against. Because if they encountered solo experts, those experts were either too cautious or too strong. The other possibility was a team of 2 or 3 experts, or sometimes even 4. With them moving together, even if Linley and BB attacked and killed one of them, the others would make sure that Linley and BB wouldn't be able to flee. How did this death god golem end up being destroyed? Linley laughed. Boss, this time, we actually encountered hammers. BB said helplessly. How could we end up running into that big idiot again? Linley could only laugh bitterly. Be patient. The planar wars will go on for 1,000 years. As it goes on, the survivors are increasingly those who have certain abilities to rely upon. It won't be so easy to find someone to kill. What I hope for is that in the next 800 years, I'll be able to fuse a 4th profound mystery. At that time, I won't have much to fear. Linley knew very well that although he was fairly powerful, in reality, in terms of soul defense and soul attack power, he was inferior to other commanders. However, after he fused a fourth profound mystery, given his innate azure aura in his sea of consciousness, his soul defense would rise nearly tenfold, while his material attack would also increase nearly tenfold. By then, aside from a few people like Beirut, others wouldn't be capable of making Linley feel afraid. I need more time. Linley closed his eyes, his original body and his divine earth clone focused on training. But after just 3 months, Linley broke through. But of course, the breakthrough wasn't in the laws of the earth. Linley was still a long ways off from finishing his fourth fusion. This breakthrough was in his divine wind clone. Bibi suddenly glanced at Linley. An enormous surge of the natural laws descended upon Linley, and a large amount of wind-type elemental essence began to swirl above him. From within Linley's body, yet another body flew out, one with long green hair and a green robe. His divine wind clone. Just then, Linley had finally, completely mastered a 9th profound mystery in the laws of the wind. Wow, boss, you mastered the laws of the wind as well. Bibi began to laugh. Yes, I've finished them. Linley's original body flew to one side. His elemental affinity for earth and wind were both exceptional, only, over the course of his training, he had favored earth more. Who would have imagined that of the 4 elements, wind would actually end up being his third slowest, behind both earth and water. However, he had finally become a high god. Now, only fire was missing. Not good. Linley's face suddenly changed. What is it, boss? Bibi was still feeling excited and happy at Linley's breakthrough. The descent of the natural laws. Such a major, noticeable event will definitely attract quite a few people. Linley said hurriedly. Linley was instantly frantic. Other commanders might come over while his divine wind clone's divine spark was in the middle of the transformation process, which made him temporarily unable to move, albeit for just a short period of time. But that short period of time was enough to allow other experts to come over. What is there to fear? Bibi's eyes actually lit up. If 1 comes, we'll kill 1. If 2 come, we'll kill 2. If we can't kill them, we'll flee. Linley couldn't help but feel helpless. Still, Linley immediately set up his Blackstone space, which passed through the stones of the mountain, creating a hemisphere 500 meters in size. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 23, 3-Person Squad. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 23, 3-Person Squad. Hopefully, no one will come. However, given how savage the commanders are to each other, I imagine they won't give up a chance like this. Linley said quietly in his heart, while at the same time, his body became covered by those azure golden draconic scales. He immediately dragon-formed. Mirage appeared in his hands as well. As for Bibi, he was by Linley's side. The two were prepared for a fight. The sudden descent of the natural laws was simply too obvious. Virtually everyone in the entire plane noticed it. A breakthrough? There's actually a god or demigod level clone in the planar battlefield? How bizarre. Can it be that someone actually brought his demigod or god clone into the planar battlefield? To bring a weak divine clone in instead of leaving it outside, this person is just throwing his life away. The descent of the natural laws means this person's position is exposed. 9 out of 10, that person will die. The planar battlefield was filled with discussions regarding this. Everyone in the planar battlefield should be a high god. The descent of the natural laws was a very bizarre occurrence here. However, because people were at varying distances from Linley, it was only the extremely close commanders who immediately flew at high speed towards the origin point of the descent of the laws. The cold, grim planar battlefield. A gray-robed figure was flying towards the mountain. This is a rare, superb opportunity. Perhaps I'll be able to acquire a badge. The gray figure flew at very high speed, but by the time he flew to the base of the mountain, he suddenly came to a halt. His form was revealed as that of a violet-eyed, gray-robed youth with long hair. He was currently staring at a nearby white-clothed figure. Benfield, Benfeirda, of the celestial realm? Terrified, the violet-eyed, gray-robed youth's face changed. Benfield. That means his other two companions must be present as well. If they surround me, I'll definitely die. Since those two have come, that idiot in the mountain who actually brought a god-level divine clone into the planar battlefield definitely won't be able to survive. Not hesitating at all, the violet-eyed, gray-robed youth immediately retreated at high speed. He flew over, saw the white-robed figure, then immediately retreated. This process happened in an instant. The white-robed figure seemed to have felt something. He suddenly turned his head and saw the gray-robed figure disappear. The white-robed man let out a calm laugh. He ran fairly fast. The white-robed figure had long, silver-white hair. His face was as beautiful as a woman's, and his eyes seemed to contain the stars within them as he stared upwards into the sky. Swoosh! The white-robed man flew into the sky, towards the midway point of the mountain. Boss, we are already halfway up the mountain, close to the point where the natural law ripples descended. A deep voice echoed out in the white-robed man's mind. Elder brother, I arrived as well. A clear voice rang out in his mind as well. Right at this moment, suddenly, the natural law ripples suddenly weakened at a fast pace. The transformation upon breaking through was a fairly fast process. Clearly, Linley's divine wind clone's divine spark transformation had already concluded. We didn't make it in time for the best opportunity. The clear voice said discontentedly. Third brother, let's do it. The white-robed man gave the order. Ha, watch me. The white-robed man was less than 100 meters away from a black-armored man, who was standing there in midair. This muscular, black-armored man was nearly 3 meters tall, and he had a pair of thick, curved horns on his forehead. His hammer-like fists were covered with a crimson pair of gloves. The muscular man gave a low growl, bending as he suddenly smashed downwards with his fists towards the mountain. Soundlessly, the two giant crimson hammer fists slammed against the mountain. Rumble, dot. Space itself trembled, and instantly, at the location where the two fist blows landed, a deep round crevice that was a meter in diameter suddenly appeared. A large number of shattered stones fell out from this new cave, and the entire side of the mountain cracked as well, as one savage-looking crevice after another appeared. The muscular man stared, then roared furiously, Mother Fasterus Cur, break! This time, he swung down with open palms, like two giant fan-shaped objects, smashing down upon the cracked mountain. Instantly, the upper part of the mountain, with a boom, completely crumbled, and countless stones of various sizes fell down from high above. The white-robed man, the black-armored man, and a red-robed, jade-haired woman stood there in midair. Linley hadn't imagined that the enemy would be so powerful. Almost as soon as he had collected his divine wind clone back into his body, such a terrifyingly powerful tremor had gone through the mountain, which actually shattered. Although it didn't crumble, the insides of the mountain were already damaged. The first blow had damaged the insides. The second blow seemed to have the power to shatter the heavens and the earth, causing the entire upper half of the mountain to completely collapse. What a powerful material attack! BB couldn't help but sigh in astonishment. I imagine this attacker has a sovereign weapon. The mountains of the planar battlefield were exceedingly tough, on a higher level than even the mountains of the netherworld and the infernal realm. To destroy half of a mountain was something which even most commanders would find difficult. However, they clearly are afraid to come in. BB snickered. Linley and BB didn't care about the crumbling mountain per se. Not only are they strong, they are cautious as well. They will be hard to deal with. Linley held Mirage in his hand as he watched the surrounding boulders come cascading down. As the mountain crumbled, Linley was able to see the outside world, and indistinctly, he was able to make out the figure of a muscular man who had 2 horns on his forehead. "Bibi, let's flee!" Linley hurriedly shouted through divine sense. "Right." Bibi didn't hesitate either. Linley and Bibi flew directly towards the direction opposite from the muscular man, while at the same time Linley spread out his blackstone space. But just as they began to flee, Linley was shocked to find there are 2 people on this side. Linley's blackstone space easily discovered that a white-robed man and a red-robed, jade-haired woman were standing on each side. The white-robed man, the jade-haired woman, and the black-armored man were situated in a triangle. No matter where Linley and Bibi fled, the 3 would still be able to attack in unison. "The 2 of you, don't even think of running." The white-robed man swept them with a calm gaze. Although the blackstone space was applied to his body, the white-robed man just swayed slightly before counteracting the gravitational pull. "Benfield." Linley's face was exceedingly ugly to behold right now. Linley never would have imagined that the person who had to stop them was actually the legendary Benfield. He would rather encounter Hammers than encounter this Benfield, because Benfield was a supreme expert who was close to Beirut himself in power. Beirut's book had one bit of advice for someone who encountered Benfield: flee. Think of nothing else, just flee. "Bibi, quick, flee towards that red-robed woman. Hurry, flee." Linley immediately made his decision. They had to break out from the direction of the red-robed woman, then escape. "Got it, boss." "I didn't expect it would be Benfield." "What horrible luck." Bibi recognized him as well. Over the past 60 years in the planar battlefield, Linley had already provided Bibi with all of the information regarding the supreme experts through their spiritual link. Swoosh! Swoosh! Linley and Bibi were like 2 bolts of lightning, shooting towards the jade-haired woman. "Oomph, you want to flee?" The white-robed man and the black-armored man flew towards the red-robed woman at virtually the same instant. Clearly, they wanted to join forces with her and to stop Linley and Bibi. Suddenly, Linley and Bibi changed directions, fleeing towards the original direction. The black-armored man, white-robed man, and red-robed woman reacted very quickly, hurriedly attacking towards and chasing after Linley and Bibi. Unfortunately, Linley had already spread out the blackstone space around himself. Upon entering the blackstone space, Benfield and the other 2 weren't able to catch them at all. They actually aren't willing to give up. Bibi turned to give them a glance. He couldn't help but feel frantic. This looks bad. Linley had a hint of worry in his eyes. This was because the white-robed man and the black-armored man had actually flown out of the blackstone space. They accelerated from the sides, seemingly planning to block Linley and Bibi from the front. "Ha, third brother, second sister, watch how I'll block them." The white-robed man let out a loud laugh. His body moved as fast as lightning from the side, speeding past Linley and Bibi. And then, he suddenly charged into the blackstone space region, his body having transformed into white spots of light. Spots of light? No. It was multiple extremely thin white lines. Countless extremely thin white lines exploded forth from Benfield's body, appearing at first glance to be a dazzling radiance. Those countless thin white strands shot out from every direction, surrounding Linley and Bibi, giving them no way to flee. Linley and Bibi's faces instantly changed. "Bibi, careful. A soul attack." Linley hurriedly sent through divine sense. "Bastard!" Bibi bellowed, and suddenly he flew out from the side. Behind Bibi, an enormous illusion of a god-eater rat appeared. Bibi's expression became cold and grim, and he stared unblinkingly at the black-armored warrior. At present, the black-armored warrior was less than 200 meters away, and he was charging towards Linley and Bibi. He hadn't imagined that Bibi had a supreme technique such as this. No. The black-armored warrior was badly shocked. He recognized this. This was Beirut's supreme technique. Not good. This is Beirut's innate divine technique. Previously completely confident, Benfield's face changed, and he called out nervously, "Second sister, protect third brother." BB's innate divine ability was simply too fast, and he wasn't able to stop it. He knew that right now, only his second sister was able to save his third brother. Unfortunately, the red-robed woman was currently a bit too far away. They were unable to communicate by divine sense, only by voice, but how could a vocal shout make it in time? However, clearly the red-robed woman needed no warning. She too knew that her third brother had encountered a dangerous situation. Not hesitating at all, the red-robed woman's body suddenly transformed. Rumble. Suddenly, the red-robed woman's body disappeared, and instead, an enormous crimson serpent that was more than 1,000 meters long appeared. When its coiled body appeared, it naturally was located in front of the black-armored warrior. Its enormous serpentine body easily protected the black-armored warrior's entire body. Rumble. BB's spiritual energy surged towards the enormous serpentine body, but it was unable to reach the black-armored man. Damn it, yet another one who has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. BB sent furiously through divine sense. Linley, upon seeing this happen, had already guessed what the result would be. For the red-robed woman to dare act in such a way definitely meant that she was confident this would work against BB's technique. Otherwise, wouldn't it be as good as suicide? BB, quick, flee. Stop wasting time with them. Linley sent frantically through their mental link. Using his blackstone space at full force, Linley hurriedly fled. Fighting against Benfield was a no-win proposition. Swoosh. BB hurriedly followed Linley in fleeing at high speed. Within the blackstone space, the three weren't able to catch up to Linley and BB. Damn it, I thought that it was only Benfield who would be formidable. But who would have imagined that the two he brought with him are so powerful as well? That horned fellow's material attacks are very powerful, while that red-robed woman actually has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. BB sent mentally to Linley, complaining. These three together, with the powerful Benfield leading them, boss, how are we supposed to fight against them? Don't even think of fighting. Flee, and be thankful if we are able to. Linley said hurriedly. The two fled at high speed. However, Benfield didn't want to let the two of them off. You too. The white-robed Benfield was now truly angry. He cared deeply about his little sister and little brother. Bang! Suddenly, a wild surge of energy blasted forth from his body, and an aura of light instantly appeared on his form. Benfield's speed suddenly increased dramatically. Whoosh! After charging into the blackstone space, although Benfield's speed dropped dramatically, he was actually still faster than Linley and BB. Linley could clearly sense that this person was quickly catching up to them within the blackstone space. He was actually faster than them. Linley turned to look, and was badly startled. Not good. This Benfield has gone crazy. For the sake of catching us, he's actually used up a drop of Fate-type Sovereign's might. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 24, A Dead End? A New Beginning. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 24, A Dead End? A New Beginning. Benfield's speed was far faster than theirs to begin with. Linley had the Blackstone space, but Benfield had used Sovereign's might. Now, his speed was still faster than Linley's. If they just let him chase like this, in just a few hundred meters, they would be caught. Humph. Linley willed his Blackstone space to suddenly change. The repulsive force transformed into an upwards gravity. Benfield's body couldn't help but sway, and he actually shot upwards. My Blackstone space isn't as simple as that, Linley thought to himself. At the same time, he began to frantically change the direction of the Blackstone space's gravity, from up to down to repulsive. It must be understood that the power of this gravity was tremendous to begin with, and this sort of constant changing caused even Benfield to be affected tremendously. Benfield couldn't help but feel furious. "All of you, die." Benfield's voice was icy. Whoosh! One translucent arrow after another shot out from Benfield's body, shooting directly towards Linley and Bibi. 10 translucent arrows sliced through the air towards Linley and Bibi. The speed of this soul attack was extremely fast. Linley and Bibi were only able to dodge very slightly, and 4 translucent arrows still shot into Linley's body. As for Bibi, his body was struck by 3 arrows as well. Shocked, Linley's face turned white. Bibi, use Sovereign's might. Benfield's soul attack was described in the materials which Beirut had provided. It was extremely terrifying. Now that Benfield was using Fate-type Sovereign's might to attack, one could imagine how mighty it was. Rumble, an earthen yellow aura instantly spread out from Linley's body. Without hesitating at all, Linley used his Earth-type Sovereign's might. Within Linley's mind. Bang! 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 4 translucent arrows struck viciously against the translucent membrane, but shattered like eggs striking against a rock. After shattering, however, they transformed into a large amount of translucent threads which spread out to surround the entire translucent membrane. And then, a large number of threads coiled about, attacking the flaw. Countless invisible voidwave swords shot out, clashing against the translucent threads. I have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact and used Earth-type Sovereign's might, but the patch over the opening was still more than half broken through. Linley was stunned. Linley had rebuilt and repaired the patch over the flaw in his soul-protecting sovereign artifact after leaving the Abyssal Mountain. Including the 60 years they had spent in the planar battlefield, it had been nearly a century. 100 years of work was half-wrecked in an instant, and that was after Linley had used Earth-type Sovereign's might. If he hadn't used Earth-type Sovereign's might, he wouldn't have been able to resist at all. How terrifying. Without this soul-protecting sovereign artifact, even if I used Sovereign's might, I probably wouldn't be able to endure. Linley's face suddenly changed. Bibi. Bibi had been struck as well. "Boss, I'm fine." Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley discovered, to his amazement, that Bibi hadn't used his Sovereign's might. However, somehow, Bibi had still been able to endure the blow despite not using Sovereign's might. If he had only relied on a soul-protecting artifact, there was no way he should have been able to do this. Can it be that what Bibi has isn't a soul-protecting artifact, but a soul-protecting sovereign artifact? Or perhaps, Bibi's soul is very unusual and his soul defense is extremely powerful? This thought flashed through Linley's mind. Right now, however, he couldn't ponder it in depth, because things had gotten dangerous. "Elder brother." A deep voice rang out. The black-armored figure was currently standing atop the giant, coiling crimson snake, which was flying over at high speed. The giant crimson snake had already flown to the area in front of Linley and Bibi. "Boss, the situation looks bad," Bibi said frantically. "I know." Of course Linley knew the situation was bad. The front was blocked by the giant crimson snake and the black-armored warrior, while Benfield was behind them. They could neither go forward nor go back. How is it that Benfield has 2 allies such as them? And they aren't even in the same alliance. Linley cursed angrily. In the course of his flight, Linley had discovered that Benfield and the other 2 weren't in the same alliance. Linley wasn't able to sense Benfield's badge's aura. Clearly, he was an enemy. But Linley could clearly sense the auras of the red-robed woman who had transformed into a giant crimson snake, along with the black-armored man. Clearly, they were on Linley's side. People on different sides who had joined into a single squad. "Bibi, follow me to flee this way. Hurry!" Linley surrounded Bibi with his Earth-type sovereign power, flying at maximum speed. Lindley and Beebe flew towards the side at high speed. By moving in this direction, Benfield wouldn't be able to attack them easily. The power of the Blackstone space had increased nearly 100-fold as well, and the terrifying gravitational power made it hard for Benfield to catch them. Swoosh! Benfield flew out of the Blackstone space. Within the Blackstone space, he wasn't able to catch up to Lindley as well. You two punks, listen up. Today, I, Benfield, will definitely kill you too. Definitely. His furious voice echoed in the air. As for Benfield, he flew virtually parallel to Lindley and Beebe. The two were separated solely by the Blackstone space. The red-robed woman and the black-armored man were frantically trying to catch up as well. We can't keep wasting time with this Benfield. Just now, he simultaneously attacked myself and Beebe, and I found it very hard to endure it. If he continues to entangle us and unleash powerful attacks, I won't be able to hold. Lindley wasn't worried about Beebe, because Beebe had been able to endure the attack without using Sovereign's might. Boss, we have to throw this guy off. Beebe sent mentally. I know. Lindley suddenly turned to look at the nearby Benfield. Behind him, an illusion of an enormous coiling azure dragon that was 1,000 meters long suddenly appeared. The draconic head of the azure dragon hovered above Lindley, staring at Benfield. In Lindley's mind, his Earth-type sovereign power fused with his innate azure light, shooting directly towards the nearby Benfield. Innate divine ability, Dragon Roar. This innate divine ability, when used with Earth-type sovereign power, was extremely powerful. Benfield couldn't help but feel his body slightly stiffen. Quick, flee! Lindley and Beebe hurriedly seized the opportunity to flee. Benfield was a supreme expert who was particularly skilled in soul attacks, and he also had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact and was protected by Sovereign's might. He quickly managed to throw off the restrictive bindings. You want to escape? Benfield saw Lindley and Beebe's figures disappearing, and he hurriedly chased after them. As Lindley and Beebe flew away at high speed, Beebe cursed mentally, Boss, that Benfield really is annoying. He has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact and a defensive sovereign artifact. There's no flaw to attack, and he's hard to kill, while his own soul attacks are so powerful. He really pisses me off. I'm pissed too, but there's nothing we can do. Lindley had expected that the breakthrough of his Divine Wind clone would arouse some interest, but he didn't imagine that it would attract the attention of someone as hard to deal with as Benfield. Benfield was definitely a perfect counter to Lindley. He had two powerful sovereign artifacts, giving Lindley no way to fight back, and he was also skilled at soul attacks. How could Lindley deal with such a person? Even by using his innate divine ability, Dragon Roar, the only thing Lindley could do was buy himself a little time for fleeing. Damn it, boss, he's chasing after us again. Beebe said furiously. Lindley turned to look, and saw a blurry form fly over at high speed. This bastard really moves fast. Lindley was extremely frantic right now, but since the two had both used Sovereign's might, there was no way he would be able to outspeed this person. It seems the only thing I can do is use my innate natural ability, Dragon Roar, to stop him yet again. Lindley mused to himself, but right at this moment, Lindley suddenly discovered that two figures appeared in front of him. Only high-class commanders would dare to hover in the air of the battlefield. This direction is closed off to you. A calm voice rang out. Lindley and Beebe could sense the threat the person in front of them posed, and they came to a halt. Lindley looked at the two of them and had the feeling that these two were no less dangerous than Benfield. The two were very odd. One was nearly 4 meters tall, his entire body a bronze color, exceedingly muscular and with a solemn, granite face. On the shoulder of this enormous, 4-meter-tall fellow, an adorable bald youth sat, chewing on some fruit. This youth was a size smaller than even Beebe. But this youth made Lindley's heart tremble. The two of you, please help stop them. I, Benfield, will owe you two for it. Benfield said hurriedly. Favors were hard to repay. Benfield's words caused Linley and Beebe's hearts to sink. Swoosh! Linley and Beebe fled towards another direction. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Linley and Beebe. It was the adorable bald fellow who was eating the violet fruit. So fast. Linley felt shocked in his heart. Why are you in such a hurry to run? The bald youth cracked his lips into a grin. Crunch, crunch. With 2 bites, he disposed of the fruit, then tossed the pit to one side. Elder brother. The red-robed woman and black-armored man finally arrived as well. The 2 of you, don't even think of escaping. The red-robed woman stared angrily at Linley and Beebe. Linley and Beebe looked at each other, having a bad feeling in their heart. Boss, 3 behind us, 2 ahead of us. If the 5 attack us together, there's no way we'll escape. Linley and Beebe didn't dare to move for the moment. Because, as soon as they moved, most likely the bald youth and the big fellow would attack. Thank you, you two. Benfield laughed. Just now, the bald youth had blocked Linley and Beebe. Clearly, this made him feel as though he had been given face, but at the same time, Benfield also felt rather puzzled. This youth and this big fellow, I've never seen them before. When did these 2 experts suddenly appear? The movement speed the bald youth had displayed just now had caused Benfield to feel amazed. Hey, Benfield, you got some problems with your brain. The bald youth began to laugh. Benfield's face couldn't help but change. Just because I stopped Linley didn't mean that it was because I'm helping you. The bald youth mocked. Linley? Benfield and the other 2 looked towards Linley. Up till now, they hadn't known who Linley was. You know me? Linley stared in astonishment towards the bald youth. The bald youth began to roar with laughter. Alas, it's only been a few years, but you no longer recognize me, your teacher. The bald youth let out an emotional sigh. Teacher? Linley and Beebe were both stunned. Suddenly, a violet light sprang out from the bald youth's body, instantly stretching to 1,000 meters, encompassing Linley and Benfield both. This powerful, yet familiar gravitational force caused a look of shock to appear on Linley's face. Can it be that you are, in Linley's mind, that adorable juvenile amethyst beast suddenly sprang to mind? That little juvenile beast who had called out in a high-pitched voice while pointing at and commanding countless amethyst beasts. And Linley himself had, under the torment of the juvenile amethyst beast, gained insight into the basics of the Blackstone space. You. Benfield frowned. Reese Gem. Har har, yes, it is me. The bald youth laughed loudly. What? Are none of you able to recognize me when I'm in human form? Oh, it makes sense, my control over my soul is too powerful. I can completely hide my soul's aura, and you aren't able to sense it at all. It is understandable that you don't recognize me. It is understandable. The bald youth waved his hand. Benfield, you turtle, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind playing a bit with you, dot. Benfield stared at Linley and Beebe, then clenched his teeth. Let's go. Benfield had no choice but to swallow his anger as he led his 2 companions to fly away. Linley and Beebe both let out sighs of relief. Reesgem rubbed his bald head, glancing sideways at Linley. Shaking his head, he said, "You are so useless. You learned my supreme technique, but were forced into such a sorry state. You really lost the face of myself, your teacher." Teacher? Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. And you two really are stupid. If your power is weak, then in the planar battlefield, you need to join forces. Didn't you see how so many people are in groups of 3 or 4? Reesgem said casually. How about this? The 2 of you, join my hunting squad. We'll join forces and roam about the planar battlefield. What do you say? Join your squad? Linley couldn't help but look towards Reesgem, as well as the big, towering fellow behind him. If you join us, in the future, we'll evenly divide the military merits we gain into fourths. We men should be straightforward and keep things simple. Rishem puffed his chest out as he spoke, as though he wanted to show what a man he was. Linley couldn't help but laugh. Linley and Bibi exchanged glances, nodding slightly. We will join, Linley said. And so, Rishem's hunting squad was expanded from 2 to 4. Their strength had increased tremendously now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 25, Innate Divine Ability. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 25, Innate Divine Ability. Over the course of the past 61 years in the planar battlefield, Linley had already gained a deep appreciation for the dangers it contained. If he wanted to simply rely on his own power to both acquire sufficient military merits as well as protect his life, it would be incredibly difficult. Now that Linley had joined Rishem's hunting squad, Linley actually felt relieved. That's nice and straightforward. Let's go. We're preparing to find a place to rest, first, Rishem said with a laugh. As for that tower-like figure next to Rishem, he didn't say a single word, just following behind. Rishem became a purgatory commander long ago, and was able to frighten off Benfield. Linley felt very certain of Rishem's strength. In addition, according to the descriptions of Rishem in Beirut's book, Rishem is a supreme expert who ranks in the top 5 of purgatory commanders. Rishem's reputation was quite extravagant. Not only was he himself powerful, his mother was the Redbud sovereign. Boss, in the future, things will be much simpler for us. We'll probably be able to easily acquire military merits. Bibi began to laugh, and with a flip of his hand, he retrieved another red fruit, biting into it viciously. The nearby Rishem sniffed the air, then turned to look at Bibi and immediately laughed. Bibi, right? This fruit seems pretty appetizing. Give me one? Take it. Bibi, very magnanimously, pulled out another fruit and tossed it to Rishem. Rishem's eyes lit up. Accepting it, he immediately began to eat, then nodded in praise. Crispy and flavorful. Eating it is a pleasure. Thanks, bro. As he spoke, Rishem stretched his hand out, and a violet fruit appeared. This is something I like to eat. It only exists in the life realm. Have a taste. Bibi and Rishem, two people who both had childlike hearts, quickly began to grow close to each other. Linley just smiled calmly while following them, as the tower-like big fellow just followed silently. Hey, Rishem, I'm not just boasting. My innate divine ability, humph, humph. Bibi actually started to brag in front of Rishem. Yours is pretty powerful, but mine isn't weak either, Rishem said very confidently. But Bibi, I have to warn you, no matter what, you can't use that innate divine ability of yours against me. I heard from my mother that the innate divine ability of you God-eater rats is absolutely supernatural. Only someone with a soul-protecting sovereign artifact or who is a high god paragon can resist it, otherwise, there is no way. Don't worry. Bibi snickered. We're on the same team. Hearing this, Linley had a thought. It seemed as though Rishem was rather afraid of Bibi's innate divine ability. Rishem took a bite of the fruit, then said helplessly, I, Rishem, am skilled in soul attacks. I don't even fear the soul attacks of high god paragons, but that god-eater ability of yours, Bibi, there's nothing I can do against it. That technique of yours is definitely the most powerful soul attack which a high god is capable of. Linley laughed as well. Rishem's words were very reasonable. Bibi's technique devoured the divine spark and destroyed the soul. It was indeed the most powerful of soul attacks. According to what my mother said, the innate divine abilities of divine beasts, in terms of fearsomeness, Bibi, you god-eater rats are considered one of the top. As for the departed azure dragon, vermilion bird, and the rest of the 4 divine beasts, their innate divine abilities were very terrifying as well. That tree of life from the life realm is also a monster, and the abyssal fruit tree of the netherworld, and, well, most of those extremely monstrous divine beasts all ended up becoming sovereigns. Riesgem said with a praising sigh. Divine beasts were divided into tiers of power as well. God-eater rats stood at the very peak of divine beasts, but so too did the abyssal fruit tree. These divine beasts and their innate abilities were absolutely unnatural in their power. Hey, what is so powerful about those other divine beasts? Tell me about them. Bibi said excitedly. Linley was intrigued as well. Although they were walking on the surface of the battlefield, the four were very much at ease. Linley and the tower-like figure kept a constant watch on their surroundings, but clearly, there weren't many people who would be so ignorant as to try to attack their group of four. In terms of pure attack power, the white tiger of the four divine beasts had an innate divine ability that was even more powerful than your God-eater ability. Riesgem said with a sigh. My mother said that when the four divine beasts joined forces and combined their four innate divine abilities, it was utterly monstrous. They were an extremely powerful force amongst the sovereigns, but unfortunately, they have now all fallen. What a pity! Linley was stunned. The innate divine ability of the white tiger of the four divine beasts was even more powerful than the God-eater ability? Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to see it. After all, not a single one of the successors to the four divine beasts was an actual divine beast, they just carried the bloodlines of the divine beasts. Their innate divine abilities were only unleashed after undergoing ancestral baptisms, and despite that, were incomparable to those of their original ancestors. Even more powerful than we God-eater rats? Bibi muttered, clearly not willing to accept it. Riesgem chortled. There are 77 sovereigns, and a number of them are divine beasts. In addition, these divine beasts are almost all unique ones. You'll never see them fight, but even if you do, there is no need for them to use their innate divine abilities. Of course, you have no idea as to how terrifyingly powerful their innate divine abilities are. But of course, the combination of the four great innate divine abilities of the four divine beasts is the most powerful divine ability of all. There is no question at all regarding this. While chatting casually, they arrived at a squat dwarf mountain. Hey, Hom, make a cave for us. Riesgem said. Yes. The big fellow finally spoke. Linley couldn't help but look over. He watched as the big, taciturn giant walked forward to the face of that small mountain, hundreds of meters high. The big fellow placed his giant, fan-sized hands atop the surface of the mountain, and instantly, the stone of the mountain seemed to turn to liquid, slowly flowing outwards. In the blink of an eye, a square cave had appeared, and the walls of the cave even had some patterned carvings. What sort of technique is this? Linley and Bibi were stupefied. Don't be so shocked. Riesgem laughed delightedly, then strode inwards, with the big fellow following Riesgem into the cave. This big fellow was both mysterious and powerful. Linley sighed mentally in praise. In addition, Linley had never seen anything in Beirut's book regarding this big fellow. Whoosh! Shortly after they entered the cave, a stone board actually slammed down at the entrance, completely sealing it off from the outside world. The insides of the cave had actually been divided into several rooms, as well as a large living room. What do you think? Stunned by the technique of Hom, eh? Riesgem laughed as he sat down on a stone bench within the living room. Let me make the formal introductions. Hom's full name is Rayhom Stonebreaker, Lei Hong. He's my good friend, and a trusted emissary of my mother. Don't be fooled by his silence, he's quite clear-minded about things. A rare hint of a smile appeared on the face of the big, tower-like fellow. Rayhom Stonebreaker? Linley glanced at him, then laughed and said, Linley Baruch. Hello, Linley. Rayham's voice thundered out, seeming to thrum and reverberate in that giant chest. Ha, from today forward, the power of our hunting squad will have increased dramatically. Riesgem excitedly slapped the table. BB, your innate divine ability, God Eater, is definitely the sharpest attack our squad possesses. Linley, how about your own innate divine ability? What percentage of the power of the Azure Dragon's original innate divine ability does it possess? Linley said with a calm laugh, I can't give you percentages. All my innate divine ability can do is to make time move tens of times slower for the enemy. Good. Ha, wonderful. Reesgem excitedly rose to his feet, his eyes glowing with violet light. Formidable. The big, towering fellow rumbled in praise as well. Linley, with this technique of yours, our hunting squad is going to be much more powerful. Reesgem was very excited. Reesgem then grumbled unhappily, this really pisses me off, actually. Over the years, Rayham and I encountered quite a few commanders, but they weren't able to beat us and so they immediately ran away. Even when I use my amethyst space, if they wholeheartedly focus on fleeing, I'm unable to stop them. But if, at the critical moment, you were to use your innate divine ability on them, and then Rayham attacks, then we'll definitely be able to kill the target. Linley couldn't help but laugh. He and BB both had extremely powerful innate divine abilities. Their only weakness was, their own personal level of strength was rather lacking. Their attack power and defense power was insufficient. But after joining this squad, each made up for what the other lacked. With the two of you, our hunting squad will be able to dominate this planar battlefield. If anyone dares gets close to us, into the range of that innate divine ability of yours, Linley, they will be finished. Reesgem was very happy. Actually, originally, he cared more about BB's innate divine ability. It was that, combined with the fact that he had a pre-existing relationship with Linley, that made him extend the invitation. But now, he discovered that Linley's innate divine ability was definitely the most superlative of supreme support abilities here on the planar battlefield. The planar war would go on for nearly 1,000 years. Linley's group was in no rush. They stayed in the cave for 3 days before heading out, and during these 3 days, Linley also learned from Reesgem a few things regarding the commanders of the planar battlefield. How many commanders would possibly dare to roam about the planar battlefield as they please? Only those with enough power would dare do a thing, otherwise, it would be lunacy. As for the weaker commanders, all of them are incredibly crafty. Many of them hide, not daring to reveal themselves, and rely on death god golems to scout. Upon encountering weak opponents, they'll fight, upon encountering strong ones, they won't come out. But of course, most form small squads of perhaps 2, 3, or even 4 or 5. The most important thing in a squad is mutual trust. Otherwise, if the squad mates begins to fight amongst themselves, that would be disastrous. Linley, BB, our target here in the planar battlefield is other squads. As for lone travelers? We won't be able to kill the powerful ones, while the weak ones will be hiding and not dare reveal themselves. It will be very hard to kill one of them. It is best we engage in group battles against other squads. That will be more exciting, and also make it easier for us to gain badges. Reesgem and Linley discussed quite a few things, and Linley now understood that their earlier strategy of hiding and ambushing was a very low-efficiency strategy. This was because virtually everyone who dared to travel about alone was exceedingly powerful. Fortunately, BB had been able to use his innate divine ability to kill Lancelot. Otherwise, Linley wouldn't have even a single badge. Linley, BB, Reesgem, and the silent Rayham continued to move forward. There are very few people who know what the four of us look like. This will make it easier for us to catch some big fish. Reesgem chortled. Linley, once the enemy reaches a certain distance from us, your sole mission will be to use your innate divine ability and make it impossible for him to flee for a period of time. The killing part? Leave that to us. Understood. Linley let out a calm laugh. Linley had to admit, his sole attack, amongst commander-level experts, could only be considered ordinary. When Linley was fighting alongside BB, they used a similar strategy. It's hard to find people though. BB stared at the surroundings and muttered. The planar battlefield was always so dark and cold. Raising his head, Linley looked at the multicolored spatial tiers in the sky. That cold, howling wind swept through the battlefield as the four of them stealthily advanced. They didn't hide, nor did they use death god golems, they just walked straight across. Linley frowned. Reesgem, I think we'd best split up and maintain some distance from each other. Otherwise, if the four of us are always together, most likely the other commanders will not dare approach us and stay far away. Linley said. Split up? Then how would we coordinate? Reesgem asked. Linley laughed. How about this? The two of us will divide into two squads. BB and I will separate, but the two of us have connected souls and will be able to sense each other's presences. Even if we can't see each other, we will still be able to find each other. Good idea. Reesgem nodded repeatedly. Then, right, Linley, you follow me. Rayham, you go with BB. Our two squads will maintain a distance of 3 kilometers. If battle begins, we'll be able to quickly cross this short distance. Reesgem made the arrangements, and Linley and BB had no objections. They immediately split up. Linley and BB were able to sense each other's locations, and thus, they were both able to sense the direction the other was headed. Less than half a day after they separated. Boss, we found a target. BB's surprised, delighted voice rang out in Linley's mind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 26, The First Battle. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 26, The First Battle. Linley's eyes instantly lit up. Reesgem, they found a target. Linley sent through divine sense, while transforming into a blur that flew at high speed towards BB's location. A target? Reesgem was startled and delighted as well. His speed also increased, and he was actually a level faster than Linley. The distance of 3 kilometers was crossed in the twinkling of an eye. But by the time Linley and Reesgem arrived, they discovered that BB and Rayham were just standing there. BB, what's going on? The target? Linley had a guess as to what happened. That person was too crafty. As soon as I saw him, he immediately turned tail and fled instead of fighting back. BB said helplessly, a bitter look on his face, while the nearby Rayham said in a deep voice, the young master and I encountered this person not too long ago. As soon as this person saw me, he was so frightened he instantly fled. We encountered him before? Reesgem shook his head. Forget it. He can just consider himself lucky. As I see it, Rayham, you should slightly change your body. Your appearance is simply too easily distinguishable. Linley said with a laugh. The big fellow nodded slightly, then with a sound of acknowledgement, began to shrink from being a giant of 4 meters in height to an ordinary person 2 meters tall. Reesgem winked and laughed. Hey, Hum, in this shape, it's going to be quite hard to sit on your shoulders. Linley immediately thought back to how, when he had first seen Reesgem had been sitting on the giant's shoulders. Reesgem, let's continue to head out. Linley said with a laugh. Right. Reesgem nodded, then gritted his teeth. Hum and I have been in the planar battlefield for many years now, but we only have a single gold badge. This time, we have to get some more. Reesgem and Rayham had both come from the infernal realm, and so belonged to the side of the divine darkness plane. They, too, had crossed the stellar river and arrived on this side. You guys only have one as well? BB couldn't help but laugh. If I had your innate divine ability, I would have killed quite a few commanders already. Reesgem said with a sniff. Enough, let's head out. Linley, the two of us will go this way. Their forces separated once again. Because the geography of the planar battlefield was varied, with tall grass and hills everywhere, at a distance of 3 kilometers, it was generally not possible to see someone else. Whoosh! A cold wind howled drearily, and 2 figures advanced, one in front, one in the back. The leader was a white-robed man with long jade hair that drooped all the way to his waist. He had an astonishingly, breathtakingly beautiful face, and his skin was almost crystalline and translucent, as though he were a jade statue. In addition, in the center of his forehead, there was the seal of a crescent moon. He quietly walked, casually glancing at his surroundings, as though this planar battlefield was his garden. Behind him was a female warrior dressed in armor. "Milord, should we be looking for a place to rest? All of those commanders have hidden themselves deeply. When they see you come, milord, all of them are so terrified they all scamper away," the brown-haired female warrior said with a laugh. The jade-haired, white-robed handsome youth strolled forward and said, "Fine, then let's just look for a place up ahead to rest." It seems as though we don't need to be in a hurry to rest. We have some prey." The white-robed youth's lips crooked upwards, and the crescent moon in his forehead began to glow with green light. Lindley's group had been traveling for half a month now. Although they had encountered a few targets, when they took a close look, they found that the targets were just death god golems. They ran into 5 death god golems, but not a single person who had dared to reveal himself. But Lindley's group wasn't discouraged at all. After all, there were only so many commanders to begin with. Some were in the army camps, while others were in hiding. There weren't many who dared to roam around outside. Those supreme experts, all of them are indeed almost flawless. Lindley chatted with Riesgem quite often over the course of their journey. Only now did Lindley realize that Riesgem actually only had a single sovereign artifact, a sovereign weapon. Only, Riesgem naturally possessed an extremely powerful body and powerful soul. Although his body was inferior to Bibi's, his soul was far more powerful. Riesgem's true body had 108 spikes atop it, and the Amethyst Mountains, which contained vast quantities of amethysts, also had 108 caves. Lindley's guess was, the Redbud Sovereign and the Amethyst Mountains definitely have a unique connection to each other. Riesgem is pretty much the same. I can understand why his soul is so powerful. After all, the Amethyst Mountains are a place where countless amethysts are generated. The Amethyst Mountains also had a large number of amethyst beasts, whose bodies were exceedingly tough. Naturally, Riesgem's body was also tough. On the whole, Riesgem was very balanced. Even if he didn't have a sovereign artifact, he would still be very powerful. Combined with a sovereign artifact, he was able to dominate the planar battlefield. Those sovereign's emissaries who acquire sovereign artifacts use them to cover up their flaws. Lindley understood this principle. While Lindley and Riesgem made their way through the planar battlefield, staring at their surroundings and looking for a target, Lindley suddenly stared towards the front. Up ahead, 2 figures had appeared, one in front, the other behind. The 2 had discovered Lindley and Riesgem as well, and they simply stood there fearlessly, staring at them. "Oh, them?" Riesgem laughed. "A Kluwer, Aokaluwayer, of the Life Realm?" Lindley was startled. A Kluwer was the genius of the divine moon elves, and one of the highly ranked supreme experts of the Life Realm. He trained in the Edicts of Life, and was skilled in soul attacks. He could be considered a perfect counter for Lindley. "Bibi, we have our target. Hurry over." Lindley hurriedly sent through the soul bond. Lindley and Bibi were able to communicate at a very great distance. Even here in the planar battlefield, where divine sense would only stretch for 100 meters, he was still able to easily chat with Bibi at a distance of many kilometers. It must be understood that when Lindley was not even a saint yet and was trapped within the Radiant Temple of the Radiant Church, he was still able to communicate spiritually with Bibi. At that time, Lindley wasn't even capable of making his spiritual sense leave his body. This was one of the benefits of a spirit bond. The planar battlefield. Atop the desolate earth. Lindley and Riesgem on one side, a Kluwer and his companion on the other. The 2 stared at each other. They paused slightly, but in the next instant, the two sides attacked without hesitation. Linley, use your innate divine ability against that woman. Risjem sent out excitedly, while at the same time, without hesitating at all, Risjem transformed into a streak of violet light, shooting towards the front. Understood. Linley hurried forward as well, flying towards the enemies at top speed. Poof! They are looking for death. Kluwer, seeing the two charge towards him, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He just stood there, waiting for them to come. He had planned to attack them, only because he was afraid they would flee. But seeing Linley and Risjem attack, he naturally was more than happy to just wait. Wouldn't it be excellent to just sit here and wait for them to come and be killed instead? Risjem was in front, Linley was behind. When Linley was at a distance of 150 meters from the enemies, Linley's eyes suddenly flashed with azure golden light, while at the same time, an enormous coiling azure dragon phantom that was 1,000 meters long appeared behind Linley. That azure dragon head hovered above Linley, staring at its target. The brown-haired woman. The white-robed elfin youth, Kluwer, was startled. Azure Dragon Clan? He now realized that Linley was using this technique against his servant. However, he still disdainfully stood there. The innate divine ability of the Azure Dragon Clan can at most impact the passage of time. I simply need to make it so that they won't be able to draw close for a short period of time. They can forget about harming my subordinates. The white-robed elfin man's body blurred, and he came attacking towards Risjem. Risjem cracked his lips into a grin. Down. Bang. A violet light exploded forth from Risjem, creating an enormous sphere of hundreds of meters across. A terrifyingly powerful gravity instantly took effect on the body of the elfin man, Kluwer. Kluwer suddenly felt as though his body had become countless times heavier, and he couldn't help but sink downwards. As for Risjem, he waved his hand out. Swish! A blurry light shot out, striking towards the brown-haired female warrior. The brown-haired female warrior seemed to have just recovered from the field of slow time. Faced with this attack, she wasn't able to resist at all, and the blurry light shot directly into her body. The brown-haired female warrior's body trembled slightly, and then collapsed to the ground. Whap! A white badge floated out from her body. So she was this weak. Risjem shook his head disdainfully. Risjem! The elfin man, Kluwer, stood there staring coldly at Risjem, his eyes seemingly filled with rage. You killed my servant. What, do you think you are able to overcome me? No, I don't think I can. Risjem chortled and just stood there, facing the elfin man. Risjem knew how strong Kluwer was. If Linley and Bibi weren't with him, there was no way he would be able to kill Kluwer. At their respective levels, they wouldn't be able to really do anything to each other. Kluwer was only certain of who Risjem was after Risjem spread out his amethyst space. Otherwise, if he had known in advance, Kluwer would have retreated long ago. Although I don't think I can beat you, today, I really want that gold badge of yours, so, sorry. Risjem chortled. Kluwer's face sank, but then he snickered as well. Oh, so you want to kill me and get my gold badge? By relying on who? That Azure Dragon punk behind you? Kluwer didn't care at all about the death of his servant. After all, he had only brought the servant to the planar battlefield to attend to him. For battle, he himself was sufficient. Kluwer looked carefully at Linley, as though wanting to tell how strong Linley was. After all, it seemed as though no one within the Azure Dragon Clan had ever been able to threaten his life. No, I don't have that power. Linley said with a calm laugh. Linley knew as well that this Kluwer was far more powerful than that elfin elder of the 8 great clans who had nearly killed Delia when he had sent her into that coma. In addition, Kluwer had a defensive sovereign artifact. Boss, we're here. Bibi sent mentally. Wait for your chance, then make your move. Linley sent. Risjem, I don't have the time to waste with you. I'm leaving now. Kluwer let out a cold snort, then turned to leave. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures landed on the path behind him, one tall figure and one short figure. It was Rayham and Bibi. Kluwer's eyes narrowed. As he saw it, there were far too few people capable of killing him. He didn't believe the four of them were capable of it. He couldn't help but grow rather angry as he let out a low snort. Riesjem, there's no point in us battling. Your behavior, however, makes me very angry. Today, let's have a little fight. Let's see if your soul attack is stronger, or if mine is. Linley's face changed. He was able to see quite clearly how suddenly, two translucent wings suddenly appeared from Kluwer's back, while at the same time, a dazzling green light shot out from the center of his forehead, instantly transforming into 16 green crescent moons. In a place as dark as this planar battlefield, the light of these green crescent moons was quite dazzling to behold. The 16 green crescent moons shot out in a devilishly arcing line, striking towards Riesjem. Clearly, Kluwer only considered Riesjem to be a threat, and didn't care about the other three at all. This wasn't his fault, he didn't fear any material attacks, and as for soul attacks, that was his specialty. What was there to fear? Over the course of countless years, he had never suffered in a competition in the soul. Hey, elf punk, are you looking down at me? Kluwer didn't even look at Bibi, but suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw an enormous illusion appear. He couldn't help but turn to look, and as he did, the formerly completely confident Kluwer had his face instantly turn white and his eyes become full of terror. How can this be? That's... The enormous illusion of a God-Eater rat had appeared behind Bibi. Innate divine ability, God-Eater. Heh, even I can't block it. You? Block it? Go die. Riesjem, seeing this, laughed. He felt all the more certain that having Linley and Bibi join forces with him was an extremely wise decision. With the God-Eater technique having emerged, Kluwer instantly slumped to the ground. Clink! A gold badge fell out of his body, and a beautiful set of green armor also emerged, falling out of Kluwer. The first battle of their hunting squad was a complete success. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 27, A Change. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 27, A Change. Kluwer's corpse just lay there on the desolate earth. He died. Linley sighed in his heart. Kluwer was an expert on the level of Riesjem. Even high god paragons would find it hard to kill him. Aside from a sovereign acting against him, generally speaking, it would take a group of experts to kill an expert like him. But Bibi's innate divine ability, God-Eater, Linley couldn't help but look towards Bibi. At this moment, Bibi was by the side of the corpse of the elfin Kluwer. He let out a snort. You actually ignored me. Ha, Bibi, you really are the perfect counter to soul specialists who aren't at the paragon level yet. Riesjem laughed while walking over, slapping his arm around Bibi's shoulders. It seems we are a perfect match. Your soul attacks are number 1, and while my material attacks aren't number 1, they are still at the very top. With us joining forces, who can stop us? Riesjem glanced sideways at the corpse on the ground, then snickered. Hey, experts, this is what happens. Now that his most powerful body is dead, even if he has divine clones remaining, how much value could they possibly hold? Right at this moment. Humph. A cold snort rang out. Riesjem suddenly moved, transforming into a violet blur which streaked across the skies. What's going on? Linley hurriedly turned to look as well, only to see Riesjem chasing towards a certain direction, with a black blur fleeing from him. Linley couldn't help but feel shocked. There was someone else nearby? It seems just now, I was so focused on Kluwer that I didn't even notice that someone was snooping nearby. Linley carefully watched Reesjem pursue and attack the fleeing person. Mid-pursuit, Reesjem suddenly emanated a violet light from his body, which formed into his amethyst space. The fleeing black figure immediately began to move much slower, after having been caught by it. Swish! A violet light shot out from Reesjem's hand, shooting forward like a meteor, so fast that the black blur wasn't able to dodge at all. Crackle! The violet light instantly traversed the less than 100 meters of distance that separated Reesjem and the black blur. The nearby space began to ripple like water, and some faint spatial cracks could be seen as well. With a bang sound, the violet light drove into the black blur's body, and it immediately exploded, sending fragments shooting out in every direction, while that violet light finally solidified. This was a fairly short, 1.5 meter long cavalry lance that was completely covered with a dark violet color. But of course, it could also be used as a javelin, or for close quarters combat. A sovereign weapon. Linley understand that this was Reesjem's one and only sovereign weapon. When Reesjem throws this as a javelin, the power is as terrifying as this. It created spatial fractures. Linley clearly remembered how very minute fractures in space had appeared upon the lance being thrown. This was the first time Linley had ever seen someone capable of causing spatial cracks appear, here in the planar battlefield. This Reesjem trains in the edicts of destruction, and his understanding in its profound mysteries is formidable to begin with. He is also very strong as well. Matching that with a sovereign weapon, it truly is as he said, his material attacks, amongst commanders, might not be the best, but it is at the very top. Linley now completely understood how powerful Reesjem was. Soul attacks and material attacks, he approached perfection in both. If one had to point out a weakness, most likely, it was that he was a bit afraid of BB. BB's God-Eater technique was the perfect counter to him, unless Reesjem went and acquired a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Unfortunately, although his mother was a sovereign, she couldn't just give him another one, he needed to acquire more military merits. Mother Fasterisk King, it's a death god golem. Reesjem burst into a torrent of curses as he walked over. It is indeed a death god golem. No point in being angry. Linley said. Who knows where the person behind it is hiding? After realizing how powerful you are, he probably fled long ago. Each time I see a target, kill it, and find out afterwards that it was a death god golem, I feel pissed. Reesjem pointed towards the gold badge on the ground with one finger. There's only a single gold badge, while there are 4 of us. How should we divide it, everyone? Linley and BB couldn't help but look at each other. A commander badge. To Linley, every single commander badge represented that he would be able to save another one of his family or friends. Linley deeply desired to acquire this commander badge, but Linley also understood that since the 4 of them had set up this 4-person hunting squad, they had to abide by the rules of it. He couldn't demand that others give up their spoils of war to him as well. Linley, what do you two think? Reesjem looked over. As Reesjem saw it, there was no need for him to divide between himself and Reham, as the two were very close to each other. Although BB and Linley had just joined the hunting squad, although they were acquaintances, they actually didn't have a very deep relationship yet, and so he couldn't just make a casual decision. Let's do as we said originally. Linley said with a laugh. The 4 of us will divide any rewards equally. However, clearly, we only have a single gold badge here right now. How about this? Reesjem, you and Reham will each have 1 share, while BB and I will have 1 share. I imagine you two won't have any objections to this, right? Of course not. Reesjem laughed as well. Reesjem and Reham wouldn't quibble over military merits, much like how Linley and BB wouldn't either. As for this commander badge, either of our 2 sides can take it. If you take it this time, then we'll take the next one. If we take it this time, then next time, you'll take it. Linley said with a calm laugh. Fine then. Reesjem very straightforwardly reached out with his arm, snatched up the commander badge, then tossed it to Linley. You two just joined our squad, so we'll let you take the first one. The next commander badge we get is ours though. Linley accepted it, not standing on ceremony, and laughed while nodding. Fine. Next one is yours. Linley clenched the gold badge. He couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. Yet another one. Linley wanted to rescue his father, Yale, George, and Dixie, who had also died an unjust death. Dixie was Delia's one and only elder brother, after all. As for those who had died normal deaths, who had died deaths with no regrets, Linley didn't see the need to make them regain their memories. After all, the likes of Uncle Hillman had lived for centuries, with a full house of children and grandchildren. They had lived carefree lives, then died of old age. Since they had died with no regrets, why disturb them in their rest? But as for Yale, George, and his own father Hogg, they had all died miserable, unjust deaths. Linley, it's just a commander badge. Is it really worth you having such a look on your face? The nearby Reesjem couldn't help but smirk while speaking. Linley awoke from his trance. He immediately laughed, then collected the gold badge. I was just thinking about a few things. The nearby BB sighed emotionally as well. Reesjem, you've come here to get enough badges so as to trade for a sovereign artifact, but although the boss and I also have come to acquire enough badges, our purpose is different. You don't understand how important these badges are to my boss. Oh? Reesjem immediately grew surprised. What's so important? BB immediately began to chat in secret with Reesjem, while Linley just shook his head and laughed. Reesjem, what should we do with this sovereign artifact? Linley said. What should we do? Just toss it there. Reesjem said. Linley and BB were both stunned. Toss it? BB said, startled. Reesjem gave it a casual kick, then snorted. Of course. What, do you think we should take it with us? The sovereign will come to reclaim it eventually, anyways. There's no point to taking it with us. In addition, Aklur clearly had other divine clones outside, so there's no way for us to use the sovereign artifact either. There's no point to bringing it. Linley and BB, upon hearing this, couldn't help but trade glances. Still, they had to admit that Reesjem's words were reasonable. Let's go. Keep moving. Reesjem said with a laugh. Given the power of our hunting squad, what have we to fear, here in the planar battlefield? Linley couldn't help but to laugh as well. Their 4-man hunting squad once more headed out, dividing once again into 2 squads, traveling at a distance of 3 kilometers or so. Next to a short hill within the planar battlefield. A golden-haired, black-robed man had a look of astonishment on his face. Who would have imagined that the news which has been circulating amongst the commanders about Beirut having come is false? The person who used that innate divine ability isn't Beirut, it is someone else. Aside from Beirut, there's actually someone else capable of that technique. This is terrible. And, by the look of it, that youngster with the straw hat is completely unrestrained and has no taboos, unlike Beirut who cares greatly about his status, but the person who had used the death god golem and had seen BB kill Aklur was this man. I have to tell my friends about this news. The golden-haired man gritted his teeth, immediately fleeing. Most of the commanders in the planar battlefield, especially those who were within the same alliance, had some degree of pre-existing relationships with each other. They would all share some important news with each other. For example, when BB and Linley had arrived in the planar battlefield, that commander in the headquarters had planned to join forces with Linley and BB, and also provide them with some news. Only, because he didn't recognize the two of them, he didn't do it. The news that the person who used the innate divine ability God-Eater was a youngster who wore a straw hat rather than Beirut quickly spread through the commanders at an astonishing speed. At the sides of the Stellar Sea, within an alliance base. Within an estate formed from elemental essence, a man dressed in sky-blue robes was walking forward with large strides towards the gates. "Milord." the guards at the gates immediately opened it. They all knew that this person was a commander-level expert and a good friend of their own lord. "Bray, Boulay, why did you return?" A red-robed woman within the courtyard was drinking some wine. She smiled as she glanced at the blue-robed man who had walked in. "Didn't you go out to kill a few commanders so as to acquire a few extra badges?" "Not anymore. I didn't expect that yet another variable came into play." The blue-robed man let out a snort, then sat down. Grabbing a bottle of wine, he raised his head and chugged it down. "Variable?" The red-robed woman was puzzled. The blue-robed man grumbled unhappily. "Wasn't there a rumor prior to this that Beirut had come? If it really was Beirut who had come, I wouldn't be afraid. Beirut and I have met before, and we can be considered to have something of a relationship. If I encounter him, he wouldn't act against me. In addition, someone as proud and arrogant as Beirut generally wouldn't lower himself to kill ordinary commanders, so long as they didn't offend him. It's precisely because I was under this impression that I went roaming about the planar battlefield. But who would have imagined that just now, a good friend of mine sent me the news that the person who used the God-Eater innate divine ability wasn't Beirut. It was a youngster wearing a straw hat." The blue-robed man shook his head. "Forget it. I don't have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. It's best if I don't run around outside wildly. If I encounter that youngster, I'll die a damnably unfair death." Hearing this, the red-robed woman understood. "There's a second divine beast, God-Eater rat?" The red-robed woman also understood how grave this news was. Amongst high gods, there were many people who understood how important it was to gain a high degree of insight into the soul, and there were many who were extremely skilled in soul attacks and defenses. Additionally, even amongst sovereign artifacts, soul-protecting sovereign artifacts were the hardest to forge. Generally speaking, even if a sovereign was to give an emissary an artifact, it would only very rarely be a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Thus, soul-protecting sovereign artifacts were exceedingly rare. Additionally, many commanders were extremely confident in their soul defense abilities. For example, the likes of Rischem and Aklur would still be able to hold on, if just barely, against the soul attack of even a high god paragon. As they saw it, there was no point to acquiring a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. It was thus better to acquire a different type of sovereign artifact. But after Beirut suddenly rose to prominence, many people learned that the most terrifying soul attack amongst high gods wasn't that of a high god paragon, rather, it was Beirut's innate divine ability. But given the status which Beirut possessed, he would rarely lower himself to go massacre ordinary commanders. Thus, no one was worried about him. But now, yet another person had emerged who was capable of the God-Eater ability, a person no one knew. Those experts who were neither high god paragons nor had soul-protecting sovereign artifacts, they now began to worry. They no longer dared to confidently wander outside as they previously had. Those who did go outside hid, using death god golems to scout for them. The appearance of this youngster, the red-robed woman began to laugh. There weren't many commanders who dared to freely wander the planar battlefield to begin with. Now, with people like you bowing out as well, most likely, the only people wandering the planar battlefield will either belong to extremely powerful squads or be truly invincible, unbeatable figures. Forget it. Wait for the final battle. I'll acquire the military merits during the final battle. If push comes to shove, I can even wait for the next planar war to finish acquiring enough military merits. Where on earth did this youngster come from? After leaving the planar battlefield, I'll need to make some investigations. The blue-robed man said with a sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 28, 500 Years. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 28, 500 Years. In the desolate wilderness, Linley and Rischem, one tall, the other short, were advancing side by side. What's going on? There's almost no one around. Rishem couldn't help but grumble and curse, his eyes filled with anger as he looked around. It's one thing for those weaker commanders to be hiding, but those fairly powerful ones, when Reham and I were together, we ran into quite a few of them. But now, all of them are missing. The nearby Linley was silent. Linley was beginning to feel frantic as well. He couldn't help but look about at the battlefield, but there was nothing to see, not a single person. The planar battlefield seems to have suddenly grown much more barren. There's not many people visible now. When Bibi and I used Death God golems to lure people in, we still discovered a few people. Linley couldn't understand either what was going on either. It had been 3 years since they had killed that elven male, a Kluwer. It had been 3 full years, but Linley's group hadn't acquired another gold badge. It wasn't that Linley's group had grown soft-hearted, they didn't find any targets they could attack at all. During these 3 years, Linley's had encountered quite a few people, but all of them were either Death God golems or truly supreme experts whom the 4 wouldn't be able to handle at all. But of course, there was also one time when they ran into another squad. That time, Linley's group had prepared to attack, because there were only 2 of them. But just as they were about to attack and to call Bibi to come over, they discovered that 3 more helpers rushed over to join the enemy squad. This squad was actually a 5-person squad. And, in terms of power, 2 were on the same level as Rishem. Once the battle began, perhaps they might be able to kill 1 or 2 of them, but their own side would also lose 1 or 2 people. It wasn't worth it. Linley, Rishem suddenly said amusedly. Hypothetically, if we were to be unable to acquire any commander badges during the remainder of the duration of this planar war, then Reham and I really would have suffered a loss. After all, we gave you the first commander badge. Linley was stunned. All he could do was let out an awkward laugh. I'm kidding. Rishem pulled out a violet fruit, then began to eat it. How could we not acquire any more commander badges? If push comes to shove, we can wait for the final battle of the planar war. The 4 of us will join forces to kill a few more enemy commanders. Given our power, it won't be too hard if we join forces during the chaos of that battle and take advantage of some people. Rishem was clearly quite confident. Linley nodded slightly as well. Although he now had 2 commander badges, he was still some ways off from his target. Boss, we have a target. Bibi's voice suddenly echoed in Linley's mind. Linley's eyes lit up, and he grew excited. Rishem, we have a target. Linley immediately flew towards Bibi's direction. Oh! Rishem hurriedly flew after him as well. But by the time Linley and Rishem got there, they discovered that Bibi and Reham were standing in front of a black-robed figure, whose arms were already torn off, revealing a metallic color beneath his shattered shoulder blades. Bibi, seeing Linley and Rishem arrive, turned and said resignedly, "Boss, it is a Death God golem." Linley and Rishem were rather disappointed, but they had already been prepared for this. After all, the number of times this had occurred over the past 3 years was far too many. This Death God golem actually isn't fleeing. Linley began to laugh. Why flee? It won't be able to escape anyhow. It's just a Death God golem, after all. I have plenty of these toys. In addition, I'm quite curious about the second God-Eater rat to appear in the countless planes of the universe. The metallic golem spoke out, and then looked towards Bibi with curiosity. Might I ask, what is your relationship with Beirut? Linley was startled. How did others know that Bibi was a God-Eater rat? How did you know? Bibi said, surprised. The Death God golem said, of course I know. You used your innate divine ability several times, causing that God-Eater rat illusion to appear. Quite a few people have seen it already. At first, everyone thought it was Beirut, but afterwards, they learned that it was a youngster who wore a straw hat. When I saw you wearing a straw hat, I naturally recognized you. Ah. Bibi was rather stupefied. So it was his straw hat which had betrayed him. Now I get it. No wonder they all went into hiding and didn't dare to show themselves. Reesjem said angrily. Of course nobody dares to show themselves. Everyone knows what Beirut's temperament is like. Even if he came in, we wouldn't be too worried. But this youngster who no one knows is also capable of that technique. Nobody wants to treat their own life and future like a joke. The death god golem said casually. Once one was hit by that technique, one would be finished. Even if they had divine clones in the outside world, they would still topple down from their honored position at the peak of the world of deities. Hurry up and F***ck off. I won't wreck your death god golem. Reesjem said irritably. This really pisses me off. It's hard for me to locate these people, but I didn't expect all of them would hide away. They really are cowards. It wasn't cowardice, though, it was caution. The various commanders had all expended countless amounts of effort to reach their current levels of power. Even if they didn't acquire any military merits in this planar war, they could still go participate in the next one. After all, it occurred every trillion years, with 5 battles each time. To them, military merits were secondary concerns, their lives were the most important. Once their most powerful clones died, they would be finished. What should we do now? The normally taciturn Reham knew that the situation looked bad as well. What can we do? Reesjem chewed on his lips. It was such a rare stroke of fortune for me to get Bibi's assistance. I really wanted to dominate those people, but all of them went into hiding. Fine, then. Let's all find a place to rest as well. After we are finished resting, when the final battle occurs, we'll all emerge and slaughter them viciously. We'll acquire more military merits then. That's all we can do. Bibi said resignedly. Linley frowned slightly. Although other commanders might not care too much about how many military merits they acquired, as they could acquire more in the next planar war, Linley had no time to waste. Linley had to acquire sufficient military merits during this planar war. But, with so many people in hiding, what could he do? As I see it, let's go find a place to rest while at the same time, use our death god golems to lure people close. If we can lure in 1 or 2 commanders, that'd be good. Linley said. Right, makes sense. There are another 8 centuries from now till the end of this planar war. It really is possible for us to attract some people over the next 8 centuries. Reesjem nodded in approval. Alright, enough thinking about it then. Let's go find a place to rest. Bibi was the first to move forward. Linley's group casually selected a tall mountain. By relying on Rayam's supreme technique, they set up a cave estate. Linley's group of 4 thus began to live here peacefully. As for controlling the death god golem to attract people, this mission was handed over to Bibi and Rayam, while Reesjem completely focused on training. As for Linley, naturally, he was more than happy to seize the opportunity to train hard. The planar battlefield fell into a period of strange tranquility. Aside from a few rare squads of extremely powerful experts, virtually all of the other solitary commanders went into hiding. Most were waiting for the final battle. Some were waiting to leave after the final battle, while others were waiting to participate. Although the final battle would be dangerous if the commanders were cautious, they would have a survival rate much higher than that of ordinary soldiers. 500 years silently slipped away peacefully. The tall, desolate mountain. Within the quiet cave estate. Reesjem, Bibi, and Rayam were seated next to each other, drinking wine, eating fruit, and chatting casually. Linley really is too hardworking in his training. Reesjem couldn't help but glance outside towards a distant courtyard, where Linley was currently seated in the meditative position. It's good to be hardworking, but you have to take a rest. As Reesjem spoke, he took a huge bite of the fruit. My boss? Of course he is hardworking when training. Naturally, his training speed will be fast as well. Bibi said smugly. The habitually taciturn Rayam gave a rare nod and said, this Linley's training speed really is astonishing. It really is. Nearly 4 centuries ago, when Linley woke up, he said that he had already begun to completely fuse 4 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. And how many years has this kid been training for? Just 2,000 years. How many years have I been training for? I've only fused 5 profound mysteries, myself. Rees-Jem said with a smirk. Bibi just rubbed his nose, not saying a single thing. In their 4-person hunting squad, he was the only one who had no right to say a single thing when the topic of conversation was fusing profound mysteries. Rees-Jem and Raham had both fused 5 profound mysteries. Naturally, though, this was related to the fact that they had been training for far too long a period of time. Linley had trained for just 2,000 years, but had nearly fused 4 profound mysteries as well. But him? He hadn't fused a single thing. Humph. My innate divine ability is powerful though. This was how Bibi mentally consoled himself. Right at this moment, a terrifyingly powerful divine sense swept past their cave estate. Rees-Jem, Raham, and Bibi's faces changed. Even the training Linley opened his eyes, staring towards the outside in amazement. Whoosh! Rees-Jem and the other 2 immediately flew to the outside courtyard. Someone was able to use his divine sense to investigate inside. How terrifying! Rees-Jem said in a low voice. It is either a soul mutate expert or a high god paragon. Raham said. Linley was stunned as well. It must be understood that this cave estate was in the heart of this tall mountain. Even the corridor which led from the cave to the outside was 100 meters long. For someone to sweep the cave estate with divine sense meant that the divine sense stretched to hundreds of meters. Linley had refined countless amethysts, but his divine sense only stretched to 100 meters. At such a great distance, there were only 2 possibilities. A soul mutate or a high god paragon. Of course, a sovereign could also use his own sense, but Linley's group wouldn't be able to sense it at all if that had happened. Right. Linley's group of 4 emerged from the estate and looked towards the corridor that led to the outside world. In the vast, empty corridor, there was a single figure who was walking in towards them. This person was dressed in a long white robe, had white hair, and white brows. His white brows were nearly vertical, and his eyes were extremely long and slanted, and seemed to shoot out a freezing light. Just by walking forward, this white-robed, white-browed man made others feel an unconscious veneration towards him. Him. Linley's face turned ugly. This person had once roamed the infernal realm, and had been known as the Bloodwind Fiend. The meaning of this nickname was that when the wind arose, blood would fly into the air, and people would die. Bayer, Bai. What are you doing here? Rees-Jem frowned, and a violet light emerged from his body. Oh, Rees-Jem. The white-robed, white-browed man let out a calm chuckle. Although Bayer had adventured through the infernal realm in the past, the many experts of the universe all believed that Bayer had come from the divine plane of wind, and that he was one of the supreme, king-like figures of that plane. Because this person had already reached the paragon level. What has a high god paragon come for? Linley felt rather nervous. High god paragons were truly frightening. I didn't expect you'd come to the planar battlefield as well, Bayer. Rees-Jem said with a calm laugh. Originally, I had no plans to come here. The planar wars hold no meaning for me. However, I owed Akluer a favor. This Bayer said calmly. Akluer's most powerful life-type divine clone was killed by you, so he asked me to help him get revenge. Bayer said calmly, I don't like owing favors. And so, I came to the planar battlefield. The faces of Linley and the other 3 changed greatly. So Bayer had actually come at the request of Akluer. You actually owed him a favor? Rees-Jem frowned. High god paragons had already reached the peak of the universe. It was very rare for them to owe someone a favor, but once they did, they would definitely repay it. The 3 of you don't matter. I only need to kill one person.
Bayer calmly stretched out his right hand, his crystalline finger pointing towards Bibi.
Him.
He was the one who killed Auklur.
I will only kill him. Linley instantly grew frantic. Riesjem just laughed calmly. Bayer, do you know what sort of relationship he has to Beirut? Beirut? Bayer said calmly. Although he is hard to deal with, even if I do kill his grandson, what will he, Beirut, be able to do to me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 29, 4 Against 1. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 29, 4 Against 1.
In terms of fame, Bayer's fame had shaken the various realms countless years before Beirut had appeared.
As a high god paragon, he was someone whom even the sovereigns would fight over to make an emissary. After having been at the very peak of power for so many years, how could he possibly fear Beirut? More importantly, deep in his heart, Bayer actually somewhat looked down upon Beirut. Beirut hadn't reached the high god paragon level, but because his body was simply too powerful and his innate divine ability was too monstrous, even if he encountered paragons such as Bayer, Beirut wouldn't be any weaker. Many commanders, in fact, feared Beirut even more than Bayer. He just relies on his innate divine ability. That's what Bayer believed. Within the mountain cave estate, Bayer was there by himself, against Riesjem, Linley, and the other two. The atmosphere, however, clearly seemed to indicate that Bayer held the advantage. This is trouble. Linley was extremely panicked. Boss, if we can't beat him, then run. Perhaps we'll be able to throw him off. Bibi sent mentally. But boss, this paragon is very terrifying. Don't try to hold on if you can't, what matters is preserving your own life. Linley gave Bibi a glance. When Linley had been 8 years old, Bibi had begun to follow him. Even if he had to die, Linley wouldn't abandon Bibi. Bayer. Linley stared at Bayer, feeling resentment in his heart. If he had the power that Beirut had, then today, he wouldn't be so helpless. What the hell is Auklur doing? He was killed in the planar battlefield, and then asked someone to get revenge for him? He really mother Fasterus king. Riesjem cursed, his violet pupils still staring fixedly at Bayer. He called out in a shrill voice, Bayer, listen up. The person you want to kill belongs to my squad. It was my squad which worked together to kill Auklur. If you want to kill, then you'll have to kill all 4 of us. Bayer's forehead creased slightly. Those 2 forceful white brows seemed as sharp as knives, and a baleful aura began to gather between them. Riesjem, don't get involved. Bayer said coldly. To kill an entire squad? Kill all 4 of them? No matter what, Bayer wouldn't have the courage to kill Riesjem. That was the only child of the Redbud Sovereign. If the enraged Redbud Sovereign truly wished to kill him, although he, Bayer, as a high god paragon, had the ability to stay alive and flee, his only option would be to flee into a material plane. He didn't want to have to forever hide within a material plane. Auklur was killed by this god-eater rat. Today, I am only killing him as well. The 3 of you, off to one side. Bayer's voice was fierce, and his narrow eyes seemed like the savage, sinister eyes of a lone wolf. Crackle, Linley's body suddenly became covered with azure golden draconic scales, while at the same time, his body moved slightly to stand in front of Bibi. Linley just stood there, staring at Bayer fixedly. Boss. Bibi actually laughed. He wanted to make Linley leave, but Linley's reaction was exactly what Bibi had thought it would be. Over the course of countless years, during each life and death crisis, neither the 2 brothers had ever fled and left the other behind. Riesjem and Reham moved slightly as well to block in front of Bibi. Thank you. Bibi laughed. For what? We're brothers. You and me, together, form a powerful team. we can't possibly do without you. Rees-Jem chortled. Bayer couldn't help but frown.
The three in front of him had clearly already made their decisions. They clearly weren't willing to just think of their own good, but... I always hear people talk about how incredible paragons are, but I've never given one a try.
Rees-Jem snickered. The other three were prepared to fight at any moment as well. Very well, Bayer said calmly.
His lips were very thin, making him look very mean and sinister. Linley was staring at Bayer the entire time, but suddenly, Linley felt his vision grow blurry. The white-robed man that had been tens of meters away suddenly turned into a blur.
Linley, Rees-Jem, and Raham weren't able to react before the white-robed man's figure charged into their midst. His speed was incredible. He was definitely the most terrifyingly fast person Linley had ever seen.
The wind element specialized in speed to begin with. One could only imagine how fast a paragon of wind was.
Too fast.
I couldn't see his body clearly at all.
Linley's face changed. He couldn't even see the enemy movements. How, then, was he supposed to fight back or to block? Blackstone space. Linley had no other choice.
The only thing he could do was to execute his Blackstone space, and a blurry earthen yellow light instantly filled the courtyard. Not just him, actually, Rees-Jem was also badly startled by Bayer's speed, and had also hurriedly set up an amethyst space.
The two spaces intersected, but the gravitational power didn't multiply, rather, the stronger amethyst space held sway. HRM. Bayer's terrifying speed suddenly slowed down. However, currently, Bayer had already reached BB's side.
Because of the amethyst space and Blackstone space, BB was now able to clearly see that Bayer had already reached him. Bayer himself couldn't help but frown slightly as his speed slowed drastically, but he still struck out with the edge of his right palm like a blade, casually chopping down towards BB.
BB.
Linley, Rees-Jem, and Raham weren't able to rescue him at all at this moment.
It seemed like a very ordinary palm blow.
That crystalline, almost jade-like palm landed towards BB, but the strange thing was, space didn't even ripple.
It seemed as though the air itself had calmed down. BB was so terrified, his face changed dramatically. Boss, I can't move.
What a powerful restrictive force. BB's body was unable to make any large movements, he was just barely able to raise that Godspark dagger, but the powerful restrictive force made it so that he wouldn't be able to block with it, even though it was in his hand. BB's voice rang out in Linley's mind.
What? Can't move? Linley wasn't able to react in time.
Watching the palm blow descend, BB only had one option, using his supreme technique, his innate divine technique. An enormous illusion of a God-Eater rat appeared behind BB, and the effects of his innate divine ability, God-Eater, immediately took effect on Bayer.
Even though I won't be able to kill you with it, at least I'll make you suffer a bit. This was what BB thought. At the same instant he used his technique, Bayer's palm blow landed as well. Chop! That jade-like palm chopped down at the center of BB's chest. With a tremendous bang.
Sound, a very low sound rumbled. Like a bubble being popped, when the palm blow descended, the formerly stilled space suddenly tore apart, and right in front of the palm, a terrifying spatial rip that was multiple meters long suddenly appeared. This was the planar battlefield. And yet, such an enormous spatial tear had been created.
Bang!
Without being able to resist at all, BB was knocked flying backwards, smashing into the rocky mountainside. With a boom sound, the Rocky Mountain terrace suddenly had a meter-wide crevice appear, and the entire side of the mountain cracked as large amounts of rubble flew out. As for BB, the force of this palm blow had knocked him completely out of the 100+ meters thick mountain.
Hurry up, let's go! Rees-Jem hurriedly sent mentally. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!
Linley, Raham, and Rees-Jem flew out through the tunnel at almost the same instant towards the outside.
Bayer didn't stop them.
He just laughed calmly, and then his body swayed before he too disappeared from the courtyard.
As Linley's group of 3 flew out, then saw the distant BB.
The clothes BB wore, formed out of energy to begin with, had all blown apart, and a terrifying, clearly visible white scar was on BB's chest.
Linley, seeing the situation, couldn't help but feel relieved. BB's material defense truly is formidable.
Bayer, although powerful, isn't as powerful as the Sovereign had been. A casual blow from one of the branches of the abyssal fruit tree had caused BB's skin to split and his flesh to tear. Clearly, Bayer was a bit weaker. However, that palm blow of his had actually caused BB to be bound and unable to move, and had even created such an enormous rift in space. One could imagine how terrifying the attack power had been. Fortunately, the recipient of that palm edge blow was BB. If it had been someone else, that person probably wouldn't have been able to take a single blow.
That freak! We aren't able to hold him off. Let's hurry and flee. Rhysgem hurriedly sent through divine sense.
In the past, they had heard talk of how formidable high god paragons were, but hadn't personally seen one in action. That simple blow, however, had caused Rhysgem to no longer have any confidence to fight.
His material defense wasn't as monstrous as BB's. The material defense of God-Eater rats really lives up to its name. A calm voice rang out.
Linley and the other 3 were stunned. They realized that Bayer's white-robed figure had appeared in midair.
Linley's heart sank. It makes sense.
Given the power which Bayer displayed, even if we use Sovereign's might, we would at most be able to fight on par with him.
There's no way we would be able to escape his attacks.
Bayer's speed was a source of tremendous pressure for the others. My material attacks in the wind style and the destruction style can both be considered to be at the pinnacle. Bayer calmly swept the 4 with his gaze. I didn't expect that blow of mine wouldn't be able to break through the defense of a God-Eater rat.
Very well, then, God-Eater rat kid, I rarely use my sovereign weapon.
Today, I will use my sovereign weapon to send you on your way. I refuse to believe that your defense will be able to withstand my most powerful sword attack. Linley, BB, Rhysgem, and Rhysgem were all stunned. Bayer waved his hand, and within it, a long sword that was as thin as the wings of a cicada appeared, glowing with green light. Linley's heart clenched.
Bayer wasn't a divine beast, his body was ordinary.
But by relying on his understanding of the profound mysteries as a paragon, Bayer's casual palm blows had already reached such a terrifying level.
If he then used a sovereign artifact to use his most powerful attack, would BB's defense still be able to withstand it?
Linley didn't have any confidence in that at all.
Sovereign weapon?
Rhysgem's eyes instantly turned as round as the moon, and then he shouted explosively through divine sense, "Flee, quick, flee!" Rhysgem's body once more emanated his amethyst space, covering Linley, BB, and Rhysgem. Immediately, their 4-person squad, ignoring all else, frantically fled towards the Stellar River.
Fleeing? Bayer let out a disdainful laugh. Flee by relying on speed? That was impossible.
Whoosh! Bayer's body flickered, and he immediately moved to pursue.
A dazzling amethyst space spread out.
Linley, Rhysgem, and the other 2 were at the center of the amethyst space and continued to flee into the distance.
Rhysgem also helped BB increase his speed. Rhysgem, we are just going to flee, like this? Linley sent frantically through divine sense.
The only method now is to flee to the Stellar River. And then, we'll find a safe path through the Stellar River to the center, then hide in one of the giant floating boulders. At that time, when Bayer comes over, we'll knock him directly into one of the spatial tiers. We won't be able to kill him, but we'll be able to make him disappear forever within the spatial tear.
Rhysgem sent mentally. However, I don't know if we'll make it to the Stellar River.
Linley had no other ideas either.
Rhysgem's method was indeed their only option. Ha, Rhysgem, using your gravitational space against me is useless.
Wild, confident laughter rang out in Linley's mind.
right at this moment.
Linley and the other three, who were keeping a close watch on Bayer at all times, realized that he had flown in front of them. A wild burst of energy blasted forth from Bayer, instantly causing an area within 1,000 meters to instantly begin to spatially distort as the wild energy waves lashed about. Linley's group of 4 could feel the effects of this technique as space itself seemed to constrict them. How is this possible? Linley also trained in the laws of the wind, and knew that of the 9 great profound mysteries, there were the profound mysteries of spatial wind, but that sort of restrictive power was negligible for high gods. But who would have imagined that when a high god paragon used this technique, even Rishem would be affected? Their speed slowed dramatically. Swoosh! Bayer flew directly into the amethyst space. Although his speed dropped, he was still much faster than Linley's group of 4 now was while under the spatial binding. Bayer flew at high speed towards Bibi, but he lowered his head to look down at the sovereign artifact in his hand, as though it was a dear lover of his. Bayer very casually swung out with his sovereign weapon, and instantly, the already distorted space tore apart like a piece of rotten cloth. A terrifying spatial tear that was 100 meters long suddenly appeared. This 100-meter-long spatial tear was a rip in space that was a finger thick. Following the movements of the sovereign weapon, it landed directly on the body of Bibi, who had been unable to dodge. At the same time, the sovereign weapon shot out in every direction with arrow-like rays of energy, each of which caused minute spatial fractures. Slash! A thin fracture slashed past Linley, who wasn't able to dodge. It very easily tore through Linley's draconic scale defense. A large chunk of flesh and bone was directly torn from Linley's arm. But Linley's attention was completely focused on Bibi. His face changed dramatically. Bibi. Linley was only hit by the side effects of the attack, but Bibi was hit by the sovereign weapon head-on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 30, Canteen. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 30, Canteen? What a terrifying fellow! Bibi was utterly frightened as well. That palm-edge blow from earlier had already made him feel great danger. Bibi himself knew that this full-force sword blow from a sovereign weapon was something which Beirut might be able to deal with bare-handed, were he here, due to his insights into the profound mysteries. But Bibi was no Beirut. He definitely wouldn't be able to take it head-on so easily. My insights into the laws are far too inferior to Grandpa's. I'd best not try to push it. Bibi didn't hesitate at all. As that sword chopped down, within his sea of consciousness, an adorable little god-eater rat instantly activated a drop of destruction-type sovereign's might. Bibi had 2 bodies as well. One was his divine darkness clone, while the other was his saint-level original body. Only, the saint-level original body remained in the shape of a god-eater rat. It was much like how Beirut's 3 sons all had original bodies that were in the form of rats. Normally, the original bodies were merged into the divine clones. Bibi understood that if his divine darkness clone died, his original body would unquestionably die as well. Boom! A black light emerged, covering Bibi's entire body as he was once more knocked away at high speed, smashing viciously into the ground. With a bang sound, a deep crevice appeared in the earth. But his body wasn't damaged at all. Thank goodness. Linley let out a sigh of relief. Rishem, Reham, and Linley all flew towards Bibi at high speed. Bibi. Linley hurriedly helped Bibi up. Haha, boss, I'm fine. He wasn't even able to scratch me. Bibi chortled. However, Linley, Rishem, and Reham didn't relax their vigilance. Bibi had used up a drop of sovereign's might in order to escape the earlier tribulation. Linley couldn't help but to look back towards Bayer, who stood there not moving. Bayer was looking at Bibi with curiosity. Sovereign's might? Bayer wasn't angry at all. God-eater rats really are an incredible type of divine beasts. One worthy of me using a drop of sovereign's might as well.
Bang!
A faint green light suddenly erupted forth like flames from Bayer's body, but then retracted back into it. Not a single hint of it was dissipating. Clearly, as a high god paragon, he could perfectly control Sovereign's might. This scene caused Linley and the other three to feel terror in their hearts.
He is using Sovereign's might as well. Linley called out mentally in alarm. Not just a sovereign weapon, but also using Sovereign's might. Riesjem was so angry, he wanted to curse. For Bayer to do this was absolutely too abusive. Bayer actually had a hint of a smile on his lips. He looked at Bibi. To let me use both a sovereign weapon and Sovereign's might, even in death, you should feel proud. After speaking, his body once more flickered forward. Although Riesjem's amethyst space was always active, Bayer's speed was still so fast that Linley and the other two weren't able to block at all. Although no aura of sovereign power emanated from Bayer's body, he clearly had already used it. He used Sovereign's might. Bibi won't be able to hold on. Linley worried mentally. Immediately, an enormous coiling azure dragon phantom appeared in the air behind Linley. At this critical moment, not hesitating at all, Linley used his own innate divine ability, Dragon Roar. Bayer's soul heard the roar of the dragon as well. Unconsciously, Bayer's body paused for a moment, but afterwards, Bayer's speed returned to normal. That bit of influence was negligible for him. Linley felt sourness as well. Bibi's innate divine ability isn't capable of doing anything to a high god paragon, and it seems this technique of mine is also negligible for him. Linley had a certain feeling that when he used this technique against Bayer, it was like he was an ant trying to shake a tree. Perhaps this was a very special ant, but the only result was that the leaves of the tree trembled slightly. Bibi. Linley felt agonized at his helplessness, and his soul howled in misery. Shkree-ee. An exceedingly ear-piercing howl rang out, carrying a certain wild savagery. Bang! Space twisted and coiled about, and then multiple spatial tears appeared. Bibi was once again knocked backwards, blood flying everywhere. Seeing the brilliant blood, Linley's face instantly turned white. Before this, he had still held some hope, but Linley didn't actually despair yet either. Because he could still feel Bibi's existence. Ha, you want to kill me? Grandpa's words really were correct. We God-eater rats have the #1 defensive strength in all the planes of the universe. If I don't use Sovereign's might, my body is like a divine spark. After using Sovereign's might, there is no high god capable of killing me. Bibi called out, seeming to be rather crazed. Linley discovered, to his astonishment, that although Bibi's chest did indeed have a wound carved into it, with fresh blood flowing, the wound wasn't too deep. How can that be? Bayer stared at Bibi in astonishment. His full-strength sword blow still wasn't able to kill him? Oof. My muscles and my skin are equally tough, but the hardest part of my body is my bones. The bones throughout my body are infused with a large amount of divine spark essence. Just now, I was afraid, because in the past, when that sovereign badly injured me with one blow, my bones were broken. I thought that after using Sovereign's might and with a sovereign weapon, your attack would be comparable to that sovereign's attack. Bibi boasted. Although Beirut had previously told Bibi how terrifyingly great the defensive power of a god-eater rat was, and although Bibi had always been very self-confident. At the Abyssal Mountain, his defenses were easily shattered by the Abyssal Fruit Tree, and even his bones had been broken. This caused Bibi to begin to doubt himself. As he saw it, a high god paragon, using a sovereign weapon with Sovereign's might, should be comparable to a casual blow from a sovereign. But now, it seemed that although the attack power of a high god paragon was indeed terrifying, compared to a sovereign, he was still vastly inferior. Ha, formidable, formidable. Riesjem began to laugh delightedly as well. Bibi, you thought just because he used Sovereign's might and a sovereign weapon that he would be comparable to a sovereign? Then you are ridiculously mistaken. High gods, compared to sovereigns, are far, far too weak.
BB, what makes sovereigns so powerful isn't their sovereign artifacts or their sovereign power, rather, it is their will. An attack that contains a sovereign's will is a truly terrifying attack. Linley and BB were both stunned.
A sovereign's will? Will was something that was incorporeal, how could it be powerful?
Aside from high god paragons, if a sovereign wishes to kill a high god, there's no need to even lift a finger.
The sovereign only needs to wish it.
That's what a sovereign's will is. Reesgem laughed loudly. A high god that uses sovereign's might and a sovereign using sovereign's might, the difference in power is more 10,000 times, because of the will of the sovereign.
Linley now understood.
He had heard long ago that a sovereign could kill a high god with but a thought, and that only high god paragons could slightly resist.
At that time, Linley hadn't understood, how could a high god be killed by a mere thought? Why?
So it seemed that there was something known as the sovereign's will which existed.
The will of a sovereign is this powerful? Linley didn't understand why. But Linley didn't have time to ask Reesgem.
Because at this moment, Bayer's face finally grew solemn.
He stared coldly at BB. God-eater rats refine divine spark essences to strengthen their own body.
As far as material defenses go, amongst all the varied divine beasts, you God-eater rats truly can be ranked number 1.
I admit that I won't be able to injure you with material attacks. Then, listen to a song of mine. As soon as his words fell,
Linley, Reesgem, BB, and Reham began to hear a certain melody in their minds. That song constantly echoed throughout their mind, carrying with it a strange, magical power. When he first heard it, Linley was able to resist for a second or two, but after that, he became entranced by the music and entered a dazed state.
And, as soon as he heard that song,
Linley's divine clone had immediately, unstintingly, used up a drop of water-type sovereign's might. Linley's earth-type sovereign's might had been used up long ago, and he only had 2 drops of water-type sovereign's might. By using up a drop now, he would only have 1 more remaining. Of the group of 4, only a single person immediately regained his faculties after being momentarily dazed.
That was Reesgem. His accomplishments in the soul were exceedingly great.
Linley, Reham, and BB had all entered a dazed state, but fortunately enough for Linley and Reham, Bayer didn't want to kill them, just make them dazed. As for BB, just as his soul entered a dazed state, he also began to suffer a strange soul attack.
Logically speaking, in a dazed state, one wouldn't know to use sovereign's might to resist.
Generally speaking, when faced with the soul attack of a high god paragon, the result would be death.
However, Bayer, enough.
Reesgem growled, launching a soul attack towards Bayer as well.
How can this be?
Bayer paused his attack as well. Linley, BB, and Reham regained their mental clarity, and Linley felt cold sweat drip down his back. Even after using sovereign's might, I wasn't able to resist.
However, I didn't die. It seems he didn't attack.
Linley understood that without him actively controlling his damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact, it definitely wouldn't be hard for this person to kill him.
But he hadn't died. Clearly, Bayer didn't want to kill him. How can this be? You have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact?
Bayer looked at BB.
BB shook his head.
I just have a soul-protecting artifact.
Impossible. A soul-protecting artifact capable of blocking my soul nirvana melody? You definitely have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Bayer wasn't willing to believe it. Bayer now had finally lost his earlier confidence. He stared at BB. How can you have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact? You are a sovereign's emissary? BB shook his head. Soul-protecting sovereign artifact? Grandpa told me that it was a soul-protecting artifact. BB didn't understand it. Linley finally relaxed.
Whether it was a soul-protecting artifact or a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, clearly, Bayer wasn't able to do anything to Bibi. Although Bayer was terrifying, and most likely would be able to easily kill Linley, Rishjem, or Reham, he wasn't able to kill Bibi. Bibi's material defense and soul defense had both reached monstrous levels. According to legends, the Bloodridge sovereign bestowed a soul-protecting sovereign artifact to Beirut. I didn't expect that he would actually transfer it to you. Bayer laughed coldly. Everyone knew that Beirut had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, but Bayer now believed that Beirut had actually transferred the soul-protecting sovereign artifact to Bibi. Hey, what else are you going to do? You aren't able to kill Bibi. Aren't you going to leave? Rishjem snorted. Bayer took a deep breath, regaining his calm. If I'm not able to kill him, then I will push him into a region of chaotic space, Bayer said coldly, while stretching out his hands. He was standing in midair, and suddenly, with him at the center, multiple strands of faint green energy ribbons sprang out from his hands. Those 100-plus-100-meter energy ribbons all coiled towards Bibi. Push him into chaotic space? Linley was stunned as well. Rohea Wayer, Rishjem suddenly let out an absolutely enraged growl, and behind Rishjem, the illusion of an enormous monster that was over 100 meters tall suddenly appeared. This monster had 108 spikes on its back, and was a monster that Linley was very familiar with. It looked just like the juvenile amethyst beast Linley had previously seen. Instantly, 108 rays of violet light exploded forth from Rishjem's body, each filled with black-colored sovereign power. With Rishjem at the center, those rays of violet light completely covered and surrounded Linley, Bibi, and Reham, actually forming a black, spherical cocoon which was covered with violet light. Amethyst Rampart. Bayer frowned. The amethyst space was actually just an innate supreme technique of Rishjem's. In truth, it couldn't be considered a divine ability. Divine abilities consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. This amethyst rampart was Rishjem's true, innate divine ability. Once this technique appeared, there was no way for Bayer to break through the amethyst rampart for now as well. Moments later, the amethyst rampart disappeared. The amethyst rampart couldn't actually be sustained for very long. Rishjem, it seems you insist on protecting this god-eater rat, Bayer said coldly. Fine, then. I admit that with this god-eater rat having used Sovereign's might, I'm unable to kill him. However, once his Sovereign's might dissipates, I refuse to believe that he'll be able to escape my sword again. Given the speed of my sword, I trust that you won't be able to block at all. Linley frowned. Bayer's words were reasonable. Although Bibi had used a drop of Sovereign's might, it was constantly dissipating. Soon, it would be completely gone. Bibi's material defense was indeed strong, but when he used Sovereign's might, his defense was still breached. He had to rely on his bones to take the blow head-on. But if Bibi didn't have any Sovereign's might left, while Bayer was still able to perfectly control his own Sovereign's might without wasting it, given that Bayer would be able to use it for a very long time, when Bibi's ran out, would Bibi be able to block? Boss. I've been eating divine sparks for many years, but the number that I've eaten isn't enough yet. My bones aren't as tough as Grandpa's yet. If I don't use Sovereign's might, while that Bayer uses both a sovereign weapon and sovereign power, my skull probably wouldn't be able to resist that sword of his. Bibi sent frantically. Linley began to feel nervous as well. Bibi's sovereign power was constantly dissipating. But Bayer? Not a hint of it was leaking out. How were they supposed to compete against him? Rishjem stared. What, you want to compete with me in seeing who has more Sovereign's might? Bayer was startled. Rishjem turned towards Linley and Bibi and laughed. Linley, Bibi, I forgot to tell you something after you two joined my hunting squad. Since you two are members of my squad now, I, as the captain, should treat you without holding anything back. As he spoke, Rishjem made a tossing motion, and two rays of violet light flew towards Linley and Bibi.
Linley and Bibi immediately stretched their hands out to receive it. Linley lowered his head to look at it. It was a canteen that was completely made out of carved amethysts. This sort of canteen, although quite intricately designed, was familiar to Linley. When he had been in the Yulan continent, ordinary soldiers would always carry these types of canteens with them. Is this a water canteen? Linley was puzzled. Linley reached out with his divine sense, passing through the obstruction of the amethysts, to inspect the insides of the canteen. And when he did, he was badly shocked. Gah! Destruction-type sovereign's might? This, an entire canteen? Bibi called out in shock as well. Linley was similarly stunned. He, too, realized that this canteen was actually filled with liquefied sovereign's might. An entire canteen full of it. Take it. The young master gave me a canteen as well, Rayham said. Linley and Bibi stared towards Risjem, stunned. Risjem snickered, then waved his hand. Just take it. It's just destruction-type sovereign's might. My mother has plenty of it. She has an entire lake filled with it, so I filled a few canteens with it. I have plenty. You keep it. Those Redbud Army soldiers have a salary. You guys are my squadmates, and this can be considered your salary. To Risjem, the only son of a sovereign, of course this was something that didn't matter much. Sovereigns agreed amongst themselves to only give a single sovereign artifact to deities, but there was no limit to the amount of sovereign's might they could bestow. A canteen? Linley felt his head grow dizzy. Sovereign's might was normally measured out by the drop. A canteen of sovereign's might? How many drops is that? Linley couldn't even imagine it. Bayer felt a headache as well. Good heavens! He was a high god paragon, true, but although a sovereign might give him some sovereign's might, the sovereign naturally wouldn't treat him as she might treat her own son, filling an entire lake with sovereign's might and letting her son take as much of it as he wanted. Compete with the son of a sovereign in sovereign's might? Bayer felt resigned. Risjem rubbed his nose. Bayer, my divine clone had already informed my mother of what is going on here. Although my mother won't be able to make it here immediately, she can arrange for some people to come. I imagine that as time goes on, my mother will personally come to the planar battlefield. Sovereigns generally wouldn't interfere in the matters of high gods. But it was only natural for a sovereign to interfere when her own son was in danger. And not all sovereigns were the same. Generally speaking, if an ordinary person became a sovereign, that person might have countless children and so wouldn't care too much about them. But the Redbud sovereign was like a divine beast, an exceedingly rare, unique individual. She had only a single son. Phew! Bayer shook his head and laughed bitterly. This God-eater rat's defense is indeed powerful. Although I'm not able to kill him, I don't consider it as being a loss of face. At least I tried. There's nothing a Kluwer will be able to say to me. Bayer gave Risjem's group a final glance, and then his body flickered and disappeared as he left. Linley and Bibi each held a canteen, staring as Bayer departed. Ah, he finally left. Risjem let out a long breath. A high god paragon. I was afraid that this fellow would go crazy. Fortunately, I managed to scare him off. Risjem was frightened as well. If Bayer really did go crazy and decide to kill them all, Risjem wouldn't even have time to cry. At worst, Bayer would just have to hide in a material plane and never go to the divine planes or the higher realms again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 31, The Number 1 Clan. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 31, The Number 1 Clan. After Bayer left, Linley let out a sigh of relief as well. Compared to a high god paragon, I most likely would only be able to preserve my life if I had a defensive sovereign artifact and a soul-protecting sovereign artifact.
Linley had been rendered speechless by Bayer's attack power, and the constrictive power of it had been able to cause space itself to twist and distort. The disruptive power exceeded even Reichgem's amethyst space. Upon encountering a paragon, only someone like BB, whose material defense and soul defense were both at the very peak, would be capable of staying alive.
Wait.
Even if my defenses are powerful, Bayer would probably still be able to throw me into a field of spatial chaos. When Linley thought of this, he felt all the more terrified by the might of a paragon. Previously, Linley had seen quite a few experts who had fused 5 profound mysteries. Linley had thought a paragon would be powerful, but not ridiculously so.
But upon encountering one, Linley realized.
Paragons, just by waving their hands, could easily cause space to twist and distort, and tear the world apart. Between fusing 5 profound mysteries and becoming a paragon, there was a massive, qualitative rise in power.
Bayer won't come again, will he? A low voice rang out. Linley turned his head to look. The speaker was the big fellow, Reham.
BB, some dirt and dust on his face, said quickly, "Of course not.
He is a paragon, after all. Since he left, how could he come back?
Even if he came back, I'm not afraid of him." BB's words caused Linley, Reichgem, and Reham to all look at him.
You aren't afraid?
Reichgem had a rather disbelieving tone to his voice. Actually, Reichgem himself was afraid.
If Bayer truly went insane, he could kill Reichgem, Reham, and Linley, then drag BB into a region of chaotic space.
The price would just be that he would face the pursuit and attack of the Redbud Sovereign, and would have to forever hide within a material plane. Reichgem was afraid, and Linley and Reham felt the same way. In front of Bayer, they weren't able to resist at all.
BB, unafraid?
Stared at by the other 3, BB let out an awkward laugh.
Fine, to be honest, of course I'm a bit scared.
In front of that Bayer, I feel as though all I can do is stand there and be beaten.
I'm not able to resist at all.
That strange song of his made me lose consciousness.
Enough, he's left, so this is at an end. I hope in the future, I won't run into that Bayer again. Unless I'm at Grandpa's level of power. Linley, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. He then looked towards Reichgem.
This time, they truly had to thank Reichgem.
Fortunately, Reichgem, you used the Sovereign to threaten him. Linley laughed with a sigh.
Oof. That was all talk. By the time my mother actually made it here, Bayer would have fled long ago. Reichgem pursed his lips. Fortunately, Bayer wasn't willing to go all out for the sake of a cluer.
Linley nodded slightly as well.
If a cluer and Bayer had a relationship that was as close as Linley and BB's, most likely, Bayer really would have ignored all else to kill them. Fortunately, the two didn't have a relationship at that level yet. Reichgem, this sovereign's might, Linley only now thought of the canteen of sovereign's might in his hand.
Good heavens, a full canteen. What a terrifying fortune this was.
Reichgem, just now, you just wanted to shock Bayer and let him know that there was no way he would be able to kill BB, which is why you brought out this canteen of sovereign's might.
Now that this is at an end, you can take it back. Linley immediately handed the amethyst canteen back to Reichgem. It wasn't that Linley didn't want the sovereign's might.
If it had only been 1 or 2 drops, Linley would have accepted it. But this was an entire canteen. This was too precious, something Linley felt was too hot to hold. While working together with Reichgem, Linley hadn't made any great contributions, so how could he receive a canteen of sovereign's might? As the saying goes, if no merits were rendered, none should be recorded.
To receive a treasure without having accomplished anything? Linley felt uneasy. BB was startled. Here you go. BB did the same thing. Hey! Reichgem stared at Linley and BB, then said angrily, Linley, BB, what are you two doing? If you are going to be so insincere, we might as well just split up the squad. You go your way, and Reham and I will go ours. You two don't treat me as brothers anyhow. As for the Canteen of Sovereign's Might,
I, Rishjem, have never taken back something I gifted out.
If you don't want it, then toss it. Linley felt speechless and resigned. Boss, Rishjem isn't the stingy sort. Bibi snickered, slapping his arm around Rishjem's shoulders. Just take it. Bibi was rather unwilling to part with it to begin with, only, having seen Linley give it up, he had to do the same. Hear that? Rishjem delightedly raised an eyebrow. Why don't you just toss the Sovereign's Might and go your own way, while the three of us go ours? Or, just keep it. Linley wasn't the overly polite sort to begin with, only, this Canteen of Sovereign's Might was simply too valuable, and so he wasn't able to accept it right away, which is why he had acted in such a manner. But now that Rishjem had responded in such a way, what else could Linley do? All he could do was, with a flip of his hand, store the Canteen of Sovereign's Might into his interspatial ring. That's more like it. Rishjem chortled merrily. To be honest, earlier on, when I just reached the high god level and hadn't fused that many of the profound mysteries, I probably wouldn't have been willing to be generous, even if you asked me to. What's that about? Bibi said. Linley just laughed while listening. With Bibi and Rishjem standing together, it was like a pair of youths. Their eyes were both so lively and agile, they looked like two siblings. The four of them chatted while walking forward. What my mother said is that I needed to be tempered. Rishjem laughed. Without me having reached a certain level of power, if she were to give me a large amount of Sovereign's Might, I would never feel as though I were in any danger, which would make it harder for me to make any breakthroughs. Thus, only after I fused 5 profound mysteries did my mother stop restricting me in terms of how much Sovereign's Might I could have. Linley nodded slightly. Without a sense of danger, it would be fairly hard to rise in power. Linley could completely understand the actions of the Redbud Sovereign. Oh, you have so much Sovereign's Might. Boss's 4 Divine Beasts clan rarely hands out even a single drop of Sovereign's Might. Bibi said with a sigh. Rishjem laughed loudly. The 4 Divine Beasts clan? How can they compare to me? An enormous clan like that has millions of people, scattered throughout the 4 Great Plains. The 4 great sovereigns did indeed bestow a huge amount of Sovereign's Might to them. But did the people of the 4 Divine Beasts clan learn to treasure it? They did not. Those 4 clan leaders probably never imagined that their 4 sovereigns would perish. When the 4 sovereigns died, the time came that they no longer had access to unlimited amounts of Sovereign's Might. They were completely dumbfounded. Once the 4 sovereigns died, they no longer had a source for Sovereign's Might. It would be hard for them to acquire any more. Of course they would hand it out sparingly, 1 drop at a time. Linley, hearing this, nodded to himself. The deaths of the 4 ancestors did indeed strike a heavy blow against the clan. An enormous clan like that, whose fame shook the various plains, fell just like that. Linley let out a sigh. Originally, when Linley had entered the Azure Dragon clan, Linley had sighed at how much Sovereign's Might the clan had. But now, he understood that giving each elder a single drop was a way of being thrifty in using it. When the 4 sovereigns were still alive, most likely the manner in which the Azure Dragon clan divided up Sovereign's Might was completely different. The 4 Divine Beasts clan originally was very strong. However, in the countless planes of the universe, they still cannot be considered the number 1 clan. Rishjem said. There was a clan even more powerful than the 4 Divine Beasts clan? Linley was rather surprised. The number 1 clan is the Augusta, Aoguaseta, clan of the Divine Light Plane. Rishjem said with a calm laugh. Linley knew a few things about the infernal realm and the netherworld, but very little about the other planes. The Augusta clan? 3 names drifted into Linley's mind. These 3 names came from Beirut's intelligence reports on commanders. All 3 were commanders, and the 3 of them all shared the surname Augusta. Clearly, they were of the Augusta clan. Back then, Linley hadn't paid much attention.
After all, there were quite a few siblings who were commanders.
For three to share one surname wasn't too surprising. The first generation member of the Augusta clan is the chief sovereign of light,
Rhysjem said, pursing his lips.
Linley now understood. No wonder the clan is so powerful.
They are the descendants of the chief sovereign of light. As a chief sovereign, one could imagine how exalted a status and how great the power the chief sovereign of light possessed.
The chief sovereign of light has many descendants. The second generation of the clan has 182 members,
Rhysjem said with a sigh.
Linley and Bibi were both stupefied. Rhysjem, are the second generation members all the sons and daughters of the chief sovereign of light? Linley didn't dare believe it.
In the Four Divine Beasts clan, the Azure Dragon only had a son and a daughter, while the Vermilion Bird had only a single child. The White Tiger had one child, while the Black Tortoise had two.
But this Augusta clan's second generation had 182 members? Right. Rhysjem nodded.
The chief sovereign of light was originally a member of an ordinary race before he became a chief sovereign. Thus, unlike the divine beasts who have few children, he had 182. However, these 182 children are not all on the same level. Still, because the population of the Augusta clan expanded very rapidly, and because they had sufficient resources, they naturally produced quite a few experts. However, the Augusta clan has only expanded in the divine light plane. They aren't like your Four Divine Beasts clan, which scattered throughout the planes.
The Augusta clansmen are very arrogant.
The always taciturn Raham suddenly spoke out.
Eh?
Linley looked towards Raham. He could feel the anger within Raham's words.
Rhysjem sighed and said, one of my mother's emissaries, Raham's good friend Bosley, Boesili, was killed by the forces of the Augusta clan. Bosley now only has a weak clone remaining.
I imagine this time, the Augusta clan's people came to the planar battlefield as well. If we encounter two of them, we have to kill some of them to vent our anger.
Forget it. Enough about that clan of bastards. They ruin the mood.
As Linley's group of four left the battlefield, they didn't run, just casually walked forward. In the planar battlefield, aside from paragons like Bayer, their hunting squad feared no one. But that battle had, indeed, attracted quite a few people. On the desolate earth, 5 figures emerged. The leader was a youth who was dressed in a beautiful silver robe, and who had long, dazzling hair.
Oh, the amethyst rampart. Hey, that's Bayer.
The golden-haired youth's eyes lit up. He saw, in the distance, Bayer standing in the sky like a celestial divinity.
With Bayer present, the 5 hadn't dared to go near.
But after watching from far away for a time, they saw that Bayer actually left.
Young Master Montello, Mengtiilo, this is a good opportunity.
Next to him was a callous, short silver-haired man who was dressed in a golden robe. The golden-haired youth's eyes lit up. Right at this moment, the golden-haired youth suddenly turned his head to look nearby. There were actually 2 people, a man and a woman, walking over.
Montello, long time no see.
The leader, a black-haired, silver-robed woman, said with a light smile.
Ranessa, Lanasha. Montello laughed as well. You saw that battle just now, right? Bayer went to act against Rhysjem's group. I wonder what the results of that battle were.
The silver-robed woman, Ranessa, said with a laugh. But I'm certain that Rhysjem remains alive.
I'm certain about this as well. Montello said with a calm laugh, and then his eyes lit up. Ranessa, how about we join forces and go teach that Rhysjem a lesson? Teach him a lesson? Ranessa frowned slightly.
I know that a grudge exists between your clan and Rhysjem, but Ranessa also knew Montello's status.
Montello was a 3rd-generation member of the Augusta clan.
The 2nd generation had 182 members, and the 3rd generation had more than 1,000. Montello relied on his innate talent and his ability to have a fairly high status within his clan. But compared to Riche, his status was far inferior. After all, the chief sovereign of light had too many children. Montello was just a grandchild, while the Redbud sovereign only had a single son. There weren't many who would dare to kill Riche. "Don't worry, we won't kill Riche," Montello said with a light laugh. "I'll be responsible for entangling Riche, while the other 3 of you, along with my other 4, 7 in total, will act against Riche's comrades. If you can kill one, do so. It's best if you kill them all." If we can't kill Riche, we can still kill his comrades." Montello's eyes flashed with cold light. Renessa turned to discuss this with the 2 youths by her side, then laughed. The sovereigns were lofty individuals. As long as one didn't commit any forbidden acts, there wouldn't be any problems. Even if they'd badly injured Riche, there wouldn't be a problem. The sovereigns actually hoped that their children would suffer setbacks while growing up. As long as they didn't kill Riche, it was fine. As for Riche's comrades and their lives, the sovereign didn't have the time to bother with them, nor would the sovereign lower her status to bother with them. The world of deities had its own rules. Sovereigns generally wouldn't casually interfere. Fine. However, the badges we get from killing them are mine, Renessa said. Fine. Montello immediately agreed. Let's go, then. Riche and the others have most likely gone far away by now, Renessa said. Immediately, the 2 forces merged and the 8 of them stealthily slipped forward at high speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 32, What's This? Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 32, What's This? The planar battlefield was as quiet and icy as ever. The wind blew and sand flew everywhere. Linley, Bibi, Riche, and Risam walked forward casually, preparing to find a good place to rest. Riche suddenly turned his head to look behind. What is it? Bibi said, puzzled. Linley, seeing the situation, turned his head to look behind them as well, but behind them, the scene was still one of desolate, wild grass. There wasn't a single person present. But Riche furrowed his brows. It seems someone is present. As soon as Riche spoke, Linley sensed how from behind, the aura of 2 badges from their alliance could be sensed. Those 2 auras were flying forward towards them at high speed. Linley gave a suspicious look, and amidst the wild grassy growth, 8 figures suddenly appeared, flying straight for Linley's group. 2 belonged to the Divine Darkness plane side, while 6 belonged to the Divine Light plane side. However, for the purposes of this battle, they were on the same side. Montello. Rayam's voice boomed out. Montello. Riche's face changed. Bang! A wild surge of black energy emerged from his body. He had immediately used his sovereign's might, while at the same time, that long spear appeared in his hands. Not hesitating in the slightest, Riche bent back, like a powerful longbow that was being pulled, and then threw out the sovereign long spear in his hands forward. Crackle! Filled with sovereign power, the weapon blasted forth explosively. That amethyst long spear flowed with black light. Moving at high speed, it transformed into a black blur, creating cracks in space as it flew forward. The sovereign long spear was aimed at a solitary, arrogant-looking middle-aged man by Montello's side. By the arrogant fellow's side, a petite little green-haired lady suddenly exploded with white light. She moved like a gust of wind to receive the blow in front of the arrogant fellow. Her right fist, covered by a black glove, actually came smashing against the sovereign spear's tip. Bang! The fist and the spear tip collided. Rumble, that petite green-haired lady was knocked back explosively by the collision, and several cracks in space appeared as well. As for the amethyst sovereign long spear, it flew back towards Riche at high speed. Riche, you killed the members of my Augusta clan. Today, we'll punish you a bit for it." Montello laughed loudly, while at the same time, his body began to blaze with white light as he flew towards Rischem like a giant bird. While flying through the air, his entire body actually began to shoot out with strands of white silk, which wound their way towards Rischem. Rischem was furious as well, and he called out through divine sense, "Go all out and kill them. Use your sovereign's might, kill." Bang! Raham suddenly stomped on the ground viciously. Rumble, the earth beneath the feet of the enemies suddenly rose upwards as the land instantly rose up, then pressed down towards the seven, blocking their line of vision as well. Kill! Raham's eyes were filled with a murderous intent as well, and he too charged forward. Right at this moment, 7 enemy figures were shooting towards them as well. What terrible luck! One is the Augusta clan, while the other is Rischem. They immediately used Sovereign's might as soon as the battle started. They have no idea of what the concept of being thrifty is. The silver-robed woman, Renessa, muttered in her heart. Still, her body glowed with a blue light as well. The battle had instantly exploded. Linley instantly dragon-formed as well, and Mirage appeared in his hands. He immediately activated a drop of destruction-type Sovereign's might. Linley sighed mentally with praise. Having an entire canteen of Sovereign's might really does change things. If he only had 2 or 3 drops, how could he use it so wantonly as he just did, at the very start of battle? Linley now understood why the 4 Divine Beasts clan could be spread throughout so many planes but still be so powerful. Most likely, the 4 Divine Beasts clan of then was much like he was now. They had no reservations about using Sovereign's might. "Oman, woman, you go deal with that Azure Dragon clan fellow. You just so happened to counter the Azure Dragon clan." Montello gave the order while shooting forward towards Rischem. Actually, there was no need to give the order. Because Rischem's side only had 4 people in total, and because Montello was dealing with Rischem, the other 7 were more than enough to deal with Linley and the other 2. "Don't worry." That arrogant-looking silver-haired, gold-robed man launched himself off from the ground, instantly arriving by Linley's side. Actually, it wasn't just Oman who attacked Linley. As the saying goes, there were many monks, but only so many alms to go around. Before Oman arrived, a whip-wielding youth who belonged to Renessa's side attacked Linley. When that long whip struck out, it actually transformed and elongated, coiling towards Linley like a giant serpent slashing out with its tail. Linley's form retreated at high speed. Bang! Mirage blocked the whip. Linley's body instantly radiated a black aura, forming an enormous blackstone space. Although the power of this technique when fueled by Destruction-type Sovereign's power wasn't as great as when it was fueled by Earth-type Sovereign's power, the strength of the gravitational power still vastly exceeded that of High God power. Right after Linley blocked the whip, the golden-robed man descended from the heavens. Linley saw, to his astonishment, that a 3-meter-long mace suddenly appeared within the golden-robed man's hands. The golden-robed man smashed directly towards Linley with the mace. Crackle! As the spikes of the mace tore through the air, it actually caused spatial fractures to appear. Not good. Linley hurriedly controlled the direction of his gravity. Previously, it was downwards, which made this golden-robed man move even faster. Repulsive force. However, although he was slowed by the gravity, it was too late, because the golden-robed man had already arrived. That spiked mace was already in front of him. Linley could even sense a powerful gravitational field. This golden-robed man trains in the laws of the earth. Linley felt a powerful threat from him, and Mirage flipped outwards, filled with Destruction-type Sovereign power, exploding forth. The tip of Mirage was smashed head-on by the spiked mace. Clang! Linley only felt a terrifying force surge from Mirage to the center of his palm. Rumble, the terrifying force caused the draconic scales in the center of Linley's palm to shatter, and blood oozed out. Mirage was smashed towards Linley's shoulders, while the spiked mace continued to descend. Pressing down with Mirage, it smashed heavily against Linley's shoulder. And this was after Linley had frantically used Mirage to block, otherwise, the mace would have smashed into his head.
A sovereign weapon. Linley was completely certain that the spiked mace was a sovereign weapon. Bang!
Draconic scales shattered, bones splintered, and blood flew in the air. Linley's left arm was broken off, while Linley himself smashed towards the ground like a meteor at high speed. With a swoosh sound, he entered the ground, leaving behind just a large tunnel. As for the golden-robed man with the spiked mace, he didn't hesitate at all, immediately following into the tunnel.
Boss!
BB, seeing this, stared with a changed look on his face. Linley's power had reached the commander level, but he was considered one of the weakest commanders. Against a powerful commander who had a sovereign weapon and who was extremely strong in the laws of the earth, Linley was going to be trampled to death.
Bang! BB was knocked flying as well.
But BB was completely uninjured, and he couldn't be bothered to use his innate divine ability to take revenge on his attacker.
BB's first reaction was to dive into the tunnel which Linley was smashed through. Boss, no matter what, you can't die. BB hurriedly flew underground.
Actually, from the start of the battle till now, Montello's side had no idea that BB was the God-Eater rat. After all, during that moment of crisis when BB used his innate divine ability earlier, he had been within the mountain.
No one outside could see it.
In addition, BB's signature, his straw hat, had been destroyed during the battle with Bayer. Although BB could use divine energy to form another one, BB had just finished a life and death battle and wasn't in the mood to make another one yet. Without having a straw hat, Montello and the others weren't able to recognize him. If they knew that BB was a God-Eater rat, perhaps Montello would have changed the plan. After all, they had people with soul-protecting sovereign artifacts.
But unfortunately, they didn't know who BB was. Boom!
That enormous spiked mace came smashing down once more.
Linley's Mirage sword once more blocked. Bang!
Linley was once more smashed downwards, but fortunately, during the past 5 centuries of training, Linley had made some improvements with regards to the laws of the earth. He had reached a bottleneck in fusing the 4 profound mysteries, and although he had yet to make a breakthrough, his power had already increased significantly. Thus, faced with the attack of such a powerful expert, he didn't immediately die. Instead, he was able to just barely rely on Mirage to preserve his own life.
Unfortunately.
In terms of weapons, his was slightly inferior.
Both he and the enemy used Sovereign's might. As for the laws, clearly the enemy surpassed him. Although within the Blackstone space, the enemy was simply too close. Linley was continuously descending, while the enemy continuously smashed downwards with his spiked mace from above. Bang! Yet another smash.
Linley just barely blocked, but he was once more smashed downwards, his body blasting through the earth and the rocks, continuing to go deeper.
I can't go any deeper.
If I go any deeper, I'll encounter spatial tears. Linley knew very well that the underground of the planar battlefield was very dangerous.
Once one reached a certain depth, one would encounter spatial tears.
The deeper one went, the more spatial tears there would be, until one finally fell into chaotic space.
Ha, your ability to resist isn't bad. If I can't kill you, then I'll send you into chaotic space.
A savage voice rang out in Linley's mind.
Bang, dot.
Yet another mace blow smashed downwards. Linley was barely able to block, but his palm was already covered with blood, and his body was covered by it as well. Although this was slow to describe, in truth, from the moment Linley's began fell into the ground until now, only a moment had passed. After all, the golden-haired man was constantly smashing down with his mace, giving Linley no chance to rest at all. At this dangerous moment, around Linley's body suddenly appeared an enormous azure dragon phantom. The golden eyes of the azure dragon stared towards this golden-robed man, Oman.
Innate divine ability, Dragon Roar.
But just as he used his innate divine ability, that Oman launched yet another vicious mace blow downwards.
Bang! Linley's body once more sank downwards. Given Linley's current level of power, all he could do was ensure that he wouldn't be smashed to death. There was no way he could prevent himself from being knocked downwards. Crackle! A long spatial tear that was tens of meters long and half a meter wide slashed past Linley's body. Quite a bit of earth disappeared before the tear vanished. Linley couldn't help but feel cold. Not good. I'm almost at the limit. Linley instantly understood that if he went down any further, the spatial tears would become even more common. In addition, with each vicious downwards blow of the spiked mace, Linley would be smashed at least a few dozen meters or even 100 meters. He was already at the limits. If he sank another few dozen meters or 100 meters, he probably would have truly been pushed into chaotic space. You really are able to resist. But, down you go. The golden-robed man, who had already escaped the temporal impact, once more sank downwards, the spiked mace in his hand once more mercilessly smashing down towards Linley. Rumble, a strange energy instantly surrounded the golden-robed man. Innate divine ability, God Eater. Mother *****, die. An enraged bellow rang out. BB, at this critical moment, had finally arrived. At the same time, he gave a vicious kick towards the golden-robed man, who launched a backhand blow. With a bang sound, BB was smashed through the nearby earth. BB. Linley hurriedly flew towards BB. What sort of attack was that? The golden-robed man was disdainful. How come I didn't feel a thing? The golden-robed man had been staring at the below Linley when BB had used his innate divine ability. He didn't see the illusion of a God-Eater rat, so he naturally didn't know how powerful this attack was. As for the God-Eater, in the face of the soul-protecting sovereign artifact of the golden-robed man, it was like an egg smashing into a rock. It was useless. The golden-robed man didn't understand how powerful that attack had been. He thought it was an ordinary strike. Swoosh! Linley already arrived by BB's side. Boss, this person isn't affected by my innate divine ability. BB sent mentally. Ha, the two of you, die together. That sound rang out in Linley and BB's mind, while his figure arrived in front of them. Suddenly. Rumble. Out of nowhere, a 10-meter long, 1-meter wide, terrifying spatial fracture appeared between Linley, BB, and the golden-robed man. Terrified, the golden-robed man didn't dare to draw any closer. If he were to charge into the spatial fracture, then he really would enter chaotic space. But the strange thing was, a tiny black shadow actually flew out from the spatial fracture, moving as fast as lightning. This black shadow flew out of the spatial fracture towards the direction of Linley and BB. Linley's first reaction was to stretch his hand out and grab it. After grasping this black blur, Linley felt a surge of unusual energy enter his body. As for the nearby BB, he clearly saw what this black blur was. This was a seemingly ordinary, but very beautiful crown. Only, the crown had lost its luster long ago, and the sunken cavities for the jewel settings of the crown were all empty. Clearly, the jewels were long gone, and the crown had lost its beauty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 33, A Battle. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 33, A Battle. If this tattered crown had been lying on the ground, Linley wouldn't even have given it a glance. It was incredibly tattered, and the gemstone settings of the crown were all empty. It had no particular aura either. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary crown made in a material plane. Deity artifacts or sovereign artifacts, all artifacts that had been nurtured by power would generally have some unique auras. Even cheap items such as inkstones and netherstones had unique auras. But this crown was as ordinary as a material item. But when Linley took the crown into his hands, a unique energy was transmitted into Linley's body. This energy was very unusual,
it was like spring rain falling over Linley's wounds. Instantly, Linley's shattered arm as well as many of his upper body wounds began to heal and close at an astonishing rate.
In an instant.
Aside from a small wound which remained on his chest, the other parts of Linley's body, including his shattered arm, were all completely healed.
How can that be? BB was shocked as well. He too felt that this was inconceivable. The stronger a body was, the harder it was to repair it. Linley's dragon-formed body, although inferior to BB's, far surpassed the power of most high god artifacts. How could it be so easily healed? Boss, what's going on? How did your wounds suddenly heal so quickly? Also, that small wound on your chest, why didn't it heal? BB hurriedly sent through divine sense. Is it connected to that weird, tattered crown? Linley was feeling stunned as well. BB, I'm not sure either.
Within this tattered crown, there was a strange energy which entered my body. Indeed, in an instant, it healed my wounds. But it seemed as though there was only a little bit of energy, it was all used up before fully repairing the damage done to my chest. Linley sent back through divine sense. After having finished transmitting energy, the tattered crown no longer had any more energy remaining. Resting in Linley's hand, this tattered crown once more appeared completely unremarkable. But Linley still clearly remembered that feeling when the tattered crown had transferred energy to him. This tattered crown flew out from that spatial tear. Clearly, it flew out from chaotic space. For something to be able to remain within chaotic space without shattering, this tattered crown should be made from a material that is stronger than high god artifacts, but Linley knew how dangerous chaotic space was. Spatial tears abounded, and that sort of tearing power would destroy high god artifacts, transforming them into dust. But the tattered crown hadn't been destroyed. This alone was proof that it was unusual. What's that? The golden-robed Oman stared at the crown in Linley's hand, then let out a loud, cold laugh. Ha, your luck isn't bad. This crown actually passed through a spatial tear and arrived here. It should be a sovereign artifact. I imagine that in the past, when commanders battled here, a commander died in a spatial rift and the sovereign artifact was lost within. But from the looks of it, this sovereign artifact is damaged. With a flip of his hand, Linley stored the tattered crown into his interspatial ring. This wasn't the time to analyze the tattered crown. BB seized the opportunity. Let's hurry up and flee. Don't waste time with this fellow. Linley once more controlled his Blackstone space, filling it with destruction-type sovereign power and generating a powerful repulsive force that was applied to the body of that golden-robed Oman. This big, golden-robed fellow isn't even fazed by my innate divine ability. He really is hard to deal with. BB didn't want to tussle with this big fellow either. Linley and BB hurriedly flew into the air, while at the same time changing the direction towards which they were flying. The repulsive force changed to be an upwards force. Oman couldn't help but move, although he quickly became accustomed to this gravity. You want to escape? Oman stared at the enormous spatial rift in front of him. He first flew upwards, wanting to fly up and over the spatial rift. In the planar battlefield, especially at such a depth, even an expert such as Oman had to be careful. Otherwise, if he slipped and fell into a spatial rift, that would be terrifying. But just as he flew up towards the space above the spatial rift, the upwards gravitational force suddenly transformed into a downwards force. Die! Linley, who had been preparing for this the entire time, howled furiously in his mind. One can imagine how powerful the gravity of this Blackstone space that was formed from sovereign power was. Although Oman was one of the powerful emissaries of the chief sovereign of light, he had originally been resisting the upwards gravitational pull. Naturally, the energy in his body was pointed downwards, so as to cancel out that force. But the gravity suddenly changed from upwards to downwards. Instantly, his own internal downwards energy joined forces with the downwards gravity. Oman had held the upper hand this entire time. Although he was careful, this sort of sudden, contrasting change caused Oman's body to suddenly sink as well.
What was below him? An enormous spatial rift.
The golden-robed Oman was caught off guard. His face couldn't help but change.
He, too, could sense the astonishing attractive power of that spatial rift.
Instantly, a white light exploded forth from his body.
Bang!
The spiked mace trembled violently, causing the nearby space to distort.
By relying on the counterforce, Oman was able to escape the spatial rift.
Those two bastards. Although Oman had escaped in a short period of time, Linley and Bibi had already fled more than 200 or 300 meters away.
I swear I'll kill you too. Oman bellowed furiously, then chased in pursuit.
Linley and Bibi had, for now, escaped one tribulation, but on the earth above them, Rishjem and Reham were in absolutely dire straits.
Ha ha!
Montello's loud laughter echoed in the air, while at the same time, thousands of tough strands of silk snaked outwards from him, entangling Rishjem.
The greatest problem wasn't just that these strands were tough, they were fast. Every single strand was as fast as a ray of light when it shot out. They constantly entangled towards Rishjem. Montello, if you have any ability, fight me head on.
All you can do is rely on this sort of detestable technique.
How can that be considered proof of ability?
Rishjem's long spear also danced about in a blur, constantly shattered and breaking many of the strands. Unfortunately, although he might destroy 1,000 strands, 10,000 more would emerge from Montello's body. As long as Montello's sovereign power wasn't used up, he was in no danger of running out of strands. Although Montello didn't have as much sovereign's might as Rishjem did, an inexhaustible supply, he was still a member of the Augusta clan, and as a talented expert of the clan, he naturally was treated very well and had quite a bit of sovereign's might.
I don't have the ability to kill you. Montello hovered there in midair, smirking as he sent mentally.
On my side, in one-on-one combat, only Oman poses a major threat to you.
But we aren't prepared to kill you. Our mission is to kill your 3 comrades.
Ha, I imagine that those 2 comrades of yours who went underground are already dead.
Rishjem's face turned rather white.
He understood how powerful these experts of the Augusta clan were.
The Augusta clan's experts were divided into the actual members of the Augusta clan, as well as the emissaries of the chief sovereign of light. These emissaries would assist the Augusta clan as well. As for Oman, he was himself an emissary of the chief sovereign of light, and an exceedingly strong one at that. Gray-o-r! A furious bellow rang out. Boom!
Suddenly, the entire earth trembled and rose upwards, as large amounts of boulders emerged from the ground, shooting everywhere.
Reham! Rishjem's face changed. Oman went to pursue Linley and Bibi, while Montello was tying up Rishjem.
Then, there were 6 people against Reham. Although the 6 were not commanders, they clearly had the power of commanders. Even Rishjem would find it hard to endure the combined assault of those 6.
Hey, that fellow of yours is quite powerful. Montello smirked.
It won't be so easy for you to kill Reham. Although Rishjem was worried, he still held hope in his heart, because Reham was the most powerful emissary in service to his mother. Although Reham was always quite taciturn, his strength was extraordinarily frightening.
And right now, Reham had entered a berserk state. Grayer! Yet another growl, and Reham's body suddenly expanded dramatically.
Standing on the ground, Reham had actually transformed into a tower-like brute that was 10 meters tall. His fists were like 2 meteors, wildly smashing in every direction. Every single fist carried exceedingly terrifying power, and even the 6 attacking him didn't dare to casually block those fists. Space twisted as every single punch caused explosive tears in space to appear. The power was so great as to make one's face change.
Reham's entire body was glowing with a bizarre, golden yellow tattooed glow.
Someone close to Reham would realize that these golden tattoos actually formed into a strange shape that looked like a fist. Upon seeing this, the 6 attackers couldn't help but frown, and their hearts sank as well. The countless planes had given birth to some truly strange lifeforms.
For example, metallic lifeforms or plant lifeforms.
In turn, volcano titans and world titans were exceedingly rare. They were all extremely strong races. As for Raham, he was one of the extremely rare kings of the world titan race. Generally speaking, the creatures known as world tyrants were born with the ability to control the earth and to control stones, and were able to absorb all sorts of mineral essences to strengthen their body.
So there was an expert like him present. The six only now grew cautious.
Raham was a person who never revealed himself. Ever since his friend, Bosley, had been killed, he had begun to accompany Riesgem in the planar battlefield.
Neither Linley nor anyone else knew much about this Raham. All of you, die.
Raham's eyes glowed with yellow light, and his enormous fist smashed heavily towards his foes, each fist containing the power to tear space apart and cause it to shatter. He had been born with limitless brute strength, and he had fused 5 of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. He also had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. He truly was very powerful.
Ha, everyone, let's see who is the first to kill him.
That silver-robed woman, Renessa, laughed loudly.
Although Raham was mighty, the 6 enemies weren't weak either.
And there were 6 of them.
All supreme experts.
Humph. A green-haired maiden suddenly moved at exceedingly fast speed, dodging the heavy blows of the titanic Raham, but just after she dodged Raham's fist, Raham's right arm suddenly twisted, and his elbow smashed heavily towards the green-haired woman. This attack was so fast that the green-haired maiden only had enough time to use her own fist to block. Her dainty little fist, covered with a black glove, collided with the hammer-like elbow.
Bang!
The green-haired maiden's body was smashed underground, creating a deep hole. As for Raham, a large tear suddenly appeared in his elbow as well.
It looked terrifying, but it didn't shed a drop of blood, and in the blink of an eye, it was repaired.
Swoosh! The green-haired woman flew out from underground.
This fellow's body is too tough. My sovereign weapon is only able to wound him. Everyone, be careful.
The green-haired maiden sent mentally. Instantly, the other 5 began to launch attacks wildly. Although multiple wounds and holes began to appear on Raham's body, Raham instantly healed them all. It wasn't just material attacks, the 6 launched soul attacks as well, but
it's useless.
This big fellow probably has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. A white-robed man sent mentally.
For the moment, no one knew what to do.
Everyone, I'll tie up this big fellow momentarily. I'll leave the part of killing him up to you 5.
Renessa sent mentally, a hint of a cold smile on her face. Renessa's formerly beautiful maiden's figure suddenly became surrounded by the blurry illusion of an enormous octopus. Suddenly, her innate divine ability descended. Ah!
Raham felt as though his entire body was suddenly constricted by an incomparably sturdy rope.
Space twisted and distorted, pressing down upon him.
Raham howled angrily, and his steel-like muscles bulged violently, seeking to break free from his restraints.
Swish! Swish, dot!
2 figures struck virtually simultaneously towards Raham's head. These 2 were the green-haired maiden and a cyan-robed youth. The green-haired maiden used her fists, while the cyan-robed youth used a broad warblade. The green-haired maiden's fist struck out with full power. Crackle, the broad warblade glowed with water-type sovereign power, easily tearing through space and chopping towards Raham's head.
Grayor! Raham roared furiously. Boom!
The fist and the warblade landed on Raham's head. With a boom sound, Raham's head was struck head-on by 2 mighty sovereign artifacts, and it finally blew apart, sending shattered fragments everywhere.
But strangely enough, no divine spark fell out. Careful! A panicked cry rang out in the minds of the 2.
Raham's 2 terrifying fists were already swinging at them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 19, Chapter 34, A Battle of Attrition? Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 34, A Battle of Attrition? The green-haired maiden and the cyan-robed youth weren't able to dodge in time. Their first reaction was to use their sovereign artifacts to block. The two massive fists slammed over, pressing down like two small mountains. Boom! Boom! Two weighty smacking sounds. The green-haired maiden and the cyan-robed youth were both smashed underground, but immediately afterwards, the two flew out from underground, hovering in midair close to their four companions. We were wrong. Renessa somberly sent mentally to the other five. This big fellow is a world tyrant, not a human. If he was in human form, then his head would indeed be his weak point, or his soul would be. But he is currently in world tyrant form, and his weak point is his core. The soul is within his core, and his divine spark is within it as well. It was just like the flame tyrant which Linley had originally encountered in the necropolis of the gods in the past. Even though the flame tyrant's entire body had been shattered, he still didn't die. The flame tyrant's weak spot was that translucent stone, that was the core. This sort of metal or rock-based lifeform all had an important core component. The soul was contained within it, and after becoming a deity, their divine spark would be added to it as well. As long as the core was destroyed, they could be killed. Ha, so that's the case. The cyan-robed youth began to laugh loudly. Since we know where his weakness is, killing him will be easy now. I'll use my innate divine ability one more time. The rest will be up to you. Renessa sent mentally to the other five. Actually, even if Renessa didn't use her innate divine ability, the six would still be able to kill Raham. After all, Raham only had two fists, and wouldn't be able to block six people at once. Those six were entirely capable of smashing a giant hole into his chest, then charging in and destroying the core. However, using the innate divine ability to bind Raham, then kill him would be much easier. That comrade of yours is quite powerful. A world tyrant. For this sort of monstrous lifeform to reach such a level in profound mysteries is quite rare. Montello clearly was quite amused. He was completely confident that his side would be able to easily kill Raham, they just miscalculated earlier, that was all. Not good. Riesgem felt that the situation was bad as well. Last time, they had smashed apart Raham's head, the next time, the six would definitely attack Raham's core. Grey O.R. Riesgem couldn't help but release an enraged roar, and behind him, the illusion of an enormous amethyst beast suddenly appeared behind him. Innate divine ability, Amethyst Rampart. Rays of amethyst light filed with black sovereign power spread out, forming a black cocoon. However, this giant black cocoon wrapped itself around Montello. Actually, the shape of the amethyst rampart, as well as the target it wrapped around, was completely up to Riesgem. Just like that, for a moment, Montello became trapped within the amethyst rampart and unable to break out. Riesgem regained his freedom. Raham, quick, flee! Riesgem sent through divine sense. At the same time, Riesgem shot out like an arrow, and as he did so, that amethyst long spear once again appeared in his hands. His right arm swung out in an arc, throwing the long spear forward. The amethyst light flashed forward at an astonishing, terrifying speed, striking towards that silver-robed woman, Renessa. Renessa had no choice but to swing back with her two arms. Clang! The violet light smashed against Renessa's arms, and Renessa was knocked flying into the air. Renessa dared to block like this, because she had something to rely on. She had a single sovereign artifact, a defensive sovereign artifact. Although Renessa wasn't killed, since she was knocked aside, her innate divine ability was disrupted midway through. Raham, quick, let's go! Riesgem said frantically. Out of the way. A keening howl. The green-robed maiden's body flashed forward, and she appeared before Riesgem. She seized the opportunity to attack Riesgem, while Riesgem's sovereign weapon was still flying back towards him. He could only let out a low growl as he stretched his hand out, viciously smashing forward. Rischem's crystalline palm was covered with black light.
It looked like a casual blow, but it swept forward towards the tender little fist like a tornado.
Bang! A low, echoing sound.
Rischem was knocked backwards, while at the same time, with a crunch sound, bone snapping could be heard.
Crackle! Rayam's body quickly shrank.
A blurry black light shot out from Rischem's body, forming an amethyst space that was 1,000 meters across, and a powerful gravitational force was generated, causing the 7 enemies to unconsciously tremble.
Don't let Hini escape. Kill him. Renessa shouted mentally. Let's hurry and leave. Rischem couldn't be bothered with anything else, immediately fleeing with Rayham frantically. Whap!
A long whip snaked out, striking onto Rayham's body. The others were already in pursuit.
Don't even think of escaping.
By now, Montello had broken out of the amethyst rampart, and countless white strands of light once more shot towards Rischem.
Gore! Rischem turned his head and let out a furious roar.
Instantly, a large amount of destruction-type sovereign power spread out, forming an enormous web. This was, once again, his innate divine ability, Amethyst Rampart. This enormous amethyst rampart spread out towards the 7 pursuers, but unfortunately, the 7 maintained some distance from each other, and so it couldn't completely envelop them. It only surrounded 4 of them, while 3 fled, one of whom was Montello.
Swoosh! Swoosh!
Rischem and Rayham fled at high speed.
Chase! Montello shouted.
Rischem knew that the situation was bad, but he knew Linley and Bibi are underground and are being attacked by Oman.
Although Oman is very powerful, Bibi's defense is strong as well. He definitely won't die.
As Rischem fled, he also raised his head and howled loudly, Linley.
The 2 of you, hurry and flee for your lives. If we have the chance, we'll meet again.
That furious roar shook the heavens. Underground, Linley and Bibi were fleeing in sorry shape as well. Oman clearly was an expert who trained in the laws of the earth, and his underground senses were quite accurate. Although by relying on the Blackstone space, Linley and Bibi were able to maintain a distance of a few hundred meters, Oman was still able to easily locate where the 2 of them were.
Oman was fixed on Linley and Bibi, unwilling to let them go. Linley! The 2 of you, hurry and flee for your lives. If we have the chance, we'll meet again. This thunderous roar echoed even underground, and both Linley and Bibi heard it.
Boss, it seems like Rischem isn't doing that well either.
Bibi sent mentally.
There's only a single person chasing after us.
There are 7 others after them. Perhaps the 7 don't dare kill Rischem, but they'll dare to kill Rayham. Let's go. Let's not just stay in this region.
Although Linley was currently fleeing, he was consistently running around in circles. He had been hoping to be able to escape alongside Rischem and Rayham. But now, it seemed, the situation was already terrible and that there was no choice but to have everyone split up.
Whoosh!
Linley and Bibi didn't care which direction they had to flee towards. They selected one and accelerated, flying outwards in a straight line.
Swoosh! Swoosh!
The 2 suddenly emerged from the ground.
The 2 of you, don't even think of escaping.
Oman surged out from underground at almost the same instance.
Linley and Bibi turned to look. Oman was actually following from just a few hundred meters behind.
That distance could be traversed by commanders, given their speed, in just the blink of an eye. Linley and Bibi were unable to escape Oman's field of vision. Now that they were above ground, Oman could track them with his eyes. Underground, Oman was able to rely on his senses and attunement to the earth to locate where Linley and Bibi were.
Bibi bellowed, "Hey, Oman, aren't you tired, chasing us like this? I'm bored to death here in the planar battlefield anyhow. I'm in no rush. Even if I have to chase for 2 more days, I'll catch up to you too."
Oman seemed to be quite relaxed and snickered. "In terms of speed, you 2 are much slower than me." If it weren't for the fact that you are able to rely on something similar to Reichdam's amethyst space, how would you be able to shake me off? As he spoke, Oman drew parallel to Linley and Bibi, only, the two maintained a distance of a few hundred meters.
Oman's natural speed was indeed faster than Linley and Bibi's.
But in the Blackstone space, there was no way Oman was able to draw close to Linley.
If you just chase like this, you'll never be able to catch us, Bibi said loudly.
Once you run out of sovereign power, even if you have this gravitational space, it won't be able to stop me.
Oman snickered. Indeed. Without sovereign power behind it, the power of the Blackstone space would drop dramatically.
Oman, by relying on his own sovereign power, was completely capable of resisting the Blackstone space to draw closer to Linley and Bibi.
Ha, you want to use up our sovereign power? Linley couldn't help but laugh loudly. Mr. Oman, just keep chasing.
Linley was in no rush either. He continued to flee in a straight line, moving farther and farther away from the original site.
Moments later, Linley's sovereign power finally was used up, and the black aura emanating from Linley's body vanished. Ha ha! Oman laughed loudly, moving lightning fast into the Blackstone space's zone.
Indeed, the power of the gravity of the Blackstone space was now much weaker, and although Oman was slowed down, he was still a good deal faster than Linley and Bibi.
Prepare to die. Oman was currently in an excellent mood.
He was finally going to kill these two hard-to-deal-with punks.
But right then, bang!
Linley's body once more radiated a black glow, and instantly, the power of the Blackstone space increased yet again. Linley and Bibi both increased in speed as well.
More sovereigns might. Oman was stunned, and his speed lessened. Oman, you want to compete with us in sovereign power attrition?
Bibi snickered.
Go for it.
We're happy to oblige. At the same time, the scope of the Blackstone space shrank, down from 500 meters to 100 meters. This scope was enough to guarantee their safety. Although the size was less, the rate at which it used up sovereign power was slower as well.
It seems you have quite a bit of sovereign's might. Oman was rather hesitant now.
Of course. My bro Reichdam is the son of the Redbud Sovereign.
Bibi snickered.
Come, I want to see how much sovereign's might the Chief Sovereign of Light gave you.
Oman was stunned. He knew how much sovereign's might Reichdam possessed.
As sovereigns saw it, if an emissary died, they could find another one. They didn't care at all, unless it was someone who was a paragon or at Beirut's level.
Thus, they couldn't possibly give their emissaries that much sovereign's might.
To give a few dozen drops at once was a sign of great favor already.
But for the sovereign's children?
Oman knew that the second and third generation members of the Augusta clan each had large amounts of sovereign's might, and that was despite the fact that there were more than 1,000 members in the second and third generation. As for Reichdam, there was just him.
How much sovereign's might did he have, then? As many commanders saw it, Reichdam was an absolute tycoon. They envied him.
But Reichdam was no fool. Aside from his friends and brothers, he would never hand out sovereign's might to others.
Can it be that Reichdam gave a large amount of his sovereign's might to these two? Oman wondered.
Prior to this, he hadn't considered this possibility, because in his heart, he always viewed sovereign's might as being precious. He had considered things from his own viewpoint. He wouldn't be willing to give it to his friends. He had forgotten, however, that from Reichdam's viewpoint, the situation was different.
Continuing after these two is nothing more than a waste of sovereign's might. Oman frowned. I'm not going to compete with them. Oman didn't say a single word. He very straightforwardly turned and left.
In virtually the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizons of the battlefield. Only now did Linley and Bibi come to a halt.
He laughed? Bibi began to laugh.
He wasn't willing to use up his sovereign's might.
Linley sighed.
It really was different, having so much sovereign's might. In the past, he was extremely careful in how he used it, unless it was a life or death situation, he wouldn't use it. We've used 2 or 3 drops, but the canteen is virtually unchanged.
Linley sighed to himself.
2 or 3 drops, to a canteen, was like a single hair on the skin of an ox.
Boss,
we've split up with Reesjem and Rayham,
BB said with a frown.
Linley stared at his surroundings. It was silent and desolate.
It's up to luck. We'll see if we encounter them again,
Linley said with a frown. Right now, we need to find a place to rest. I haven't had a chance to carefully inspect that crown yet.
Let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 35, Iraq.
Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 35, Iraq.
2 black blurs were moving forward at high speed, while right behind them were 7 other blurs, chasing and attacking. Only, the 7 behind the 2 were some distance apart from each other.
This Reisjem's speed is too fast.
Only you, young master, are just barely able to keep up.
The others aren't able to keep up. What should we do? A silver-haired elder followed Montello while sending frantically.
The 2 of them both trained in the laws of light, and were specialized in speed. As for the others, they trained in water and fate, and they weren't skilled in speed.
Chase. Montello stared fixedly at the 2 forms up ahead.
Rumble, suddenly, the earth rose up, and a large number of boulders shot up out of the ground. Every single boulder flowed with black light. Clearly, every single boulder contained destruction-type sovereign power. Montello and his people didn't care about the boulders, but they didn't dare to underestimate the power of destruction-type sovereign power.
Bang! Bang! Montello and the rest of the 7 either dodged aside or smashed the boulders apart.
These weren't too much of a threat to them, but it did slow them down.
They pulled away yet again. Montello narrowed his eyes, anger roiling within his chest.
This Reesjem actually has a helper like him, and is willing to use up a large amount of sovereign power to use these techniques. Suddenly, Montello noticed that the sovereign power in his body had already slowly dried up. He couldn't help but sigh to himself.
Forget it.
It is enough that we were able to put Reesjem in such a bad situation, this time.
Halt! Montello barked.
After he halted, the other 6 halted as well. Although Montello had used up a drop of Sovereign's might, the other 6 hadn't used it all up yet. After all, Montello had immediately used those countless white strands to entangle Reesjem from the very beginning, and had been constantly using up his sovereign power. Previously, he had used up too much, and so it was only natural that he was the first to exhaust it.
Stop chasing. This is just a waste of Sovereign's might. I don't have enough Sovereign's might to just throw it away on Reesjem. Montello snickered. Reesjem, that punk.
He's always so arrogant, but this time, we made him flee in such a sorry shape.
That's enough. The silver-robed Renessa snorted.
It's enough for you, but we 3 don't even have a single badge to show for it.
Montello glanced at Renessa, then chortled, Renessa, there will be more chances in the future. Right, in a bit, Oman will return. He definitely must have killed those 2 people. If he acquired any badges, we'll give them to you. What say you?
I'll take you at your word.
Renessa finally revealed a hint of a smile. Right at this moment. Montello, Reesjem, will remember this. Reisjem's bellowing voice could be heard from far away.
Hearing the resentment and anger in that bellow, Montello wasn't frightened at all. Instead, he began to laugh loudly.
He said to the other 6, everyone, hear that? Reesjem is utterly furious.
Last time, we killed that Bosley, but he wasn't able to do anything to us either.
This time, we gave him yet another lesson.
Even if I stood right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Young master, you have a defensive sovereign artifact.
At most, Reesjem will be able to just rant. What can he actually do? Can it be that the sovereign will interfere for a minor matter like this?
The green-haired maiden laughed.
Montello and Riesgem weren't able to do anything to each other.
However, Montello clearly had more assistance than Riesgem did. Thus, it was normal for Riesgem to suffer more losses.
Oman's returning. Montello suddenly turned to look. Montello's side currently had 6 people emanating the aura of Sovereign's might.
6 auras of Sovereign's might was as brilliant a beacon as the sun, here in the planar battlefield.
Who wouldn't be able to sense it? Oman was easily able to follow the aura to arrive at high speed to this place. Montello, remember your promise. Renessa laughed lightly.
Of course.
Montello nodded very confidently. Oman. Montello smiled as he welcomed him.
Although Oman followed him, he was the sovereign's emissary, a wielder of 2 sovereign artifacts.
He was exceedingly powerful. Oman landed. Young master. Right.
Earlier, Ms. Renessa and I agreed that after killing Riesgem's people, the badges we acquired would go to Ms. Renessa.
Hand over those 2 badges to me. Montello said with a laugh. Oman shook his head. I didn't acquire the badges.
Hearing these words, Montello's face went blank, while the face of the nearby Renessa turned cold.
With a snicker, she said, "Oh. We all know very well how powerful Mr. Oman is. Can it be that you weren't able to kill those 2 kids?
I imagine you killed them and took their badges, but aren't willing to hand them over."
2 commander badges were indeed items of great preciousness.
Oman let out a cold snort, turning his head to stare hard at Renessa.
What did you say? Did you call me, Oman, a liar? Renessa raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. What, Mr. Oman, are you trying to use your power to suppress us? If I say I didn't acquire them, then I didn't acquire them. Don't go too far. Oman snorted coldly.
There was no way he could prove something like this. But clearly, as far as Renessa was concerned, Oman was an extremely formidable commander, while Linley and Bibi were people who Renessa had never seen before. They shouldn't be too powerful. Thus, she was certain that Oman must have killed them.
Ha, Renessa let out a calm laugh. Since that's what you say, Mr. Oman, then of course I will believe your words. Let's leave. Renessa clearly knew that there was nothing here for her. How could she be willing to stay? The other 2 youths immediately flew away with Renessa as well. They left. Montello turned to look at Oman, then laughed. Oman, now you can tell me, did you kill those 2 or not? Montello believed that Oman had lied earlier as well. I really did not. Oman shook his head. Those 2 weren't weak either. That Azure Dragon Clan youth was able to take several of my blows head-on without dying. As for that other youngster, his body took a blow head-on with my sovereign weapon, but he didn't die either. Afterwards, I chased them, but the youth of the Azure Dragon Clan had a gravitational space ability that was similar to Riesgem's. I wasn't able to catch them, so I had to give up. Montello frowned. That youngster took a blow head-on with his body? It seems he must have a defensive sovereign artifact. That youth of the Azure Dragon Clan is also capable of the Amethyst space technique? His relationship with Riesgem must be quite deep. Forget it. Let's find a place to rest, first.
Montello immediately led his group of 5 in departing from this place.
In the desolate wilderness, Linley and Bibi were stealthily advancing. Currently, their sovereign power was already depleted. Earlier, when Linley was radiating sovereign power, others would easily find them, and so Linley naturally had flown forward quickly.
Now that the sovereign power was exhausted, Linley chose to carefully advance.
Boss, what should we do in the future? Bibi sent. There are 2 or 3 more centuries before the final battle of this planar war. I hope that before that, I'll make a breakthrough and fuse a 4th profound mystery.
Linley knew that every single person who dared to roam across the planar battlefield was a top-tier commander. After I fuse my fourth profound mystery, I'll go out roaming again. By then, I'll be strong enough to do so. A person's power was dependent on their base strength, their profound mysteries, and their weapons. For example, Hemmer's, whose original form was that of a golden mountain which had been nurtured for countless years by the divine earth plane itself, then birthed. His body's strength was enormously great, and even without fusing any profound mysteries, he surpassed most 7-star fiends and was close to the power of an Asura. This was a reason why he was made a sovereign's emissary immediately upon being born. After having fused 4 mysteries, Linley didn't dare to block his fists at all. Even an empty air punch was capable of penetrating Linley's chest. The terrifying power of his strikes were already comparable to high god paragons. His base level of strength was simply too great. Linley's own base power naturally couldn't compare to Hemmer's. Still, he was still vastly superior to ordinary high gods. Once I increase in strength tenfold, I won't fear those people any longer. Linley and Bibi were looking for a place to rest. They didn't pay attention to or notice that a piece of rubble that was less than 100 meters away in the desolate wilderness. The ground had too many of these pieces of stone. Who would pay attention to one in particular? Someone is finally coming this way. From the looks of it, the youth is the leader. I'll first ambush and kill him, the strong one, then dispose of the weak one. Very suddenly. Swoosh! The rock shot towards Linley at high speed. Linley, while walking forward, found to his amazement that a rock had suddenly shot towards him. Someone's here. Linley immediately grew cautious. He instantly dragon-formed, while at the same time spread out his blackstone space, spreading it to a distance of 500 meters. Instantly, the rock that had entered the blackstone space sank down, but it was already very close to Linley. Bang! The rock suddenly disappeared, transforming into a person. Another expert of the laws of the earth. Linley was startled as well. Originally, Linley had thought that someone had shot the rock out towards him, but the rock was actually a transformed expert of the laws of the earth. Linley had to sigh and praise at the ability of his ambusher in concealing his aura. It was already on nearly the same level as Rieshgem. A ray of blinding saber light slashed out, traversing the distance of less than 10 meters. In an instant, Linley's field of vision became filled with nothing but that dazzling saber light. When that saber chopped out, space itself twisted. Clang, dot. This dominating, unstoppable blade suddenly emitted a bizarre clanging sound, and its strength weakened as well. The assassin was stunned. An invisible sword? Prior to this, he hadn't noticed it, but now, with his divine sense spread out, he realized that Linley was holding a sword in his hand, a sword that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Swoosh! That assassin, having failed with his first saber chop, immediately turned to flee. Lupe, Luopu, you are going to flee after failing on the first attack? Linley's loud, clear laughter rang out. Better for you to stay here. After having seen that saber attack, Linley, who had gone through Beirut's documents, already knew who it was. This was an expert of the laws of the earth, Lupe. At the same time, Linley felt a surge of fear. If it hadn't been for the fact that his blackstone space had caused Lupe to reveal his true form a bit earlier and slowed him down, that earlier attack most likely would have put Linley in grave danger. As soon as Linley's words came out, the blackstone space changed the direction of gravity. The downwards gravity transformed to pull towards Linley. The figure's speed immediately lessened greatly. Linley knew what this Lupe's abilities were. Lupe specialized in subterfuge and stealth. He was also extremely fast. However, now that he was trapped within Linley's blackstone space, Lupe had met his perfect counter. His speed and his stealth abilities could no longer save him. Feeling the changing direction of the gravitational pull, Lupe was instantly shocked. Not good. Lupe had already begun to feel regret after seeing Linley's transformation. He was certain that as a member of the Azure Dragon clan, Linley was definitely capable of the clan's innate divine ability. I wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat this expert of the Azure Dragon clan, and he has a subordinate with him. If we really start to fight, not good. He didn't hesitate any further at all. Bang! Gritting his teeth, Lupe used up his precious soul drop of Sovereign's might. Instantly, a strong earthen yellow glow emerged from his body. Seeing the situation, Linley didn't hesitate at all. His body, as well, exploded forth with a black aura. Lupe, amongst commanders, was considered below average in strength, only, he was fairly famous for his stealth abilities, and also extremely fast.
What? He is using up Sovereign's might as well?
This Azure Dragon clan punk is really willing. Lupe, seeing the situation, felt his heart shake. This sort of opponent is perfect for practicing against.
Linley sent to Bibi. Bibi, don't interfere. This Lupe's attack power is comparable to mine, but he's fused more profound mysteries of the laws of the earth than I have. He's perfect for training against. I might even gain an insight. Bibi snickered back, fine, boss. I'll just watch. Bibi intentionally retreated to a distance of 100 meters, giving Linley and Lupe more than enough space to fight. Knowing that it was Lupe, Bibi was no longer worried. Lupe, seeing the situation, felt rage in his heart. He could tell that the opponents didn't feel him as being worthy of concern. If it wasn't for this gravitational space, you wouldn't even be able to touch me. Lupe felt the power of the gravitational space increase greatly as well. He wouldn't be able to escape. Since he wouldn't be able to escape, his only option was to fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 36, Blood Binding, Crown. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 36, Blood Binding, Crown. Lupe trained in the laws of the earth, and had fused 5 of them. Of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, the only one he had not been able to fuse with the others was gravitational space. He had completely fused the other 5. After having fused vitality, world walking, throbbing pulse of the world, strength, and essence of the earth, he created an extremely powerful world walking technique, while devising a way so that his spiritual energy would form a continuous loop within his mind, not letting a single hint of his aura leak out. He had reached an exceedingly high level in stealth and fleeing. However, whenever there is a gain, there is a loss. His saber attacks contained only 4 fused profound mysteries. As for world walking, there was no way for him to fuse that into his saber. Whoosh! Lupe moved through the blackstone space like a slippery fish, constantly moving about at high speed. But Linley easily moved to follow him, always blocking in front of him. It's uncertain who will be the one to die. Lupe growled mentally, and the warblade in his hand silently sliced through the air, chopping towards Linley's skull. In the instant that Linley's Mirage Godspark sword collided with the warblade, with a bang, the saber's energy exploded outwards. Bang! 1 saber, 1 sword. Linley's body trembled slightly as he retreated. Ha, excellent. Linley laughed loudly, then charged forward again, but unfortunately for Lupe, his weapon was slightly inferior to Linley's Godspark sword. He's relying on his weapon. Lupe also realized that Linley's weapon was extraordinary. Feeling resentment, Lupe's eyes turned cold, and suddenly, his index finger and middle finger of his left hand suddenly struck out, and a translucent sword finger ray shot towards Linley, at a speed so fast that it directly entered Linley's mind. This was a soul attack. Ha, Lupe, it's best if you don't show off that bit of soul attack prowess you have. Linley didn't even care about it. Experts of the laws of the earth were never skilled in soul attacks to begin with, and Lupe himself didn't specialize in soul attacks either. How powerful could his attacks be? Linley, just by relying on his spiritual energy alone, was able to defeat the attack. Lupe had only attacked in such a way due to having no other options. Is that so? Lupe laughed coldly, his attacks becoming all the wilder. Linley was more than happy to accompany him in the fight. Clang!
Linley and Lu Pei's forms constantly exchanged blows, but clearly, the two were on par.
As Linley saw it, Lu Pei's power amongst commanders really was towards the lower end as well.
He doesn't even have a single sovereign artifact. Indeed, his only option is to rely on ambushes. However, it is worth my time to learn his sort of stealth techniques. Linley could guess that Lu Pei had definitely fused world walking amongst his profound mysteries. In addition, that saber blow which held the power in abeyance, then made it all explode forth at once. This saber blow can be said to have mastered and executed the profound mysteries of strength to a perfect level. Linley continued to exchange blows with Lu Pei, with the intentions of training his swordplay. As for Lu Pei, his goal was to seize any opportunity to kill Linley and thus get a chance of escaping this battle.
Slash! Linley's sword shot out.
Lu Pei actually delivered a backhanded blow with his saber, sliding his saber against the flat of Linley's sword and pressing down with a blow towards Linley's body.
Oh! He's really going all out.
At this critical moment, only a swish was heard and an azure golden blur seen as Linley's draconic tail, carrying a terrifying surge of force, smashed viciously against the warblade.
In terms of toughness, Linley's draconic tail wasn't weaker than high-got artifacts at all. The warblade was knocked off balance. Slash! It originally would have struck Linley on his head, but now, it slashed Linley on the chest. After having been struck by the draconic tail, the blow of this saber was now weaker. It just barely broke through the scales, drawing forth a hint of blood. Slash! Linley's mirage sliced through Lu Pei's head, severing it from his body. Once one's head was separated from one's body, that was virtually a guarantee of death. After all, even though the spirit might be present, the body could no longer be controlled to fight back. It was as good as defeat. You were pretty vicious, but the end result was your death. Linley looked at the flying head. If I had a sovereign artifact, the result would definitely be different. Lu Pei's head bellowed. He knew that he had to die. Swish! Linley's mirage flashed with light, and Lu Pei's voice came to a halt, and a thin red line appeared through his head. At this moment, Lu Pei's high-god artifacts, interspatial ring, and a gold badge all fell out. If you had a sovereign artifact, the results would be different? BB flew over, chuckling. Everyone can say that. If my boss had a sovereign-level soul-protecting artifact, defensive artifact, and weapon, aside from paragons, who would he fear? Linley shook his head and sighed to himself. This world was a world where the strong devoured the weak. Strength was exalted. People had to rely on their own abilities to acquire sovereign weapons as well. Only the strong would be valued and be made emissaries, and be bestowed a sovereign artifact. Only the strong would acquire sufficient military merits and be able to trade for a sovereign artifact. Everything depended on individual effort. As for the children of sovereigns, they did indeed have a great advantage, but sometimes luck, too, was part of one's power. This Lu Pei's ambushing abilities weren't bad. Unfortunately, once the battle really begins, he's definitely one of the weakest commanders. It makes sense that a sovereign wouldn't select him as an emissary. Linley shook his head and sighed. Thus, as far as the profound mysteries go, even amongst those who have fused 5 profound mysteries, there are still differences in power. There were 6 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. Upon fusing 5 of them, there were 6 possible fusion results, with the different fusions resulting in different specialty areas. This commander badge was fairly easy to acquire. Linley collected the gold badge, feeling joy in his heart. I now have 3 badges. I'm only lacking for 1 more. BB, let's go. Linley and BB moved at high speed, leaving the scene of the battle. A place like the planar battlefield was a place where the experts who entered had to be mentally prepared for death. Some experts had to die in order for others to live. Deep within the heart of an ordinary, large mountain in the planar battlefield.
Linley and Bibi had carved out a cave for them to temporarily live in. This cave was separated from the outside world by hundreds of meters of mountain rocks. Generally speaking, commanders wouldn't be able to use their divine sense to scan inside here. But of course, there were 3 exceptions. One was if they used sovereign power to do the scanning.
The second was a high god paragon. They had very large scanning ranges as well. As for the third, that was high god soul mutates. Soul mutates had very special souls, and their souls were generally far stronger than the souls of ordinary high gods. But of course, there were differences amongst soul mutates as well.
The chances of a successful soul mutation with 2 different types of divine power was decent. The vast majority of soul mutates were in possession of 2 types of divine power, with Olivier being on this level as well. But virtually all individuals who had 3 types of divine power and yet underwent a soul mutation would die. In the entire infernal realm, there was only a single person who successfully underwent and survived a soul mutation with 3 types of divine power. And as for the soul power of 3 power soul mutates, it was extraordinarily great. As for those who underwent a soul mutation while having access to 4 types of divine power, in the countless planes of the universe, over the countless years, there had never been a single successful case. No one had any idea what the result would be if a person with 4 types of divine power underwent a soul mutation. Within the cave, Linley was hefting that tattered crown, staring carefully at it and inspecting it. The crown didn't have a hint of luster to it. If he tossed it into a rubbish pile, even if a deity noticed it, they wouldn't pay it any attention. The nearby Bibi stared at it as well.
After a long time, he mumbled, "Boss, is there something special about this tattered crown? Why can't I see anything special about it? It makes me feel as though it is just an ordinary item." "It isn't." Linley shook his head. "Still, I can't see anything special about it either."
When Linley had received that surge of unusual energy from the crown, it had healed his wounds. In addition, this thing had flown out from chaotic space. Linley naturally was certain that it was extraordinary. "I know it's not ordinary. Anything that can survive in and fly out of chaotic space is either a Godspark weapon or a sovereign artifact."
Bibi stared carefully at the crown.
"But for it to be in the shape of a crown, as I see it, it should be a soul-protecting sovereign artifact."
This was Bibi's judgment.
"If it really is a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, given how tattered it is, it should be a damaged sovereign artifact."
Linley laughed.
If the master of a soul-protecting sovereign artifact was still alive, there was no way that the sovereign artifact could be damaged. A damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact meant that the defenses of the artifact had been breached, and the master had died.
"There's only one option right now." Linley nodded slightly as he spoke.
"Boss, quick, give it a try,"
Beb urged.
The only option was to bind it with blood.
Linley stretched out his index finger.
With but a thought, a drop of fresh blood oozed out of his skin, then dripped down onto the crown.
"Eh?"
Bebe stared.
"Eh?" Linley frowned.
The drop of blood hit the crown, and it splattered and rolled down onto the ground.
It wasn't absorbed?
Linley was puzzled.
"What's going on? This thing has an owner?"
Bebe frowned. Linley pondered for a moment, then nodded.
"There's one possibility.
The owner of the crown might have been fighting in the planar battlefield, and then died, with the sovereign artifact falling into chaotic space. However, the owner of the crown still has a divine clone outside, and so there is no way to bind it with blood."
"Makes sense." "Ah, wait. Boss," Bebe suddenly said. "This crown is damaged, but there is no way for chaotic space to damage a sovereign artifact, right?
There is no way for high gods to damage sovereign artifacts either."
Linley was stunned. He couldn't help but nod slightly.
When high gods did battle, generally speaking, after one died, the sovereign artifact would be completely undamaged. There was no way for the power of a high god to damage a sovereign artifact.
Can it be that the owner of this crown was a sovereign?
This was Linley's guess.
This crown was then damaged in a battle between sovereigns, just like my coiling dragon ring?
If it was a sovereign, then, the sovereign definitely must have fallen.
BB said.
If the sovereign fell, the other sovereign who killed him definitely wouldn't have spared his clones, he definitely would have pulled up the grass by the roots.
This crown should then be an ownerless item. It should be bindable by blood. Linley didn't understand either.
He was able to bind the coiling dragon ring with blood, but not this crown. Still, for now, this was all speculation.
Forget it. Linley shook his head.
BB, if we can't figure it out, let's not worry about it. Long story short, there's no way to bind it with blood.
Perhaps, this crown isn't a sovereign artifact at all. What else, besides a sovereign artifact, can survive in chaotic space? BB mumbled. Linley and BB couldn't understand it.
Based on the knowledge available to them, the only thing that could survive in chaotic space, aside from sovereign artifacts and God-spark weapons, was perhaps divine sparks. As for ordinary materials made of ores or metals, there was no way they would be able to survive in chaotic space.
Unable to get a clear understanding of the crown, Linley had to give up for now.
He stored it back into his interspatial ring, and then, based on his earlier line of thoughts, began to train. Only 300 years remained from now until the final battle of the Planar War. Linley wanted to make a breakthrough in advance.
That blade blow of Lupe's.
Completely storing up all the power, and then letting it all explode forth with amazing force.
The fists of hammers.
That utterly unblockable punch, it continued to swirl about Linley's consciousness. That spiked mace of the golden-robed man. Linley carefully pondered the attacks of that spiked mace as well. Over the past few years, he had encountered many experts of the laws of the earth, such as the Redcliffe Lord or Bailey. Every single one of those experts of the laws of the earth had analyzed and developed a supreme technique that belonged to them. But those were their techniques, not his. Still, Linley wanted to discover some of the secrets behind those supreme techniques, hoping to find something which would help him suddenly break through the bottleneck he was facing.
And just like that, Linley began to tirelessly analyze them.
BB, utterly bored, just rested there within the cave, his eyes half-lidded as he occasionally munched on fruit.
He was currently controlling a death god golem outside.
It has been 3 years, but we only encountered a single person.
And that person wasn't someone that was easy to deal with. The weaker people have all hidden away, as cowardly as rats.
Wait.
I'm a rat as well.
BB suddenly turned to look at Linley.
Huh? BB's eyebrows rose slightly. A large amount of earth elemental essence suddenly appeared around Linley's body.
Slowly, with Linley at the center, it formed into an earthen yellow sphere.
What's going on with the boss? BB didn't understand.
Whoosh! Very strangely, the earthen yellow aura suddenly contracted, from a size of 3 meters to just a tiny dot. This sort of high-speed contraction actually caused a spatial tremor, and the ripples from this tremor caused the stones nearby which were within the cave to instantly transform into dust.
The entire cave had just transformed into a giant sphere.
At this moment, Linley opened his eyes, a hint of a smile on his face.
Boss?
You broke through?
BB guessed. Linley looked at BB. He nodded slightly.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 19, Chapter 37, Supreme Technique.
Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 37, Supreme Technique.
BB was stunned, and then, he was wildly overjoyed.
He tossed the half-eaten fruit in his hands to one side.
Ha, boss, I knew you would definitely make a breakthrough within 3 centuries. I was right, wasn't I?
It's only been 3 years, but you broke through the bottleneck. Infusing profound mysteries, the farther one went along, the harder it was.
Once one broke through, it represented that one's power would rise exponentially. I did indeed break through. I broke through before the final battle. Linley felt very excited, from the bottom of his heart. The rise in difficulty from fusing 3 types of profound mysteries to 4 types was simply too hard. Now, in the planar battlefield, he finally was no longer a bottom-level commander. If he encountered some formidable commanders, he'd be able to give them a fight. A commander who truly feared no challengers had to be completely flawless. In the past, Linley's soul defense was weak, but now, in terms of soul defense, he was no longer a weakling, having fused 4 profound mysteries and also having the support of his innate azure soul glow, as well as the damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact. In fact, Linley no longer even feared the soul attacks of experts on the level of Rischem and Montello. But of course, if he ran into any high god paragons, Linley would still have to run. Not just Linley, even if Rischem encountered a high god paragon, he wouldn't be able to fight back. I wanted to go out and have a wild battle long ago. Now that you made a breakthrough, boss, let's head out. BB was absolutely delighted. We've been in this damn place for nearly 6 centuries. It's time for we 2 brothers to show our might. BB was utterly brimming with confidence. Linley just laughed, then shook his head. Don't be impatient. How can I not be impatient? I'm impatient. BB pursed his lips intentionally. You've increased your power. Do we still have to hide here? No. Although I've successfully fused 4 profound mysteries, I haven't developed an attack which suits me yet. Linley laughed. Fusing different types of profound mysteries would result in different types of powerful attacks. Some were skilled in support techniques, while others were skilled in soul attacks or material attacks or stealth and subterfuge. In short, after fusing profound mysteries, they would develop techniques suited to them. In the past, Linley's primary skills were the Blackstone Space and the Firmament Splitter. However, Linley had risen in power. His supreme techniques would naturally have to change as well. Oh, develop a supreme technique? BB chortled, then sat down by the side of the cave. Boss, develop as much as you want. I'll just watch here without saying a thing. Right, it won't take you too long to develop a technique, will it? I already have some ideas. It should be fairly fast. Linley said with a laugh. And then, Linley began to develop his supreme technique. Days passed in constant testing. Linley, for fear of damaging the cave, created a miniature Blackstone prison, constantly testing within it. Even if energy leaked out from him, it would be kept within the Blackstone prison. Utter darkness. Not a hint of light could be seen from the Blackstone jail. Linley stood there, his mind flickering through one image after another. This material defense should begin with my former pulseguard armor, then modify it. Linley, in the past, didn't care too much about material defense, because his dragon-formed body was already powerful enough. However, now that he had fused 4 profound mysteries, once he used that in Sovereign's might to reinforce his supreme defensive technique, the defensive power would be comparable to his dragon-formed body. Naturally, Linley wouldn't mind adding an extra layer of defense. Within the dark, lightless Blackstone prison, Linley continuously analyzed. Crackle. Divine earth power continued to flow out from Linley's body. In Linley's mind, one mechanism after another for using power sprang to mind, and the divine earth power surrounding his body continued to change methods non-stop. His original body and his divine earth clone joined together in training. After spending 11 days, Linley finally developed a supreme defensive technique that he was satisfied with. This armor, if formed from divine earth power, is inferior in strength to my dragon form. However, when relying on sovereign power, the power exceeds that of dragon form. Right. This armor formed from divine earth power, I'll just call it my earth armor. Linley couldn't be bothered to think too much about it, so he casually picked a name, then continued to analyze his soul defense techniques. Linley cared deeply about his soul defense. After all, a person's soul was his foundation. In Linley's sea of consciousness, a large amount of spiritual power roiled about, and one sort of technique for using energy after another was being tested by him. The laws of the earth were extremely deep and profound. They were divided into 6 profound mysteries, and mastering each of them individually was nothing more than gaining a basic understanding of the laws of the earth. Only by fusing them could one truly gain a deeper understanding of the laws. For example, the throbbing pulse of the world started with increasing to a total of 256 layers, and then was constantly fused and simplified down into a single wave. It was the same principle: the more one fused the mysteries of the laws of the earth, the more thoroughly one understood them. Linley had fused 4 of them, and this resulted in a major increase in power for him, in both soul defense and material defense. A constant, unbroken cycle, advancing on one side, continuing on the other, this sort of soul defense is enough. After spending 9 days, Linley's soul defense reached a limit as well. Unless Linley was able to gain an even greater understanding of the profound mysteries, his methods for using the laws had reached a limit. In 20 days, I've mastered a way for soul defense and for material defense. Now, I need to focus on the most important of all: a material attack. Linley knew very well that as the mysteries he had fused were the throbbing pulse of the world, essence of the earth, strength, and gravitational space, geomagnetism, the fusion of these were suited most for material attacks. In addition, in dragon form, his body was incredibly strong. To not use it for material attacks was a huge waste. Linley immediately began to focus on developing a supreme attacking technique. Analyzing supreme techniques was quite complicated. For example, soul defense, it had nothing to do with any part of the essence of the earth. As for material defense, it had nothing to do with gravitational space. Thus, it was much easier to develop techniques. But supreme attack techniques were different. This would involve all 4 mysteries. Time flowed on like water, moving past silently. In the blink of an eye, Linley had spent 2 full months working in the Blackstone prison. Within the cave. Humph. BB wrinkled his nose, glancing sideways at the still-present Blackstone prison. The boss said it would be very fast, but it's been 63 days, and he's still not done. Suddenly. Silently, noiselessly, the Blackstone prison dissipated, the energy returning to the world and leaving behind a Linley who was dressed in a blue robe and whose eyes were closed. He stood there, still holding Mirage in his hand. Clearly, Linley hadn't filled it with his divine power, as one could still clearly see Mirage in his hand. Ha ha! BB immediately hopped over. Linley opened his eyes and glanced over, his face filled with smiles. Boss, you succeeded? BB chortled. Right. I succeeded. Linley laughed and nodded. How strong is it? BB said with anticipation. Much stronger than before, of course. Linley said with a calm laugh. That firmament splitter of mine only fused 2 profound mysteries, the throbbing pulse of the world and strength. This was because there was no way for me to add the essence of the earth into it. But, now that I fused gravitational space, I am able to add the essence of the earth into my attack as well. It now has 4 types of profound mysteries. The power of this sword is tens of times more powerful than in the past. Linley was extremely confident. In the past, his sword had relied primarily on the strength of his dragon form, which was why he was able to threaten other commanders. But now, just by relying on his mastery of the profound mysteries, Linley was able to be on roughly the same level as other commanders. With the added strength of his dragon form as well as Mirage, Linley was now qualified to be confident. Ho-oh, boss, give it a try, give it a try. BB called out excitedly, staring at Linley. Linley smiled and nodded. When battling, I will first set up my Blackstone space, then use this sword blow. Linley laughed as he spread out his Blackstone space and a powerful gravitational. Just as Linley was about to execute his sword blow,
upon seeing the earthen yellow aura that was glowing due to his blackstone space, Linley suddenly came to a halt, standing there stupidly. BB was startled, immediately asking, "Hey, boss, what are you doing?" But Linley seemed to not have heard him. "What's the boss doing? Didn't he say he was going to show it off for me?" BB didn't understand. "Ha ha." Linley suddenly began to laugh loudly. "Boss, what is it, what is it?" BB said frantically. "So I can do it as well. So I can do it as well. I'm too foolish, too foolish." Linley's face was filled with wild joy. "Boss?" BB hurriedly called. Only now did Linley think of BB. Turning his head, he laughed. "BB, just now, I suddenly thought of something, which is why I was rather excited." "Thought of something?" BB frowned. "Right." Linley nodded and laughed. "Do you remember how, when we encountered that high god paragon, Bayer, his attack against you locked your movements, right?" "Right." BB thought back to that scene and felt helpless once more. That attack of his, when it came, I felt as though space itself was squeezing me. My speed dropped dramatically. Actually, I was able to move, only my speed dropped so much, tens of times slower than normal. At such a slow speed, in a real fight, it meant I would be slaughtered. Linley chortled. "Just now, when I saw my blackstone space, I suddenly thought of that person. I too can make the enemy feel as though space is compressing him, and make him feel like a fish who was trapped in mud." His speed lowered greatly. "Eh?" BB didn't understand. "Boss, your blackstone space, the gravity of it faces one direction. How can you compress someone?" Indeed, the power of the blackstone space's gravity would be upwards, downwards, repulsive, or attractive towards Linley. There was only a single possible direction, that. For example, a downwards gravity that trapped the enemy would result in an enemy who, when facing Linley's sword, would find it hard to fly upwards but easily be able to dive underground. Even if he was unable to go underground, his movements forward, backwards, and sideways wouldn't be impeded much. But the spatial compression was different. It made one feel as though one was being compressed from all directions. No matter how you moved, the restrictive power was still astonishingly great, just like being caught in a net. "Ha!" Linley suddenly started to laugh. "BB, I had a taste of that restrictive power back in the Amethyst Mountains." Linley still clearly remembered how, when he had used world walking in the Amethyst Mountains, he had encountered Reesgem inside the mountain. Afterwards, Reesgem trapped Linley within the amethyst space, causing powerful gravity to press down upon and squeeze Linley. Even his bones began to uniformly splinter, and blood flowed outwards. This was a pressure that came from all directions. My current sword blow is just like those of other experts of the laws of the earth, containing some basic gravitational pull to it. What I need to do is to make it so that the blackstone space no longer treats me as its core, and for it to merge into the sword itself. Linley knew that this would be very hard. If Linley didn't understand the principles of amethyst space, and was only able to operate on the basis of his black stone in executing the blackstone space, there was no way at all that he would be able to infuse this ability of the amethyst space into it. After all, the black stone was within Linley's body, which guaranteed that if Linley relied on the black stone, the gravitational space would only be centered around Linley. But Linley had a degree of understanding regarding the black stone space. When he had spent 5 centuries in the Amethyst Mountain, Linley had already gained some degree of understanding regarding how to use the 108 rays of divine power. Although the power of him using those rays of power wasn't as powerful as the black stone itself, the difference wasn't too extravagant. "BB, keep waiting. Wait for me to come up with my next technique. When battle starts, once my sword gets close to someone, it will cause that person to feel as though they are being pressed down upon from all sides. Even if I'm still inferior to Bayer, I wouldn't be that far off." Linley was eagerly anticipating his new technique. Linley immediately once more created his blackstone space, then entered it and resumed his studies.
This technique would trap any enemies in a certain way and compress them.
Once Linley once again used up the Blackstone prison to analyze this technique, he immediately began to inspect it closely. This was because his technique used the enemy as the target for compression, thus, there was no way he could rely on the Blackstone to execute this technique. He had to rely on himself.
In addition,
this technique was a perfect match for Linley's swordcraft.
This developmental cycle was very long.
BB heard the walls within the Blackstone prison constantly tremble, but fortunately, Linley had blocked off all sound. Within the Blackstone prison, Linley, absorbed in his training, had lost all sense of time.
Slash.
Linley stabbed out with a simple sword thrust, but Mirage emanated an earthen yellow glow. Immediately, at the location the sword was pointing towards, a 3-meter-long earthen yellow sphere formed. As Mirage stabbed out, the earthen yellow globe began to, amazingly enough, shrink at high speed.
Bang! An explosion of destruction.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 19, Chapter 38, An Inch of Land, a Foot of Sky. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 38, An Inch of Land, a Foot of Sky.
This space which compresses the enemy can change to be greater or smaller as needed.
I finally mastered this technique.
Linley felt a surge of wild joy in his heart. The piercing power of this sword was comparable to his original one, but the difference was a sort of binding, restrictive power. This would bind the movements of the enemy, and possibly make it so that they weren't able to block Linley's sword at all. The Blackstone prison vanished.
BB immediately turned and ran over with surprised delight.
Boss, you spent nearly half a year coming up with this technique.
Give it a try and see how powerful it is? Fine. Let's give it a test, then. Linley was rather eager as well. Don't hold back. My defense doesn't even fear high god paragons. Hit me hard.
BB raised his head and puffed out his chest as he stood there, even giving Linley a wink.
Linley knew how astonishing BB's defense was.
Nodding, he said, fine. However, there's no need for me to dragon form for now.
Give it a try and see if you can use your weapon to block this sword of mine. As Linley spoke, Mirage appeared within his hands, while that dagger appeared within BB's. Come.
BB's eyes were gleaming, and he focused his attention on Linley's Mirage, staring at it.
Swish. Mirage suddenly became translucent and leisurely stabbed outwards. BB raised an eyebrow.
He could clearly see 108 rays of earthen yellow divine power emerge from Linley's Godspark sword, Mirage. It was like 108 howling dragons that were engulfing him. Before he even had a chance to react, the elemental energy of the world began to coalesce at high speed. 108 rays of divine power instantly merged into the surrounding earth elemental essence, forming a sphere that was 5 meters in diameter that had him trapped within.
The constrictive power is quite great.
BB felt the tremendous pressure as well. This was a gravitational force that most 7-star fiends would find hard to endure. It pressed down from all sides. Even BB felt uncomfortable. Mirage was formless and invisible. But the spatial ripples that it created impacted BB. BB could clearly sense that Mirage was striking towards him.
He immediately wanted to move his arm to use his dagger to block it.
This restrictive power really is troublesome. BB felt as though he had a rope tied around his arm, making his speed much slower.
Slash. Dot.
A sword blow landed straight across BB's chest, and BB's body trembled violently.
How is it, BB? Linley laughed, then retracted his sword.
The restrictive power really is pretty large.
BB nodded and sighed in praise. Although it isn't as terrifying as Bayer's, it's far more powerful than a single-direction gravitational force. Linley discovered as well that BB actually hadn't been able to use his Godspark dagger to block his own blow.
When experts exchanged blows, they generally used a weapon to strike against or block the other weapon.
To use one's own body to take the blow?
Aside from a minority of people, most commanders weren't capable of it.
But the power isn't strong enough. It just makes me itchy.
BB snickered.
Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. BB, I'm not in dragon form. After I dragon form, my power increases dramatically, and the power of this attack will increase dramatically as well. But of course, despite that, I still won't be able to injure you. Linley knew his own limits.
BB chortled.
I'm kiddin', boss. What's the name of this technique of yours?
To compress the person within a small world, like an inch of land and a foot of sky, making him unable to dodge and thus be forced to receive my blow, right?
Let's call it microcosm.
Linley selected a name for his most powerful sword blow.
Microcosm.
Linley believed that in dragon form, the power of this sword blow of his should be considered above average amongst commanders. Combined with the restrictive force, this technique should be considered a high-class technique amongst commanders. Perhaps in raw attack pure, it couldn't compare to the sovereign weapons of others, but this technique of Linley's made it hard for the enemy to block.
For example, Oman. When he smashed down with his spike mace, the power was great, true. But by relying on his Godspark weapon, Linley was still able to block and just barely hang on.
If Oman was capable of Linley's technique, and to create a powerful restrictive force to make it impossible for Linley to block, he probably would have killed Linley with a single blow.
BB, it's time for us to go out and take a look. Linley said with a calm laugh.
The planar battlefield was as calm and quiet as ever. This was a place where there was never any sunlight.
No warmth.
There was only the endless, cold howling wind.
Linley and BB quietly moved about the planar battlefield. However, after advancing for 7 full days, they didn't see a single figure. Clearly, the number of people roaming the planar battlefield had grown less and less. Boss, look. There seems to be someone up ahead. BB suddenly said.
Linley carefully looked forward. That figure was still a few kilometers away from them, and the luxurious wild grass between them that was being blown about by the wind made it hard for Linley to see that person.
Moments later. Him. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. It's actually Hemmers. BB stared as well.
They both clearly remembered that freak who had such terrifying defense and attack power, as well as a soul-protecting sovereign artifact.
Hemmers, he was someone who had become a sovereign's emissary as a demigod. Ha, you too. Don't run. Loud laughter rang out. Linley and BB just stood there, not moving at all. BB, later, just stay over there. Let me spar a bit with this big fellow. Linley's gaze was heated, and his battle-hungry blood began to boil. Although this Hemmers is powerful, his speed is average, and he doesn't know any distance attacks. He's perfect for a spar and for me to test out my own might. Fine. BB chortled. Boss, don't lose face by fleeing after being unable to take more than a few blows. Linley and BB had both sparred with Hemmers before. If they wanted to flee, they would be able to. 3 meters tall. A body like that of a tower of steel. Wild gold hair. A towering nose. A tiger-like mouth. A pair of golden eyes which stared at Linley and BB. This was Hemmers. Hemmers frowned and snorted, "The two of you are quite bold. Last time, I let you two run off. This time, you actually dare to stay here upon seeing me?"
Hemmers, I've made some slight improvements this time, and want to ask you to provide me with a few pointers.
Linley said with a smile. Provide you with a few pointers?
Hemmers rubbed his towering nose, grinning and revealing a mouth filled with golden teeth.
Letting me give you two a few pointers will cost you your lives. Not us two. Just me. Linley said with a calm laugh. Hemmers, if you truly do want my life, then come at me. Hammers furrowed his forehead, musing to himself, can it be that this kid wants to die? Screw it. If he wants to die, it isn't my fault. Hammers didn't waste any more words. He violently stomped the ground with his right leg, causing it to tremble. A golden glow sprang out from Hammer's entire body, and like a towering golden god of war, he charged towards Linley. With a bang, Linley instantly dragon formed. He, too, kicked off powerfully from the ground, dodging at high speed. He's increased in speed? Hammers instantly noticed Linley's transformation. His increased insights into the profound mysteries had caused his speed to naturally increase as well. Still, he hasn't increased enough. Hammers let out a growl, his legs suddenly flashing with an eye-piercing golden glow. Bang! Bang! Hammers stomped viciously against the ground, which cracked from his stomps. But because the terrifying power of this stomp resulted in a powerful counterforce, Hammers increased in speed once more, but welcoming him was an earthen yellow aura that spread outwards. Blackstone space. Hammer's speed lessened dramatically. Linley knew quite well that he wouldn't be able to kill Hammers. This battle between them was only meant for him to familiarize himself with his new supreme technique. Hammers, taste this sword blow of mine. Linley's voice echoed out in Hammer's mind, and mirage pierced out. Hammers turned to look. He saw 108 rays of earthen yellow light suddenly appear out of nowhere, surging towards him simultaneously. Hammers just snickered. Your sword is pretty special. It can actually go invisible. Hammers, through his divine sense, was clearly able to sense that Mirage was stabbing towards him at high speed. But as Hammers wanted to use his fist to smash it, he suddenly felt a powerful, uniform restrictive force. A semi-transparent earthen yellow sphere that was 5 meters long had suddenly enveloped him. What a powerful restrictive force! Hammers furrowed his brows. Hammers still swung his fist, slamming it towards Mirage. It had to be said that Hammer's innate gifts were inordinately powerful. His strength was truly endless. Even under such incredible pressure, his fists didn't slow down too much. In the last instant, his fist, covered with golden light, smashed against Linley's Mirage. Bang! The full power of Linley's blow finally exploded forth from the sword. Linley's most powerful sword attack, Microcosm. Bang! A tear in space appeared. Linley was knocked backwards, while Hammer's body trembled as well. And then, he lowered his head to look at his fist in astonishment. The metal-like skin atop his fist had already split apart, and a hint of blood was leaking out. However, it immediately healed. Linley stood not too far away, his heart filled with joy. Last time, when that golden light had shot out from Hammer's fist and struck against Mirage, Linley's hand had been shaken so badly that his draconic scales had split open, while Mirage had been knocked back to chop against Linley's own body. That time, it was just a golden ball of light. This time, it was with his actual fist. My power increased dramatically, but I only feel as though my hand is going numb. If I were to encounter that Oman again, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state when I block his spiked mace. Linley's confidence surged. In addition, my full-force sword attacks are capable of causing the spatial walls of the planar battlefield to tear open now. Linley rejoiced. Hammers raised his head to look at Linley solemnly. You have indeed risen dramatically in power. You are capable of injuring me. Hammers knew very well that his fists had been utilizing the profound mysteries, and how much power they held. If even the skin on his fists had been broken open, if Linley's sword had hit another part of his body, he would indeed have been injured. But you aren't truly wounded, right? Linley's eyes lit up. Just now, you were actually able to block my sword. Again! Linley's body suddenly disappeared, and a blur charged towards Hammers. Bang! Bang! The two clashed repeatedly, and each time they exchanged blows, Linley's blur-like form continuously moved to retreat, then advance. As for Hammers, he just stood there. Whenever Linley attacked,
he used his fists and his two legs to block.
Each time they exchanged blows, Linley was knocked flying backwards. Neither Linley nor Hammers used Sovereign's might. "Boss, keep it up," BB called loudly from the side.
But as for Linley, he became all the more aware of how terrifying Hammers was.
Hammers is absolutely too strong. It's fair to describe him as possessing endless, inexhaustible might.
Even with my restrictive force pressing down on him, he's actually still able to just barely block my sword. And in a situation like this, with each blow, the counterforce caused Linley's hand to go numb. The strength in those fists were indeed frightening. It's not very likely that I'll be able to kill this Azure Dragon Clan kid, Hammers pondered to himself. I don't have a sovereign weapon. Else, I would have disposed of him long ago. Hey! Hammers suddenly shouted angrily, "Kid, if you are so tough, then use that sword of yours to take one of my punches head on.
Stop using that restrictive power to affect me."
Hammers felt very uncomfortable. While constantly under that powerful pressure, there was no way he was capable of fully releasing his power in his punches. If he were to release a punch under optimal conditions,
how could Linley be able to block so easily? "I'm not that stupid," Linley said with a loud laugh.
"As I see it, you two should just come to a halt." A clear voice rang out, while at the same time, a fierce, powerful ripple shot towards them at high speed, striking simultaneously against Hammer's fist and Linley's mirage. This powerful force knocked both Linley and Hammers back by a few dozen meters. Linley and Hammers both turned to look. They saw that, not too far away, a white-robed man was currently strolling over. His crimson eyebrows drooped downwards, and his gaze was fathomlessly deep.
He currently gave Linley and Hammers each a glance. Where did someone so powerful suddenly come from? There's nobody who is like him amongst the various supreme experts of the planes of the universe. Hammer's face changed dramatically.
He was very confident in his own power, but just now, he had actually been knocked backwards by the collision force.
"Mr. Leyland!" Linley couldn't help but call out in delight. "Blue fire?"
BB stared in disbelief, his eyebrows jumping upwards. This person was indeed Leyland Bluefire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 19, Chapter 39, Bluefire. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 39, Bluefire. "Mr. Leyland?" Although surprised and delighted, Linley was puzzled as well.
Although in the past, Bluefire had given him some guidance, and he had viewed Bluefire as being very powerful, that was because when Linley was young, he had been too weak.
"I'm above average even amongst commanders now. Ordinary commanders aren't able to do anything to me. But that attack from Mr. Leyland just now.
What level of power has he reached, exactly?" Linley didn't know if that attack was a casual attack, or a full power attack from Bluefire.
"Linley. BB. Long time no see."
Bluefire smiled as he strolled over.
"Ha ha."
The nearby Hammers suddenly let out a loud, carefree laugh. His laughter echoed like thunder, and he stared at Bluefire with those golden eyes and a scorching gaze. Two rays of golden light that could be seen by the naked eye shot out from Hammer's gaze.
"What an expert!"
"Here in the planar battlefield, when everyone sees me, Hammers, they all slink away and hide in the distance.
It is so rare for me to meet an expert like you.
Fighting with this Azure Dragon Clan kid is no fun. I feel like my arms and legs are tied.
It's not pleasurable. Your power seems to be decent. Come, let's have a contest."
Linley and BB were both stunned.
"Is Hammers crazy?" Linley blinked twice.
What he didn't know was that Hammers was the sort of person with a straightforward disposition who loved battle.
As soon as Hammers finished speaking, he made his move.
His steel-hard leg, flashing with golden light, slammed hard against the ground.
Bang!
The ground instantly split apart, with hundreds of cracks appearing.
Hammers transformed into a golden flash of lightning, charging straight towards Bluefire. What a boorish man!
Bluefire raised a crimson eyebrow, saying with a soft laugh. His robes were as white as snow.
Bluefire just stood there, not dodging at all. Bang!
Hammer's right leg, flashing with golden light, struck out towards Bluefire like a meteor. This kick caused the world to tremble, space to distort, and dozens of twisted spatial cracks to appear. What a terrifying kick! Linley's face changed. Boss, just now, when he fought you, he wasn't this powerful,
BB said. Linley knew this all too well.
He had relied on his gravitational compression to make it so that Hammers was unable to bring his full force to bear.
Otherwise, given how monstrous Hammer's innate strength was, how could Linley have exchanged so many blows? BB, carefully watch and see how Mr. Leyland receives the attack. Linley stared at the battle, not daring to be distracted at all. BB stared as well. Not bad.
Bluefire just stood there, but very strangely, that golden leg blur actually moved through Bluefire's body.
Bluefire's body vanished, reappearing 3 meters away. Teleportation? Linley's face changed. No, speed.
Astonishing speed comparable to Bayer's. For him to dare to dodge only at the last moment against Hammer's kick, his speed is absolutely. This was the second time Linley had seen such terrifying speed.
Hammers had missed with his kick, but he let out an explosive shout. Good.
At the same time, Hammers suddenly twisted his thick torso. He spun about like a tornado, and his golden leg instantly began to spin about as well. With almost no pause, he continuously kicked out towards Bluefire, who still had that calm smile on his face with not a hint of fear or concern.
Swoosh! Swoosh!
In Linley, BB, and Hammer's eyes, Bluefire's body seemed to teleport about, consecutively creating multiple afterimages, then appearing 100 meters away, standing there calmly.
Boss, this Bluefire, what sort of speed is this? What profound mysteries is he using? BB didn't understand. Linley trained in the elemental laws of fire, so he had some ideas. Fire is different from wind.
Bayer's body became agile and illusory. Although his speed was very fast, he was also as formless and invisible as the wind. Mr. Leyland is different though, watch, he's just like the fire.
Flames erupt violently and with energy.
There's nothing illusory about Mr. Bluefire's speed, he explodes with it. His speed instantly explodes forth to a limit, making it so that even you and I feel as though he is teleporting.
Linley couldn't stop sighing in amazement.
For a person to reach such a level in speed, this alone would make Bluefire a high-class commander.
What's going on with you? Hammers bellowed angrily. You keep dodging. This is no fun at all. I, Hammers, had a favorable impression of you, which is why I wanted to fight you. If you have any ability, fight against me, Hammers, head on.
Hammers howled unhappily to one side, clearly knowing that his speed was far inferior to this person.
Actually, Hammers was very angry.
His attacks were very powerful, and his defenses were also very powerful. Unfortunately, he was too slow and he wasn't skilled in distance attacks.
Thus, when many experts encountered Hammers, they would immediately flee.
This was same for the first 2 people he had encountered. It was also the same for the next few hundred he had encountered.
Hammers absolutely detested people who relied on speed to dodge. You are an amusing fellow.
Bluefire still had a smile on his face.
Amusing my ass.
Hammers raised his head and shouted.
Shorty, if you have any skill, come fight me, Hammers, head on.
As he spoke, Hammers viciously smashed his 2 sandbag-sized fists against each other. With a bang sound, it was as though a mountain had just collapsed.
The terrifying collision caused spatial cracks to appear even between his fists. Shorty, do you dare?
Hammers raised his head proudly. Bluefire's height was quite normal, but given that Hammers was 3 meters tall, it wasn't unfair for him to describe Bluefire as being short.
Ha ha. Bluefire couldn't help but start to laugh.
I've been in the planar battlefield for so long, but I haven't actually fought a single time.
Fine, then. Today, I'll exercise a bit, come. After Bluefire finished speaking, with a bang. Sound, Bluefire's entire body began to swirl with flame.
Those eyes beneath his crimson eyebrows began to burst forth with fiery light.
He was like a fiery divinity of war. Good.
Hammers laughed loudly, and after speaking, he charged towards Bluefire, the earth trembling with each step he took.
Linley and BB continued to watch, focusing their attention on this scene. Boss, who will win? I mean, if they fight head-on, who will win? BB asked mentally, while Linley shook his head. I'm not too sure.
According to your grandfather's intelligence reports, Hammers has an innate, massive strength, and his attack power is comparable to that of high god paragons. If Mr. Leyland chooses to fight with him head-on, hard to say. Bluefire, his entire body swathed in flames, watched calmly as Hammers charged over.
Harg.
His face savage, Hammers gave a low growl, and his right fist, carrying an inexhaustible, massive force and flowing with the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, smashed directly towards Bluefire. With a rumble sound, Spatial began to tremble everywhere the fist went past.
In an instant, the fist arrived before Bluefire. Good. An explosive shout.
Bluefire, who had been calm this entire time, lifted his eyebrows. His right hand, formerly hanging down by his side, suddenly shot out lightning fast.
Linley and BB only sensed an eye-piercingly brilliant, fiery red light shoot out.
This ray of fiery light slammed directly against Hammer's fist, a head-on collision, fist against fist. There was no trick to it at all, it was a complete, head-on collision.
Crack!
When their fists intersected, space shattered apart like glass, as dozens of spatial rips appeared. Hammers and Bluefire both trembled slightly. Hammers took 3 steps back, while Bluefire took 1 step back as well. Linley and BB, stunned, stared with completely round eyes.
How terrifying. Bluefire didn't use a sovereign artifact or deity artifact at all.
Linley had been focused on Bluefire's fist, that was a fist that was as white and pristine as white jade. Hammers was birthed from the divine earth plane itself, he was a golden mountain, who after countless years of being nurtured by the plane, gained sentience, which is why his body has such incredible strength.
But Bluefire. Linley was stunned. Superb. Hammers, you really live up to your reputation. Bluefire laughed calmly, letting out a praising sigh.
Hammers stared at Bluefire, stunned, then at his own fist.
He didn't dare believe it. How is that possible? How is that possible? He fought with me head-on, but he actually had a slight advantage?
Hammers knew very well that just now, in that instant when his fist collided with the fist of the man before him, a sharp, boring force had surged towards him. That sharp, boring force was like the explosion of a volcano, it had charged forward fiercely. In the face of that explosive power, Hammers felt his undefeatable fist tremble.
Who are you?
Hammers said in a low voice.
Me? You can address me as Bluefire. Bluefire said with a calm laugh.
Hammers narrowed his ox-like eyes, then nodded slightly and said insonorously, "Fine, Bluefire.
I'll remember you."
Even in the past, when I encountered that high god paragon of water, Borhaus, when we exchanged punches against each other, I still wasn't at a disadvantage.
You are very powerful. After speaking, Hammers turned and immediately walked away. Bluefire laughed softly as he watched Hammers leave. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of praise. He really lives up to the reputation of being an expert who was chosen to be a sovereign's emissary, even as a demigod. Mr. Leyland. Only now did Linley walk over. Leyland, you are so powerful.
BB's eyes were shining, and he hurriedly ran over.
How did you become so powerful? How is it that Odin, one of the other 5 kings of the Gabados planar prison, was so much weaker than you? Right, is your increase in strength related to your entry into the necropolis of the gods? Bluefire's true name, after all, was Zacharias Leyland. Bluefire was just a moniker. It was enough for outsiders to know his nickname, but of course people he knew would address him by his name. Necropolis of the gods? Bluefire let out a chuckle. It had a bit to do with it, but it wasn't all because of that place. And then, Bluefire turned to look towards Linley, laughing. Linley, long time no see. I didn't imagine that you would have already fused 4 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. When I first met you, I had the impression that your comprehension ability was excellent, but I didn't expect that in just 2,000 years, you would have reached such a level, and be standing at the peak amongst high gods. Of course commanders would all be considered as being peak high gods. But of course, only figures at the level of high god paragons could truly be considered the peak. If it hadn't been for your guidance in the past, Mr. Leyland, I probably wouldn't have been so fast in my training. Linley said modestly. Alright, it's been so long since we've met. Let's sit down and drink some wine and have a good chat. Leyland said with a soft laugh. Of course Linley wouldn't refuse. It would be another 3 centuries before this planar war would conclude. He had more than enough time, and he was happy to accompany Bluefire. At the same time, Linley was rather stunned by Bluefire's power, as well as puzzled. He was able to fight hammers head-on with his bare hands, and have a slight advantage? Can it be that Bluefire has become a paragon? Linley knew exactly how rare paragons were. There were many material planes, but over the course of countless years, the number of high god paragons, or to be precise, the number of people suspected of being high god paragons, was less than 30. Can it be that my Yulon plane has produced one as well? Linley felt quite eager. Bluefire used a punch to create a cave, and then withdrew from his interspatial ring a table, wine, and food. The wine and food had all been kept chilled, but of course, Bluefire quickly defrosted them. Linley, BB, and Bluefire all sat down, eating and drinking and chatting casually. I didn't expect you to come as well, Mr. Leyland. BB grabbed a haunch of demon dragon meat and began to chew on it. I imagine you must have killed quite a few commanders over the past few years in the planar battlefield, Mr. Leyland. How many? Bluefire held a cup of wine. He took a sip, then laughed and shook his head. Not a single one. What? Not even one? BB stared. Mr. Leyland, everything else aside, the speed you showed off as well as the terrifying attack strength of yours, comparable to hammers, these 2 things alone make it so that you can kill many commanders. When those commanders encounter you, they won't even be able to run. Given how fast Bluefire was, how would anyone be able to escape him? Do I have to kill people just because I came to the planar battlefield? Bluefire shook his head and laughed. I came here for 2 reasons. First, I've never taken part in a planar war, and wanted to come in for a look. As for the second, you don't need to ask. BB, knowing that Bluefire didn't wish to discuss it, asked no more. Linley, unable to repress his curiosity, asked, Mr. Bluefire, just now, that speed of yours, as far as I can tell, only that high god paragon, Bayer, is comparable to you. And your attack power is comparable to hammers. I want to ask you, Mr. Leyland, have you reached the paragon level in fusing the profound mysteries? Bluefire was startled. If you can't tell me, then don't. Linley said hurriedly. Linley, too, knew that many high god paragons hid their power and didn't publicize it. This was why many people were only suspected of being high god paragons. There's no need for me to keep any secrets from you. Bluefire nodded slightly. Indeed. 1,000 years ago, I reached the level of paragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 40, Will. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 40, Will. You really are a paragon. Linley, despite being mentally prepared, couldn't help but suck in a breath. What did it mean for someone to be a paragon? It meant that one had completely, thoroughly mastered one of the laws. The number of people who were able to become paragons was even fewer than the number who were able to become sovereigns. From this, one could tell that without exception, every single person who reached this level was a glorious figure who possessed astonishing innate abilities, comprehension, luck, and who was hardworking. One couldn't be lacking in any of these aspects. Only in perfection could a paragon be born. BB's eyes turned round. He stared at Bluefire for a long time, unable to say anything. What's with those looks on your faces? There's no need to be like this. Bluefire said with a laugh. What do you mean, no need to be like this? Paragon! BB called out in shock. Mr. Leyland, including you, the planes of the universe only have, all combined, less than 30 paragons. The material planes are numerous beyond count, but in the course of countless years, how many paragons have been birthed from them? Most likely, our Yulon plane only has you. Bluefire began to laugh. Although his heart was as calm as water, when he thought of these things, he couldn't help but feel slightly proud as well. Upon reaching the level of paragon, it was true that a person could be proud for the rest of his life. Mr. Leyland, admirable, truly, admirable. Linley felt a surge of heat in his heart as well. How long would it be before he would reach the same level? Bluefire couldn't help but laugh, while BB suddenly said, Boss, didn't Grandpa say that once you reach Mr. Leyland's level, you can go to the necropolis of the gods? He's a paragon, boss. When will you become a paragon? Doesn't that mean that entering the necropolis of the gods is something for the distant future? That's what Beirut said? Bluefire was startled. Right. He did say that. Linley said, resigned. Previously, Linley still had some hope, but now that he knew Bluefire was a paragon, can it be that I am going to have to reach the paragon level before entering the necropolis of the gods? How long will that take? Linley knew his own limits. The further along one went in fusion, the more time it took. Linley even suspected that even if he spent countless years, he still might not be able to become a paragon. After all, there were many people who initially trained very quickly, but upon reaching a certain level, could no longer rise. They had reached their limit. Bluefire shook his head and laughed. When I entered the necropolis of the gods, I had only fused 5 profound mysteries. I imagine what Beirut meant was that when you, Linley, are at the level I was back then, with 5 mysteries fused, you'll be allowed to enter. There's no way he is requiring that you be a paragon. That's too stringent. Linley, hearing this, couldn't help but nod. Right. When Bluefire had entered, he hadn't become a paragon yet. BB mumbled, even fusing 5 profound mysteries will take very, very long. The farther along one goes, the harder it is. What's the rush? Linley said with a calm laugh. BB, given my current power, I already am able to stay alive against other commanders. Once this planar war concludes, we will return to the infernal realm. When we no longer have any important business to attend to, we can slowly spend a few billion years in training. Bluefire smiled and said approvingly, not bad. You aren't arrogant and you aren't impetuous. Only then can you allow things to reach their natural conclusion. The more impatient you are, the harder success will be. There's no need to overthink matters regarding the necropolis of the gods. Linley said with a laugh. Right now, Linley didn't really have any burdens. After having spent all these years in the planar battlefield, he had acquired 3 badges, and lacked only 1 more. Given that his power had increased greatly, Linley was confident that if he and BB joined forces, it wouldn't be hard for them to acquire 1 more. After accomplishing this matter, he would truly be relieved, and would be able to calmly continue his pursuit of perfection. Mr. Leyland.
Linley looked at Bluefire and said solemnly, I have a question in my heart.
Speak. Bluefire sipped some wine and said with a calm laugh. I am very confused regarding High God Paragons.
Linley said with a frown. There are quite a few commanders who are exceptionally, innately talented, such as Risjem or Raham. They were born with tremendous power. In addition, they have fused 5 of the profound mysteries of their laws. Logically speaking, given how powerful their bodies are and the fact that they have fused 5 profound mysteries, I feel that they should be on par with High God Paragons. But previously, when they fought Bayer, I discovered the difference was tremendous. They were toyed with.
Right.
That Bayer was too powerful.
He was easily able to compress space. That restrictive power was too terrifying.
Bibi said hurriedly.
In addition, soul attacks.
Wind is suited for material attacks, and not for soul attacks.
Although it has music and sound waves, the power isn't extraordinary.
But why is it that when Bayer executed a soul attack, I fell into a dazed state without being able to resist at all?
Linley didn't understand at all.
Even paragons had differences amongst themselves.
Wind element paragons were extremely strong in material attacks.
Water element paragons had exceptional material defenses. Previously, Hemmers said that a water element High God Paragon was slightly weaker than him in a frontal clash. But Bayer was a High God Paragon of wind.
Why was it that his soul attack was so terrifying? Linley truly didn't understand. Bluefire began to laugh. What's so funny?
Bibi muttered.
Paragons truly are monstrously powerful. It seems as though they are mighty in every aspect.
Different High God Paragons of different elements would have different specialties, but although they might be weaker in one aspect, they still far surpassed commanders in might. For example, although that High God Paragon of water was weaker in material attacks, he was still close to being on par with Hemmers.
High God Paragons have no weaknesses. Bluefire said with a calm laugh.
Linley and Bibi immediately perked up and began to listen carefully. Naturally, when a High God Paragon spoke on this subject, they spoke with authority. High God Paragons are extremely powerful in every aspect. Different laws and edicts only result in Paragons being stronger in certain aspects. For example, I am strongest in soul attacks. Actually, High God Paragons are powerful in all aspects, because of a certain secret.
Bluefire said. Secret?
Linley and Bibi were stunned.
Right. Bluefire sighed in praise. Linley, I can tell you too this, but the secret about me being a paragon, as well as this secret? You can't tell anyone else.
Of course.
Linley and Bibi both nodded.
Bluefire nodded slightly, then said, that year, when I was fusing the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of fire, I reached a bottleneck.
I was only 1 step away from becoming a paragon.
I was already extremely powerful by that point in time.
However, once I took that final step and became a paragon, do you know how great the difference in power was? Linley shook his head. I'm not sure.
However, breaking through bottlenecks, generally speaking, wouldn't result in too ridiculous an increase in power. When I took that final step, I felt myself transformed.
Bluefire sighed. A qualitative transformation. The difference between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth?
Linley and Bibi were startled.
I trust you know that generally speaking, any high god, even a very powerful one, who hasn't reached the paragon level, upon annoying a sovereign, can be destroyed by the sovereign with a thought. There is one type of high god which is an exception, paragons. A sovereign's will cannot kill a high god paragon. Bluefire laughed. Linley nodded slightly. He knew this. Why? Bluefire said with a laugh. This has to do with the secret of paragons. Upon becoming a paragon, in an instant, one is transformed. Linley and Bibi listened carefully. in that instant of transformation upon becoming a paragon.
Bluefire seemed to be reminiscing about that feeling he had.
A very unique sort of natural law surrounded my soul. My soul underwent a sort of qualitative transformation. After the transformation completed, I understood how powerful paragons were. Bluefire began to laugh. A qualitative transformation of the soul? Linley was stunned.
From demigod to high god, the soul rose in power each time. But he hadn't imagined that upon reaching the paragon level, the soul would rise again. This sort of soul transformation caused the natural laws to bestow upon me a sort of authority which paragons have.
Bluefire smiled. An authority which included the will of the natural laws of the world. A paragon's will. Linley was stunned.
Everyone had a will, but the will of ordinary high gods was an insubstantial thing, containing no attack power.
The will of a paragon contains the laws of the world? Linley couldn't refrain from asking. Right. Bluefire laughed.
Actually, the increase in power from fusing the profound mysteries, in and of itself, is limited. But even an ordinary attack from us, upon being infused with our will cause the power to rise to a terrifying level.
This is a sort of authority. An authority bestowed by the universe itself. And this is what we rely upon to resist the will of a sovereign. Linley and Bibi began to understand. They, too, had heard that a sovereign's will was inviolable. Sovereign power wasn't that special, however, sovereign power infused with a sovereign's will was terrifyingly, ridiculously powerful. The most terrifying thing about a sovereign was their will. It is like an emperor. He doesn't have to act himself. An order from him can cause countless people to lose their heads. To an ordinary person, an emperor's will is inviolable. Bluefire laughed calmly. This is a sort of power. The force of his will. The will of ordinary high gods cannot be used to attack, but for high god paragons, they have this sort of authority, bestowed upon them by the universe itself. Linley and Bibi now understood. Good heavens! So this was the situation. Will?
Amongst the countless high god paragons were like emperors who were far above the others. The will of high god paragons contained the natural laws, and so even an ordinary attack by a high god paragon contained terrifyingly powerful force.
No wonder.
A casual movement by Bayer caused the four of us to feel such tremendous restrictions.
Bibi sighed in praise. An empty-handed attack was comparable to a sovereign weapon attack. What about the will of a sovereign? Bibi said hurriedly. How much stronger is it than a paragon's will? Much stronger. Bluefire laughed. It is the same principle. Sovereigns have a sovereign spark, and they too have been bestowed by the natural laws of the universe with tremendous authority. This causes their will to possess even greater power. Sovereigns, from trillions of kilometers away, can use their will alone to control their sovereign power to attack us. We high god paragons can just barely hold them off and preserve our lives. However, if a sovereign was to come in person to attack us, there's no way we would be able to resist. Linley and Bibi now completely understood. The will of a sovereign was bestowed by the natural laws of the universe with far more authority than the will of high god paragons. If they were trillions of kilometers away, a sovereign wouldn't be able to kill a paragon. But if they were close by, the paragon would still die. But of course, amongst high gods, paragons were already invincible figures. A will which possesses tangible power and might. Linley sighed. Bluefire stayed with Linley and Bibi for 3 days. During these 3 days, the three of them chatted and drank. Linley told him some of the stories about the attacks they had suffered here on the planar battlefield, and Bluefire had sighed when listening. Still, after 3 days, Bluefire still parted from Linley. After all, Bluefire had come to the planar battlefield for a purpose that was different from Linley's. Bluefire disdained from killing people. Currently, they were outside the cave. Standing on the desolate earth,
Bluefire was bidding Linley and BB farewell. "Ha, Linley, let me wish you luck in acquiring your 4th commander badge, then," Bluefire said with a calm laugh. "Right. Tell me. Before this, you stayed with Reesgem for a time. Half a month before I met you, I discovered Reesgem and that Raham you described in a cave."
"Oh?" Linley and BB were instantly overjoyed. "Where are they?" Linley immediately asked. Linley still felt very grateful towards Reesgem. Bluefire looked around, then pointed towards a direction. "Go straight in that direction. Roughly 110,000 kilometers away, you'll discover a mountain with 2 peaks, like a ram's horn. The 2 of them are staying there at the base of the mountain, in a cave. But of course, I can't be sure if they are still there." "Thank you, Mr. Leyland." Linley was overjoyed. Generally speaking, they would stay in one place for many years. As Bluefire had seen them there recently, Reesgem should still be there. "It seems as though you want to reunite with them as well. Then we'll each part ways now." Bluefire laughed. Linley and BB immediately bade Bluefire farewell, then, without returning to their cave, flew towards the direction Bluefire had pointed towards at high speed. Actually, upon hearing the description of a ram's horn-shaped mountain, Linley already had an idea. He had a map of the planar battlefield. Naturally, he knew where the mountain was located. Bluefire watched as the 2 disappeared into the desolate wilderness, then couldn't help but laugh. He then sighed. Beirut really spared no expense and no effort. However, now that Linley has fused 4 profound mysteries, it can be said that Beirut has accomplished his goal. As for the fusion of the 5th profound mystery, that's quite far off. It seems, for now, there's nothing more for me to do here. I've never seen a planar war. I can't miss the final battle that will happen in 300 years. Bluefire gracefully departed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 41, High Spirits. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 41, High Spirits. The cold wind howled, stabbing like knives as it swept across the vast, desolate earth. Sand and pebbles flew about wildly, and 2 blurry forms continued to advance. Not too far away from them, up ahead, there was a large, twin-peaked mountain. The mountain was thousands of meters high, and the peak of the mountain was split, all the way from the top to the halfway point. From a distance, it looked just like the horns of a ram. In the maps of the planar battlefield, this mountain, the Ramhorn Mountain, was something of a landmark. "Here we are." Linley, dressed in a deep green robe, glanced about, his eyes flashing like lightning as he stared at every suspicious-looking part of Ramhorn Mountain. "It seems there's no cave here," BB mumbled. "Even if Reesgem is here, how could he allow others to tell just by looking? Let's do a good investigation of the entire Ramhorn Mountain." After speaking, Linley and BB transformed into 2 blurs, flying at high speed towards Ramhorn Mountain. With Raham present, even the most desolate of mountains could be transformed into a luxurious cave estate. Within that estate inside Ramhorn Mountain, there was a large estate hall that seemed to have been formed by nature. Raham, that big fellow, was currently seated in the meditative position in the corner of the hall, quietly training. The slow passage of time, to these supreme experts, was generally spent in training. As for Reesgem, he was seated on a chair, his legs resting atop a table which was covered with all sorts of fruits and foods. "Montello, that bastard." Reesgem grabbed a haunch of leg meat from an unknown beast, giving it a savage bite. "He's so cocky. All he has is strength in numbers." Reesgem, when thinking back to what happened 3 years ago, still was quite angry and discontent. Reesgem turned to look at the meditating Raham. He couldn't help but call out, "Hey, Raham, stop training like an idiot. There's no need to train so frantically. It's not so easy to reach the level of Paragon. Come over here and drink and chat with me."
The towering, war-godlike Raham opened his eyes, and it was as though corporeal light emanated forth.
Yes. Raham rose to his feet, then moved to sit down across from Rishjem. I asked you to chat with me, so why aren't you saying anything? Rishjem couldn't help but feel resigned.
Seeing how Raham was acting, though, all he could say was, "Alright."
Ugh. If I'd known it'd be like this, I would have brought a few more people as well. Even if they aren't able to help out in a fight, they'd help me relieve my boredom. Speaking of fighting, if I become a paragon, I will definitely make it so that Montello would suffer so much that he would beg for death. He needs killing. Raham growled as well. Rishjem immediately laughed. Right. Needs killing. Rishjem.
A clear voice rang out from the corridor up ahead.
Hey, Rishjem, we're here. A joyful sound echoed forth from the cave tunnel corridor.
And then, with a bang sound, clearly the mountainous slab of rock that covered the tunnel was broken through.
Rishjem and Raham reacted by instinct. Swoosh. Swoosh.
They hurriedly rose to their feet and glanced at each other, their eyes filled with surprise, delight, and laughter.
Linley and Bibi came. Raham said, "Ha, let's go welcome them, quick."
Rishjem was the first to fly out, with Raham close behind. Once the two arrived at their front courtyard, they saw that the gates to the courtyard had already been broken through.
Linley, dressed in a deep green robe, and a black-robed Bibi were smiling, walking over shoulder to shoulder. "Rishjem!" Bibi called out jubilantly. "Oh ho, Bibi!" Rishjem excitedly charged over, grabbing Bibi into a bear hug. "We're finally reunited again." "Linley!"
Raham revealed a hint of a smile towards Linley as well, and Linley laughed and nodded. Raham was currently transformed into a size of just 2 meters in height, comparable to Linley. As for Bibi and Rishjem, their heights were similar as well. The 4 members of this hunting squad, standing together, made for quite an interesting scene.
"His mommy."
Rishjem turned his head to look at Linley, then punched Linley on the chest and snorted, "Linley, kid, you worried me to death. When you were being attacked and chased by Oman, I wasn't worried about Bibi, I was only worried about you. Oman wouldn't be able to do anything to Bibi, but you were a different story.
You are my one and only disciple, you know?
If you die, I'll be very sad."
Linley let out an awkward laugh. "Disciple? Hey, Rishjem, we're brothers." Bibi slapped his arm around Rishjem's shoulders and cocked his head. "We're on the same level, so how can you consider yourself my boss master?" Rishjem was startled. "Fine then."
Rishjem gave Linley a sideways look.
"It was you who comprehended the profound secrets of my amethyst space on your own, and it was my mother who asked me to do what I did."
"You can be considered my mother's disciple, then, which means you and I are on the same level as well." As Rishjem spoke, he began to snicker.
Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but have a thought.
So Rishjem did what he did, teaching me while claiming to punish me, was at the behest of the sovereign.
But why did the sovereign make that decision? I've never before met the Redbud sovereign.
Bibi said, puzzled, "Hey, Rishjem, that was all arranged by your mother, the sovereign?"
"Right. My mother even gave an important soulstone to Linley."
Rishjem mumbled.
"I really didn't want to part with it." "Soulstone? You mean the black stone?" Linley hurriedly asked. "Right." Rishjem nodded very confidently. "I feel sick at heart just talking about it. That soulstone, my mother has never given it to any outsider before. You were the first. Do you know?
Even sovereigns have asked for a soulstone from my mother, but my mother wasn't willing to give it to them, but..."
"Sovereigns wanted it?"
Linley said, puzzled.
"This is useful for sovereigns?" "It isn't very useful for a sovereign." Rishjem shook his head.
"But if it was given to a high god, it would be very useful."
BB said in surprise. Rhysgem, if we compare this soulstone to the abyssal fruit of the netherworld, which one is better? Abyssal fruit? Rhysgem chortled. The abyssal fruit truly is a treasure as well, but even 10 abyssal fruits aren't as valuable as a single soulstone. Perhaps it has limited impact on sovereigns, but, for high gods, a soulstone is a true treasure. Linley, don't look at me that way. In the future, you'll know how valuable that soulstone is. Although in the countless planes of the universe, there are only 2 amethyst god beasts, myself and my mother is the only person capable of giving someone a soulstone. Linley and BB looked at each other. From the sounds of it, this soulstone really was quite remarkable. Indeed, in battle, it was remarkably useful, but Linley didn't yet see how it could be as amazing as Rhysgem was claiming it to be. My mother probably gave one to you out of guilt. Otherwise, how could she possibly give it to you? Rhysgem said with a sigh. Guilt? Linley asked hurriedly. Rhysgem covered his mouth, looked around, then hurriedly shook his head and said, Don't ask, just pretend I didn't say anything. Don't ask. Linley and BB were both rather astonished, but then Rhysgem hurriedly changed the topic. He started to laugh. Ha, Linley, BB, now that you are back, our chance for revenge has come. In the past 3 years, I've always wanted to find Montello and gain revenge, but myself and Raham, without anyone else, are far from being enough. If we went, we'd just be taken advantage of by them. But now that you are here, things are different. What do you mean? BB raised an eyebrow. We're going to find Montello and get revenge? Of course. Rhysgem said, rather angrily. I've been thinking about revenge every moment of the past 3 years. Now that my chance has come, how can we not go? Right. Let's go kill Montello and the others. Raham's gaze was cold, containing powerful hatred. Linley frowned, worried about one thing. Rhysgem, last time, we exchanged blows with them. There were 8 of them and only 4 of us. In addition, that Oman who fought with me was particularly strong. Even BB, using his innate divine ability, wasn't able to do anything to him. We're going to get revenge? Right. Oman is really hard to deal with. BB said. Ha, Rhysgem began to laugh smugly. If there are 8, there are 8. What's to fear? Only 2 of the 8 have soul-protecting sovereign artifacts. One is Oman, while the other is Chosway, Siway. Although 5 of the other 6 have sovereign artifacts, they don't have soul-protecting sovereign artifacts. Last time, we were attacked and caught off guard. This time, as long as we prepare, BB, you use your innate divine ability and deal with 2 of them from the start. Once your innate divine ability recovers, we'll continue to exterminate them. It won't be hard for us to deal with 8 of them. It's a bit tough to deal with 8 people. Linley said with a frown. Unfortunately, I can't use my innate divine ability non-stop. BB said resignedly. Linley nodded slightly. The same was true for him. Using an innate divine ability and a soul attack were different concepts. Soul attacks only took up spiritual energy. Even if you used it all up, you could use golden soul pearls to quickly replenish it. Or, by relying on sovereign power, one could use the attack repeatedly without worrying that one's own spiritual energy would be used up. But innate divine abilities, aside from using up spiritual energy, also used up their innate energy. For example, Linley's usage of Dragon Roar used up that azure light, which was his innate energy. Although the innate azure light replenished very quickly, it still needed time. BB was able to execute 2 God Eater innate divine ability attacks in succession, but for the 3rd time, he had to wait for a while. Only after his innate energy replenished to a certain degree was he able to use it again. 8 people. We have to dispose of 2 of them at the very start. Rhysgem immediately began to plan it out. BB, once we encounter them, first deal with that silver-robed woman, Renessa. Afterwards, then deal with Montello.
Once we deal with those two supreme experts, there are only 2 people capable of threatening us. Although the enemy side had 8 experts, they only had 4 truly supreme experts, with the other 4 being slightly weaker, below-average commanders.
Linley, BB, are the 2 of you tired? Should we rest for a bit, or head out right away? Rezajam asked. Let's head out now, Linley said with a laugh. He and BB had parted from Bluefire not too long ago, and they had been resting previously as well. They weren't the slightest bit tired, on the contrary, they looked forward to this battle. If this battle goes as smoothly as predicted, I'll have enough commander badges by the end. According to Linley's calculations, only 1 was needed. Fine, then. Let's head out.
Reisjam's eyes were shining, and he snorted.
That Montello.
I'll teach him to be so smug.
And so cocky.
Humph, he has no idea that we have a trump card like BB.
Montello, as far as the soul went, was on the same level as Reisjam.
Even high god paragons would have to work hard to kill them through the soul. But, upon encountering BB's innate divine ability, he would definitely die.
Let's go.
Raham, who wholeheartedly wanted to avenge his brother, and Linley, who wanted to acquire enough commander badges, as well as BB and Reisjam, directly left the cave.
Upon leaving the cave, they were in extraordinarily high spirits.
But 3 days later, Reisjam became rather depressed and resigned.
The desolate wilderness.
A wild wind howled drearily. 4 figures were striding side by side. Reisjam said helplessly, I thought that the planar battlefield wasn't that large, but now, it seems, it's huge.
Finding Montello within it is too hard.
The planar battlefield had a circumference of 1,000,000 kilometers, and the restrictive power of it was a level higher than the infernal realm and netherworlds. Even for Linley, to travel 1,000,000 kilometers would take a day or 2, and that was if they were walking in a straight line. They weren't doing that, they were searching one place after another for Montello. Even if we use Sovereign's might to search, it would take a few dozen years or even upwards of 100 years to find Montello.
Linley shook his head inside.
To find someone in the planar battlefield, one would have to rely on Sovereign's might and use it in the form of divine sense. By doing so, the range would be much greater.
Right. There's one other way. BB mumbled. What way?
Reisjam said, startled.
What's another way for us to find Montello? Actually, we don't have to find them. They can find us, that's fine as well.
BB said with a snicker. We want to take revenge on Montello, but he wants to make trouble for you as well. Reisjam, all you need to do is start a battle which causes a bit of a ruckus, and even use that innate divine ability of yours. Make it so that people 10,000 kilometers away will know that the person causing this ruckus was you, Reisjam.
As long as Montello isn't too far away, he'll soon hurry here to deal with you. Reisjam's eyes immediately lit up. That's so simple. Why didn't I think of it?
Reisjam immediately began to laugh. This time, I'm going to make it so that Montello throws himself into my net. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 19, Chapter 42, A Nightmare Descends. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 42, A Nightmare Descends.
What we need to consider is where we should fight, so as to draw them here.
BB said with a frown.
After all, the planar battlefield is too large. Even on just this side of the planar battlefield, the region has a circumference of 1,000,000 kilometers.
If we don't pick the right place and are too far away from Montello, wouldn't that make it hard for them to find us? Reisjam nodded slightly. So where exactly is Montello?
If they knew the answer to that, there would be no need for all these complicated maneuvers. I think, Linley said reflectively, that after Montello's group of 8 failed to kill us, they probably found a place to rest as well. And the place they chose to rest shouldn't be too far away from the scene of the last battle. I've already searched the area within a circumference of 10,000 kilometers around that place.
Riesjem shook his head.
Before this, they had spent 3 times and completely searched the area within 10,000 kilometers, and had even used Sovereign's might. One could imagine how hard it was to find them. I expect that their resting place is within 100,000 kilometers of the previous battle.
Linley guessed. How about this?
Let's make this place right here the scene of the battle. It is within 100,000 kilometers of the last battle scene.
Let's make some noise. If we use Sovereign's might, they might just find us.
Riesjem hesitated momentarily, then nodded slightly.
Fine. That's what we'll do, then.
If we don't succeed, we can try 2 or 3 more places that are a few tens of thousands of kilometers away.
Given Montello's temperament, once he discovers us, he'll definitely come.
Riesjem revealed a smile on his face. Reham, you'll put on the play with us. Riesjem laughed while looking at Reham. Roughly 20,000 kilometers away from this location, within the base of a squat mountain that was less than 1,000 meters high, a cavern had been dug.
Montello's group of 5 was there. Within the cave,
the muscular golden-robed man, Oman, was seated silently in the meditative stance to one side of the cave, his eyes closed. That arrogant-looking middle-aged man was nearby quietly training as well. As for Montello and the green-haired maiden, they were seated facing each other, chatting and laughing.
Young master, last time, we gained quite a bit.
If we can be this lucky during the final battle, young master, you might end up having enough military merits.
Montello laughed softly. How about, Louis, you give me your military merits. That way, I won't have to worry about coming up with enough. How can we do that?
The green-haired maiden's laughter was as clear as a bell. Young master, if you give me some of your military merits, I might be able to come up with enough as well.
Geez. Montello shook his head and laughed.
Montello knew very well that although everyone addressed him as young master, in reality, in this group of 5, only the silver-haired elder who stood by his side was his old servant. This silver-haired elder was the weakest of the 5, without any sovereign artifacts. He came to attend to Montello's needs. As for the other 3, each of them, be it Oman, Chaswe, or Lo, although they gave him face by addressing him as young master, the military merits they gained were divided in accordance with their earlier agreement.
Rumble, an extremely weak ripple of energy made it towards them. Montello, Lo, and the silver-haired elderway immediately turned to look towards the tunnel.
Even the meditating Oman and Chaswe opened their eyes to look outwards. The planar battlefield wasn't that large to begin with.
Given that battles were normally rare, the occasional major battle attracted quite a bit of attention. Energy ripples. It is sovereign power. Montello was the first to fly out.
Perhaps we'll acquire some more commander badges. The green-haired maiden laughed enchantingly as she flew out as well, immediately followed by the silver-haired elder, the golden-robed Oman, and the arrogant middle-aged Chaswe. The 3 transformed into 3 blurs and flew outwards. Upon flying out from the tunnel, Montello and the other 4 immediately flew at high speed towards the origin of the energy ripples. Because the planar battlefield was flat, as long as there were no mountains blocking one's line of vision, commander-level experts would be able to see things from 10,000 kilometers away, despite the distance.
But of course, the larger something was, the more clearly it would be visible. Whoosh!
The wind howled drearily as the 5 of them flew at high speed. Moments later, Montello's group of 5 clearly saw a black, heaven-encompassing web-like rampart hanging high in the skies. The black rampart was hundreds of meters in size, and covered with a layer of flowing violet light. A black rampart that was hundreds of meters in size, for commanders, it would be bizarre if they weren't able to locate it.
The silver-haired elder said in surprise, Amethyst Rampart? Riesjem's Amethyst Rampart? A look of surprise and delight appeared on Montello's face. He couldn't help but begin to laugh loudly. It really is Reichjam's innate divine ability. Last time, he fled. I didn't expect that I'd encounter him yet again. Everyone, hurry up to the location of the fight. Don't miss this wonderful opportunity. The distance is too great. Oman said, stone-faced. Given the great distance, by the time we fly over, the battle might have concluded and Reichjam might have left. Montello understood this as well. A distance of 20,000 kilometers, if they flew over at maximum speed, it would still take some time. We can't let this opportunity to go waste. Everyone, use your sovereign's might. Montello immediately sent mentally. A drop of sovereign's might is enough for us to make it in time. In addition, if we are lucky, perhaps we'll be able to kill Reichjam's comrades. I wonder if Reichjam has one person with him or is in a group of 3. Montello turned to look at Oman. Oman, last time, you didn't kill those 2. This time, don't miss again. Don't worry. Oman said confidently. Let's go. Montello, with a bang, set his sovereign's might ablaze. Immediately, the other 4 also set their own sovereign's might ablaze. An ordinary commander might cherish their sovereign's might more, but Montello came from the Augusta clan, and was one of the clan's strongest experts. Although the amount of sovereign's might he was allotted wasn't as ridiculous as the amount Reichjam had access to, it was still quite a bit. Montello was still capable of wasting a few drops liberally as needed. After having used their sovereign's might, the 5 figures instantly rose in speed by an extravagant amount. They were like 5 blurs, instantly piercing through the skies and moving towards the location of Reichjam's battle. Reichjam and Reham were currently battling non-stop. Thunderous booms could be heard unceasingly, and the earth had shattered. Wild bursts of sovereign power constantly emanated forth. 5 surges of sovereign power are headed towards us at high speed. Linley noticed. Light-type sovereign power. BB said. Linley revealed a hint of a smile on his face. Not 8. 5. Still, for them to be coming so arrogantly and brazenly, it should be Montello's group. Linley knew very well that ordinary commanders who were going to attack someone would never cause such a huge stir. Only Montello, who knew exactly how strong Reichjam's team was, would dare to hurry over in such a manner at high speed. I didn't think that just after battling for a short while, they would arrive. Reichjam and Reham stopped fighting. They are probably afraid that you will stop fighting and they won't be able to make it. Linley said with a laugh. And just like that, Linley, Reham, BB, and Reichjam just stood there, shoulder to shoulder, looking towards the direction of Montello's group of 5, quietly awaiting their arrival. Rumble, with sovereign power blazing forth from them, their high-speed movements did indeed cause quite a commotion. With Montello at the lead, the group of 5, covered in foamy white light, appeared within the dark environment of the planar battlefield like stars flashing across the sky. The 5 quickly arrived at the scene of the earlier battle. The 5 of them looked forward, only to see the already prepared Linley and his group. Montello, it really is you. Reichjam snickered. There's only 5. Linley felt relaxed as well. He had thought there would be 8 of them, which would be rather pressuring, but now that there were only 5, they were completely confident in their chances. Montello, seeing the situation, felt puzzled. The 4 of them aren't fleeing? Last time, during their fight, Montello came to believe that this 4-person squad was only so-so. The 5 of them were completely capable of overcoming these 4. However, Montello didn't know that he had miscalculated BB's strength. BB only had one powerful technique, his innate divine ability. Although BB's technique couldn't do anything to Oman, it could easily deal with the others. However, Montello didn't know. Oman didn't know either. When BB had attacked him from behind, Oman, in possession of a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, thought that it had only been an ordinary soul attack. Oman, last time, you didn't kill those 2. This time, let's see how you do. Montello said with a soft laugh. Don't worry. Oman swept Linley and Bibi with a cold gaze. Linley looked straight at Oman as well. Suddenly, he began to laugh loudly. Oman, last time, I didn't enjoy the fight. This time, let's have a good tussle. Oman, to this, just responded with a snicker. You asked for this. Montello was absolutely delighted. Only by knowing one's friends and enemies would one be guaranteed a victory. Montello felt that he clearly knew what his enemies were like. Let's fight. Riesgem just laughed loudly. Attack! Montello barked as well. Montello gave the order, and instantly, those 5 blurs shot forward, with the nimblest being the green-haired maiden with the sovereign glove. But when Riesgem gave the order, the 4 of them didn't move. Suddenly, behind Bibi appeared the enormous illusion of a god-eater rat. The black god-eater rat hovered there in midair, and instantly, the 5 figures charging towards them were so terrified that their faces changed. Beirut? Oman said, shocked. That's not right. God-eater rat? Impossible. Montello, who had given the order, said, his face instantly turning ashen. Since he had given the order, he naturally was in the rear, and now he was the first to flee. Everyone, flee! He hurriedly sent frantically. If they didn't flee now, when? Faced with the supreme technique of the God-Eater rat, anyone who wasn't a paragon or had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact would definitely die. Riesgem asked me to kill that woman, Renessa, and Montello. Montello is a bit farther away though. I'll kill this green-haired maiden, then. Bibi, wanting to be certain of his kill, made his target the green-haired maiden. She had charged to the very front, and was at the rear of the pack while fleeing. No, the green-haired maiden's eyes no longer held any luster or slyness, only terror. However, it was too late. The unique energy ripples of the innate divine ability instantly swept through her, locking onto the green-haired maiden's soul and divine spark. Innate divine ability, God-Eater. Immediately, a divine spark flew out from within her body, and the eyes of the green-haired maiden instantly became lifeless. She collapsed from the skies, and her glove and a gold badge fell out onto the ground. A commander-level expert had just died in an instant. The supreme technique of God-Eater rats, the nightmare of many commanders. Flee, flee. Montello was completely scared stupid by now. He only knew that he had to run. He knew very well that if today, he moved one step too slow, he would be finished. Although he was confident in his soul's prowess, upon encountering the innate divine ability, God-Eater, he would still be finished. That youth, how can he be a God-Eater rat? How? Montello didn't dare believe it. How did it end up being like this? Oman was completely mystified. He wasn't afraid of this technique, but he also knew, the other 3 of our 5-person squad, in the face of that God-Eater rat, will definitely perish. Chosway and I, against them 4, will only barely be able to flee and stay alive. Oman understood that Riesgem was more than strong enough to tie him down. As for Reham, Linley, and Bibi, it would easy for them to kill Chosway. After killing Chosway, Linley and the other 2 could join forces with Riesgem to kill Oman, which would also be simple. In the same instant that Montello's group of 4 began to flee. Boom! 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 Destruction-type sovereign power began to blaze forth from the bodies of Linley and the rest of the 4. At the same time, a blurry black light instantly spread out, surrounding and enclosing the 4 who wanted to flee. Montello's group's speed drastically lowered, and Montello himself was so terrified that his face turned white. Amethyst space. Black light had completely surrounded Linley's group of 4, and white light surrounded Montello's group of 4. 4 pursued 4. Flee separately. Montello shouted mentally. Riesgem's wild laughter rang out, and at the same time, behind him, an enormous illusion of an amethyst godbeast that had 108 spikes on its back appeared.
At the same time, 108 rays of violet light, carrying destruction-type sovereign power, shot out, instantly sweeping towards the 4 fleeing figures.
Innate divine ability, Amethyst Rampart.
With the descent of the Amethyst Rampart, the escape paths for Montello's group of 4 was blocked.
BB. Reesgem sent smugly. Got it. Just watch me. BB, seeing the opportunity, once more executed his innate divine ability.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 43, Attacked and Killed. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 43, Attacked and Killed.
Flee, flee. Montello had no intentions of trying to fight back. After realizing that BB was a god-eater rat, he only knew one thing: he had to flee. Flee separately. Make them pursue us separately, and we might have a chance.
Just as Montello felt as though he had a hint of hope, the Amethyst Rampart suddenly descended from the heavens. It was like an enormous, sky-covering net that swept towards them. No, Montello's face instantly turned ashen. The Amethyst Rampart swept towards them, hundreds of meters long, enveloping Montello, Oman, and the other 4 within it, and also wanting to seal them within a closed cocoon.
Break, break.
Oman frantically brandished his spiked mace, viciously smashing against the Amethyst Rampart. Unfortunately, the Amethyst Rampart just rippled a few times like water, completely undamaged. This was the innate divine ability of the Amethyst god beasts. How could it be so easily broken? Oman and Shasway still had at least a bit of confidence. They weren't afraid of the god-eater ability.
But as for Montello and the silver-haired elder, they were afraid. They didn't dare to waste a single moment. The road ahead is blocked. All we can do is turn and charge backwards.
Perhaps we'll still have a chance. Montello and the silver-haired elder turned their heads to discover that the Amethyst Rampart had already closed, forming into a sealed cocoon. There was nowhere to run. Reesgem was utterly delighted as he stared at Montello. As for BB, the divine beast's illusion had already taken form behind him. An enormous phantom of a god-eater rat was right behind BB, staring at Montello with a pair of cold eyes. BB cracked his lips open in a grin, chortling as that unique energy ripple surged forth.
Innate divine ability, God-eater.
We're finished.
Montello and the silver-haired elder felt utterly powerless. No!
Montello suddenly growled, and then from his body, thousands of strands of white silk appeared, shooting out like spider webs towards the nearby silver-haired elder, instantly wrapping him up and giving him a strong pull. It pulled the nearby silver-haired elder to Montello's side, just as the energy of the god-eater arrived. The silver-haired elder, unable to react in time, was struck head-on. The thousands of white strands of silk disintegrated, while the silver-haired elder dropped down from the skies. From his body, out rolled a white badge as well as a high god artifact, an interspatial ring, and a divine spark which flew out of his head towards BB.
BB was stunned.
The nearby Linley, Reesgem and Reham had been certain that Montello was going to die, but the scene just now had caused them to be stunned.
He used his own ally as a shield?
Linley was rather puzzled as to whether or not that silver-haired elder had surviving clones in the outside world, and if he would feel hatred for Montello because of this and go make trouble for him.
What Linley didn't know was
the silver-haired elder's status amongst the 5 was the lowest. He was an old servant of Montello's. The silver-haired elder might feel resentment in his heart for Montello's actions, but he wouldn't dare take revenge.
Boss, I can only use my innate divine ability twice in a row. We have to wait for a good while before I can use it again. BB sent helplessly to Linley. Montello really is lucky. Linley couldn't help but laugh bitterly.
Reesgem, knowing that BB wouldn't be able to use his innate divine ability for now, just began to laugh loudly as he pointed towards Montello.
Montello, you really are decisive, ruthless, and vicious. You sacrificed your own partner. I really admire you.
but unfortunately, today, you will still die.
Oman and Chosway couldn't help but give Montello a sidelong glance as well, using one of them as a shield.
This sort of action did indeed make others feel repulsed and angered.
However, as the silver-haired elder was Montello's old servant, Oman and Chosway couldn't really say anything. An innate divine ability can only be used twice in a row. Montello began to laugh loudly. It seems you won't be able to kill me. As soon as Montello's words finished, the amethyst rampart suddenly dissipated, its energy returning to the universe. The innate divine ability was only able to persist for a limited time. Oman, let's go. Montello sent. You want to run?
Riesgem said with a snicker. We'll chase. He had spread out his amethyst space to a circumference of nearly 1,000 kilometers long ago, and a powerful gravitational force caused Montello, Oman, and Chosway to move much slower. Riesgem, Linley, Bibi, and Rayham transformed into 4 black blurs, chasing after them at high speed. And of course, they also scooped up the white badge of that silver-haired elder. In this battle, we only acquired a single gold badge. Last time, Riesgem gave us the gold badge, so this time, we'll definitely have to give the badge to Riesgem. Linley understood that if they only gained a single gold badge this time, it would go to Riesgem, and his goal would not be accomplished. I have to kill one. Linley stared fixedly at Montello. Given Montello's status, he has to be a commander, Of the 3 of them, Oman is the hardest to deal with. Let me handle Oman. Riesgem sent mentally towards the other 3. Rayham, you go deal with that Chosway. Given your strength, you should be completely certain of success. As for Montello, Linley, you said your power increased greatly. You should be able to tie him down. If you can kill Montello, kill him. If you can't, tie him down. We just need to wait a while, and Bibi will be able to use his innate divine ability a 3rd time, and we'll kill Montello. Don't worry. Leave Montello to me. Linley sent mentally. Having made a breakthrough not too long ago, Linley felt extremely confident. At this moment in time, the 3 enemies up ahead who were trapped and slowed down within the amethyst space were feeling uneasy as well. Oman, Chosway, we definitely won't be able to escape like this. The 3 of us need to flee in 3 directions. They don't have 3 amethyst spaces. Fine. Oman and Chosway both acknowledged, and each of the 3 began to fly in a different direction at high speed. One continued to flight straight forward, while the other 2 began to fly to the left and to the right, respectively. Attack them separately. Riesgem gave the order. Linley's group of 4, long prepared, didn't hesitate at all. Linley and Bibi charged straight towards Montello, while Riesgem chased after Oman and Rayham chased after Chosway. I hope that God-Eater rat won't chase after me. Montello felt hope in his heart. He fled at high speed, and soon escaped the amethyst space. I finally flew out of the amethyst space. Now, it's time for me to flee. Just as he was rejoicing, however, a white light suddenly descended once more from the heavens. A powerful gravitational force instantly wrapped around him, the power of it comparable to that of the amethyst space. Blackstone space. What's going on? Montello turned, only to see the dragon-formed Linley and Bibi in pursuit. How could I have forgotten about them? That brat of the Azure Dragon clan is also skilled in the amethyst space. He had heard Oman mention this before. And that's the God-Eater rat. Terrible. Montello feared the God-Eater rat the most. At his level, it would be very hard to kill him, but unfortunately, the innate divine ability of God-Eater rats was simply too terrifying. If it failed, that was one thing, but if it succeeded, the opponent would definitely die. Whoosh! Space itself seemed to emit a keening screech. Linley and Bibi continued to draw closer and closer to Montello. This kid is going to die, no questions. Linley was completely confident. Boss, don't worry. Once my innate divine ability's energy replenishes to a certain degree, I'll be able to kill him with ease.
BB sent with a chortle. Still flying up ahead, Montello felt panic in his heart. If this continues, I'll only be getting closer and closer to them. I definitely won't be able to escape. Even if I'm able to delay for a time, once the God-Eater rat recovers, he'll still be able to easily annihilate me. Montello understood that there was no way for him to run. Swoosh, dot. Montello suddenly halted. Linley and BB halted as well, and Linley looked with amusement at Montello. Laughing softly, he said, "Oh, no longer running?" Montello cursed mentally, "Within the amethyst space, how can I flee? The more time I spend, the slimmer my chances for survival."
Linley and BB weren't in any hurry to attack, they were happy to drag this out.
Once BB recovered, he would easily defeat Montello. "The two of you, why must you kill me?" Montello said hurriedly. "As long as you two don't kill me, I will be willing to satisfy any requirements that you two desire." "No need." Linley snickered. "I have Sovereign's might. A large amount of Sovereign's might." Montello said hurriedly. BB said mockingly, "We don't lack for Sovereign's might." "Oh, right. My commander badge. I will give you my commander badge." Montello said hurriedly.
According to the rules of the planar battlefield, when leaving the planar battlefield, one must be holding a commander badge. Someone who is still alive who doesn't have a commander badge will have violated the laws of the planar battlefield, and will be executed by the sovereigns.
Linley snickered.
This rule of the planar battlefield was made to ensure that people wouldn't just swap badges with others.
For example, if two commanders entered two separate camps, and then just handed their badges to each other as military merits. This was a sort of cheating. Thus, upon the conclusion of the planar war, if someone alive didn't have their commander badge, they would be executed. Executed by a sovereign.
After all, that was the time for military merits to be rewarded, or for military merits to be exchanged for a sovereign artifact. The sovereigns would create energy clones. Those who violated the rules would die.
"I'm willing to do this. Don't worry. As long as you spare me," Montello said frantically. "I will immediately give it to you.
As for the commander badge, in the future, I'll kill someone of my own alliance."
"Boss, just wait a bit.
My innate divine ability's energy is almost replenished.
I just need a little more time." BB sent. "Sparing you isn't necessarily out of the question."
Linley suddenly changed his tone.
But Montello said frantically, "If you agree, then agree. If you refuse, then refuse. The two of you, hurry up."
He too knew very well that BB's innate divine ability energy was replenishing.
"About that," BB drawled. "Die, then." Montello suddenly exploded forth, and the white energy aura around Montello instantly bounded towards BB like lightning.
These two are clearly just wasting time.
"I have only one option right now. That's to kill this God-Eater rat. If I kill him, I still have a chance to live." Montello knew what the situation was. If they wanted to let him leave, why would they hesitate?
Hesitation was to waste time, wasting time was to kill him.
His reaction is quite quick. Linley hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Swoosh!
A white, semi-translucent arrow shot out from Montello's body, shooting towards BB.
The speed was so quick that BB wasn't able to dodge at all. It directly entered his body. The material defense of God-Eater rats is too strong. I'll have to try soul attacks.
Montello knew this point very well, but before he even had a chance to see whether or not BB had died, Linley's attack arrived.
Crackle! Montello only saw 108 rays of black shadows surge towards him like dragons. Montello's divine sense instantly noticed one thing. A divine sword? An invisible, divine sword?
While still in a state of amazement, those 108 black blurs solidified into a whole, forming into a sphere that completely enveloped him, and a powerful compressive force instantly affected his entire body.
Pressure, compression. Slash.
As fast as lightning, as a ray of light, a sword split through the heavens, piercing towards Montello's head.
However, above Montello's head, a strange protective layer appeared. With a clang sound, the attack had to withdraw without any results. Defensive sovereign artifacts truly are incredible. Linley sighed in mental praise.
Linley knew that it would be hard for him to kill this person, but he was still able to tie him down for a time.
However, the power of microcosm when using sovereign's might is truly tremendous. Even Montello isn't able to react to my sword.
Linley retreated at high speed.
He isn't dead? Montello turned to look at Bibi, then immediately turned to flee.
Don't be in such a rush.
Linley's body once more swept forward, and the invisible mirage once more struck out.
That blurry black sphere once more surrounded Montello, and the enraged Montello's body once more exploded forth with large amounts of white silk.
Crackle!
When the sword struck out, the nearer white strands of silk were all shattered.
Boss, I'm ready. Bibi sent mentally.
Linley's sky-shattering sword thrust landed on Montello's body, knocking him backwards slightly. At this moment, Montello noticed that behind Bibi had appeared the enormous illusion of a god-eater rat.
No! Montello stared, wide-eyed. This time, there's no one present to be your shield. Linley watched the scene. The innate divine ability's unique energy swept outwards towards Montello. Montello wasn't able to resist at all. He collapsed to the ground, dead. Clink. A gold badge fell out from his body.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 19, Chapter 44, Results. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 44, Results. Montello's corpse lay there on the ground.
This area was utterly silent and still, with only the constant howling of the cold wind.
Linley collected the gold badge, a smile on his face. This is the second gold badge we acquired in this battle. In this moment, the only thing Linley could see was this gold badge. As for Montello's defensive sovereign artifact, Linley's glance swept directly past it. This defensive sovereign artifact would be reclaimed by the sovereign later. Bibi ran over, saying excitedly, "Boss, the second one."
Earlier, when that green-haired woman died, the badge was Reisgem's.
This one is ours. Now, we have a total of 4 commander badges. Right, 4. My father, Boss Yale, George, and Delia's older brother. We have enough already. Linley let out a long sigh of relief. Bibi grinned as well. Boss, do you think Grandpa Doring can be brought back to life? Bibi suddenly said. Linley was stunned. Grandpa Doring?
Within Linley's mind, the events from 2,000 years ago suddenly reappeared. At that time, he was just an ordinary child, a youth whom Grandpa Doring gave guidance to, helping him to steadily grow. In Linley's life, Grandpa Doring and Bibi held extremely important places. Whether thousands of years, 10,000 years, or even more time passed, Linley would never forget Grandpa Doring. The death of Grandpa Doring was a scar embedded deep within Linley's heart, an eternal regret.
Grandpa Doring's soul dissipated. Linley said with a sigh. If a person's soul dissipates, does that mean they can't come back to life again? Bibi was rather unwilling to accept this. Only when the soul remains alive can one reform into an undead. Linley shook his head. Bibi, enough of this. Let's go find Reham and Reisgem.
Grandpa Doring's death, each time this scab was picked at, Linley felt agonized and miserable.
All right.
BB stopped discussing this, immediately following Linley towards the direction of a powerful surge of sovereign power.
Next to a desolate mountain, Raham and Chosway were undergoing a major battle.
Raham had already transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant, his entire body like steel. A king amongst the race of world titans.
Raham's fierce, sharp gaze stared towards the little fellow before him.
His two arms were like meteors, crashing down again and again. Or he stomped down, or kicked, or stepped, simple motions, but each one caused space to tremble and fracture.
The earth itself was constantly rising up and sinking down, obeying Raham's wishes. Whoosh! Chosway continuously dodged, flashing about.
This big fellow's attacks are too strong, in particular after he transformed.
My speed is inferior to his. Chosway was extremely panicked, and the white light around his body continuously flowed out, like strands of silk, protecting him perfectly. I'll only have one chance. I have to succeed. Suddenly, 6 white ribbons of light shot straight towards Raham's chest. Raham's giant hand suddenly slapped over in a dance, and of the 6 ribbons of white light, 5 of them coiled around Raham's right elbow, while the one remaining white ribbon transformed from being as soft as lace to as sharp as the tip of a sword. It shot towards Raham's chest. Roar. The enormous Raham suddenly let out an enraged bellow, his howl causing space itself to visibly ripple. The fist on his body suddenly became filled with all sorts of golden magical runes which suddenly lit up. A brilliant golden light spread out from every single magical rune, and Raham suddenly swung his fist over, smashing through this white ribbons. Chosway's face instantly changed. How is that possible? Clang! The white ribbon piercing towards Raham's chest only went in slightly, but at a certain depth, it was unable to penetrate any further. Rayer! The furiously roaring Raham slammed both his arms together in a pincer strike against Chosway. Still stunned, Chosway retreated frantically. Just as he was about to escape Raham's attack range, suddenly, Raham's 2 giant palms suddenly shot out with pillars of white light. These 2 pillars of white light had flecks of golden light on their surfaces, and shot at high speed towards the distant, retreating Chosway. No! Chosway instantly generated a large number of white ribbons from his body, forming into layers of protection. Bang! The 2 pillars of gold-flecked white light struck directly onto Chosway's body. The many layers of protective ribbons surrounding Chosway's body were shattered inch by inch, then the 2 pillars of light flashed forward as Chosway watched in terror, entering his body. With a terrifying, thunderous sound, Chosway was transformed into dust. Raham's body shrank. Phew! Phew! Raham's chest heaved like a bellow, letting out a few heavy pants, his face ashen. The supreme technique he had used just now was something that he wouldn't use, save at a critical moment. Once he used it, for a short period of time, his power would drop dramatically, and it would be quite some time before he recovered. I didn't expect that this Chosway would be so hard to deal with. Raham had to rest for quite a while before he recovered. Fortunately, we got another commander badge. Raham, from the corner of his eyes, saw a commander badge lying on the ground. As for the 2 rings, Raham didn't even look at them. He knew that one was an interspatial ring, while the other was a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 auras were moving close rapidly. Raham turned his head to look, then let out a sigh of relief. The newcomers were Linley and BB. Raham, you killed Chosway? Linley, seeing the rubble on the ground, couldn't help but laugh. I had to spend quite a bit of effort to kill him. Raham had a rare smile on his face. That Chosway trained in the laws of water and was skilled in defense. Despite my attack power, I nonetheless actually had to use a forbidden technique to kill him. Right, did you kill Montello? Raham had a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Originally, it was his dear friend who had been killed by Montello. Killed him. Linley flipped his hand over. This is his commander badge. Good. Raham couldn't help but feel wildly overjoyed. Right at this moment, another aura drew close at high speed. Linley's group of 3 turned to look. The newcomer was Reesgem. Reesgem glanced at the commander badge in Linley's hands, and he couldn't help but start to laugh. Ha, Montello, that bastard. He finally died. That fellow has pissed me off for the last time. I want to see how he'll continue to be so boastful in the future. Raham, you killed Shasway? Yes. Raham took out a commander badge as well. Hey, Reesgem, what about you? BB chortled, and Linley also laughed as he looked towards Reesgem. Everyone was in a very good mood. Me? Reesgem couldn't help but let out an awkward laugh. Well, this is a bit embarrassing. Although I was able to surpass him in speed, Oman really is hard to deal with. He was able to block my attacks, and then the 2 of us went underground into a major battle. That fellow actually ran deep into the underground region, to the place where spatial rifts randomly appear. That place is too dangerous. In the end, I had to give up. Battling deep underground was indeed very dangerous. For Oman to have been forced by you to do that is already pretty catastrophic for him. Linley understood that unless he had no other options, Oman wouldn't have made that choice. Although Oman's strength was excellent, when trapped in the amethyst field, he was indeed at a disadvantage. Given Reistem's sovereign weapon, Oman would be able to block, but as time went on, if he slipped a single time, it would be the end. For him to dive deep underground meant that Oman was desperately trying to find a hope of life in a sea of death. Most importantly of all, we killed Montello. No matter what, we've had a major victory. Reesgem began to laugh. This time, we got a total of 3 commander badges. Linley, last time, we gave you a badge. This time, of the 3 badges, 2 should be mine and 1 yours. No objections, right? No objections. Linley said with a laugh. 1 badge was enough. But next time, if there are any more commander badges, they'll be ours. BB chortled. Of course. Reesgem raised his eyebrows and laughed. Our 4-person squad is all but invincible. But of course, we'd best not encounter any more High God Paragons. Linley's group felt nervous when they thought of Bayer. High God Paragons really were overly powerful. The Divine Light Plane. Deep within the Godsgale Sea, within the All Might Island. All Might Island was the headquarters of the number 1 clan of the universe, the Augusta clan. The Augusta clan was extremely large, because the chief sovereign of light was himself just of an ordinary race. Naturally, his reproductive abilities were great, and his progeny were numerous. This caused the Augusta clan to vastly outstrip the 4 Divine Beasts clan in number. All Might Island had nearly 1 million people. And this was just the place where the elites of the Augusta clan lived. The Augusta clan's true population was spread out throughout the 81 islands nearby All Might Island. They numbered in the hundreds of millions. Although numerous, many were only of ordinary talent, but of course, with such a large base, a few geniuses would occasionally appear. Many of the members of the Augusta clan desired to join All Might Island. Russell, the waters of the sea slapped against the shores of All Might Island. Atop All Might Island, the elites of the clan were separated from each other. Most of them were rather solitary and arrogant. As the elites of the number 1 clan of the universe, they naturally had much to be proud about. However, once they looked towards the center of All Might Island, to that towering white temple completely made out of marble which was more than 10,000 meters tall, they had envy in their eyes. Within the Temple of Augusta, a figure strode forward through a corridor, which had paintings hanging on each sides of it. The guards standing at the sides of the corridor all immediately bowed. Your Highness! Your Highness! The figure just strode forward past them. What's wrong with His Highness? Why does he have such an ugly look on his face? 2 emissaries discussed softly amongst themselves. before a 10-meter-tall, unadorned violet gate.
The figure came to a halt here and said in a low voice, "Send the message that I wish to see the Patriarch."
"Yes, Your Highness." "Your Highness, please wait a moment,"
the two violet-robed guards said, and one of them bowed, then retreated into the corridor.
"How did this happen?" "Riesgem, and that Azure Dragon Clan punk. And that God-Eater rat." This Highness was Montello.
However, now that Montello had lost his most powerful clone, he was no longer one of the most powerful, towering figures of the Augusta clan.
But of course, the people in the clan didn't know it yet. Moments later, the violet-robed guard came out. "Your Highness, please enter. The Patriarch is within, waiting for you,"
the violet-robed guard said respectfully.
Montello directly entered.
This was the residence of the Patriarch. It had a dining hall, a meeting hall, beautifully adorned rooms, and more. Montello saw the figure standing atop a balcony, and upon seeing it, even someone as arrogant as Montello had to lower his head.
"Patriarch, my most powerful divine clone died." The white-robed figure couldn't help but turn.
He had a pair of sharp, sword-shaped eyebrows, and a fiery red dot in his forehead. This person was the Patriarch of the Augusta clan, and the most successful of the 182 children of the Chief Sovereign of Light. He was the strongest of them all. Although the Chief Sovereign of Light couldn't give him too many sovereign artifacts, by making his other emissaries work together, he was able to ensure that the Patriarch acquired sufficient sovereign artifacts. The Augusta Patriarch had 3 sovereign artifacts. Given that he was extremely powerful to begin with, even a high god paragon would at most be able to push him into chaotic space. But even if he was pushed into chaotic space, the Chief Sovereign of Light would probably be able to save him.
"What happened?"
the Augusta Patriarch said in a low voice, and the fiery red spot in his forehead expanded slightly.
Montello lowered his head, his words filled with resentment. "Patriarch, it was Riesgem.
I wasn't afraid of him, but who would have imagined that he brought a youth?
That youth was actually a God-Eater rat." "God-Eater rat?" The Augusta Patriarch instantly understood.
It was very hard to kill this nephew of his.
But a God-Eater rat could indeed accomplish it.
"Patriarch, the ones who killed me were a youth of the Azure Dragon clan and that God-Eater rat.
They are currently with Riesgem," Montello said with pain. "Riesgem?" The Augusta Patriarch shook his head. "That's the only child of the Redbud Sovereign."
"I definitely will not agree to Riesgem being killed." The Augusta Patriarch was quite decisive about this. He knew that even his father, the Chief Sovereign of Light, wouldn't easily fight with the Redbud Sovereign. Yes, the Chief Sovereign of Light was strong enough to deal with the Redbud Sovereign. Unfortunately, the Redbud Sovereign belonged to the 7 Great Sovereigns of Destruction. Their leader, the Chief Sovereign of Destruction, surpassed the Chief Sovereign of Light. More importantly, the Chief Sovereign of Light couldn't possibly go deal with another sovereign for the sake of a grandchild. "Patriarch, it will most likely be very hard for me to regain my former power. I know this puts you in a difficult position, but I hope you will consider the contributions I have rendered to the clan over all these years and get revenge for me."
Montello's face was filled with indignation, and he said in a low voice, "I didn't plan to kill Riesgem. I only hope, Patriarch, that we can kill that Azure Dragon Clan's brat, and that God-Eater rat." Montello deeply hated Linley and Bibi.
If it hadn't been for Linley entangling him, he would have fled long ago. After all, Bibi didn't have the ability to stop him.
The Augusta Patriarch was silent.
Montello said hurriedly, "Patriarch, our clan has suffered major losses this time. Lo and Chosway both died. Actually, my personal grudge is a small matter, but we lost 4 experts.
Can it be that the Augusta clan isn't going to respond at all? What about our clan's face? If our clan doesn't respond, others will secretly laugh at us." The Augusta Patriarch lifted an eyebrow.
Clearly, he was moved by these words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 19, Chapter 45, Arrangements. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 45, Arrangements.
The Augusta Patriarch was frowning. He stood there on the balcony, actually turning to stare into the distant Godscale sea.
He was silent.
Patriarch,
Montello said hurriedly. But the Augusta Patriarch didn't agree.
Montello knew that the Patriarch would definitely consider things carefully, and so he no longer rushed him. In his heart, though, he felt frantic.
Given the Patriarch's temper, it's quite possible that the Patriarch won't get involved in this matter. If that's the case, who can I ask to kill the God-Eater rat and the other one? No. I have to kill those two. Montello continuously pondered what he should do.
Although Montello was an important member of the Augusta clan, he didn't have any important relationships with high god paragons. It was very difficult to gain revenge after being killed in the planar battlefield. After all, commanders capable of killing other commanders in the planar battlefield were all-powerful.
Only paragons would be completely certain of success in killing them.
There were only a few high god paragons, and they were scattered across the plains. Some high god paragons lay hidden within material planes, while others lived in seclusion in other places.
To invite a paragon was a very difficult task.
Not everyone was like the elven expert, a Kluwer, who had a paragon in his debt. Forget about Montello, even the Augusta Patriarch, the patriarch of the number 1 clan, was not completely certain he would be able to invite a paragon.
Describe the power of Reichstem's squad in detail.
The Augusta Patriarch continued to stare towards the Godscale sea as he spoke calmly.
Yes. Montello was overjoyed.
He hurriedly said, their squad has 4 people.
Reichstem, an expert close to Oman in power, a youth of the Azure Dragon clan, and that God-Eater rat.
Of the 4 of them, Reichstem is the strongest.
But of course, the God-Eater rat is terrifying as well. That innate divine ability is too formidable.
Oh, the Augusta Patriarch suddenly turned, staring at him with all-like eyes.
That expert close to Oman in power, there's nothing special about him? Oman is enough to deal with him. Montello said with certainty.
If Oman were to fight Reham, indeed, as Oman had a sovereign weapon, he was a counter to Reham, although the fight would be a tough one, Oman would still be able to kill Reham. To kill that Azure Dragon youth and that God-Eater rat will not be easy. The Augusta Patriarch shook his head slightly. Actually, he was rather hesitant on whether or not to send out any forces.
In truth, Lo and Chosway didn't belong to the Augusta clan. Although they died, the clan's power hadn't been impacted much. If a sovereign's emissary was lost, the sovereign could accept another one. Montello was frantic. He hurriedly said, if they just killed me, that's one thing. But this time, they killed 4 of our people. And, Patriarch, you know what Reichstem is like. He's the sort that loves to cause trouble. He's had problems with our clan for a long time now. Now that he's gained a victory, he'll definitely go bragging to everyone about it. If our clan doesn't react at all, then.
The Augusta Patriarch frowned, that fiery dot in his forehead seeming to emit a flaming light. The Augusta Patriarch immediately gave the order.
Montello, go ask Oman to come.
At the same time, please ask someone to invite Chegwin, Xiajiwan, as well.
Although Oman's most powerful divine clone was in the planar battlefield, he still had a clone that remained within the clan.
As for Chegwin, he also lived in the Godscale Sea. He was also an emissary of the chief sovereign of light, and was fairly close to the Augusta clan.
Yes. Montello couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It seems there is hope. Montello was incomparably excited.
Although he didn't know what arrangements the Patriarch would make, since he already had inquired about Reichstem's squad's strength, Montello believed that the Patriarch would send out a squad that would definitely be successful. Not attacking was one thing, but if they were to attack, they must be successful. The planar battlefield was as desolate as ever. Whoosh! The wind howled, and sand flew everywhere. The cold wind blew, and two figures were walking shoulder to shoulder within it. At a closer distance, it could be seen that one was a short silver-haired, golden-robed, hard-faced man. This was the single survivor of the earlier battle, Oman.
Next to Oman was a tall, skinny man in a green robe.
There was a closed third eye in his forehead.
This person was Chegwin.
The patriarch really dotes on Montello.
He actually intends to get revenge for this matter. Oman snickered.
And he even invited the two of us to work together.
Chegwin let out a calm laugh which seemed quite eerie. Oman, the patriarch is the most beloved son of the chief sovereign. The patriarch personally asked me to come, how could I not give him face?
But Oman, for Reichstum's group of 4 to slaughter you to such a degree means they definitely are quite strong.
I told you, the only one hard to deal with is that god-eater rat. Oman said self-deprecatingly.
If the results of that battle were to be spread out, it would affect Oman's reputation as well.
But this time, we are completely certain of victory. Oman smiled. Not necessarily, unless that person agrees. Chegwin shook his head. He won't necessarily agree.
If he doesn't agree, then just the two of us alone will find it rather hard.
Oman looked towards the front.
While chatting, the two of them had already arrived at a military camp. The guards of the camp immediately stared at them vigilantly. Generally speaking, only supreme experts would dare to roam the planar battlefield like this.
Oman immediately said, "Go report to your commander. Say that I, Oman, have come to pay my respects to him. Milords, please wait a moment."
One of the soldiers bowed slightly, then retreated inside to report.
Moments later. "The two of you, the Lord Commander has invited you in."
The soldier returned. Oman and Chegwin smiled as they walked in, shoulder to shoulder.
They quickly arrived at an ancient, unadorned courtyard. Currently, at the gates of the courtyard, there was a handsome, golden-haired youth. The golden-haired youth looked at Oman and Chegwin, then immediately began to laugh. Oman, I didn't expect that Mr. Chegwin would come as well. It's quite rare for the two of you to come visit me.
Please, come in, come in.
Oman stepped forward, saying in a soft voice, "Ramzan, Lamusan, is Mr. Magnus here?" "Him."
The golden-haired youth was stunned.
"You came to see him?"
"Right."
Oman nodded slightly.
Right at this moment, a calm voice rang out from within.
"Oman, Chegwin, since the two of you have come to see me, just come in. It's been quite some time since I've seen you two as well."
Oman and Chegwin didn't hesitate any further, immediately following the golden-haired youth inside. Within the courtyard, there was a stone table and a pitch-black chair, atop which was a man who was casually flipping through a finger-thick book. This man had silver-colored, straight, flowing hair that fell to his waist.
It was hanging loose, seeming quite relaxed.
The man's skin was crystalline, and his face was completely clean, without any stubble. The only facial hair was 2 silver eyebrows which drooped downwards to his ears.
"Mr. Magnus." Oman and Chegwin bowed slightly. Magnus placed the book on the table, then laughed calmly as he gave them a sidelong glance. "Sit."
Oman and Chegwin both sat down. They unconsciously glanced at each other, both feeling a hint of pressure. This Magnus who was in front of them was a true ultimate expert of the celestial realm. The outside world was rife with rumors that Magnus was supposedly a high god paragon, but Oman and Chegwin actually knew for certain
that Magnus was indeed a paragon.
As a high god paragon who trained in the edicts of fate, it could be said that Magnus' expertise in the soul could be described as the highest amongst high gods.
"It seems as though the two of you have something you want to discuss, but find hard to." Magnus laughed calmly. Chegwin took a deep breath. "Mr. Magnus, let me first describe this matter for you.
Not long ago, Riesgem led a small squad, which in the planar battlefield exterminated the squad Montello was leading. 4 members died, leaving only Oman as the sole survivor.
That formidable? Magnus was rather surprised. He couldn't help but look at Oman.
Oman said, awkwardly, their squad has a god-eater rat.
Magnus now understood, and the nearby golden-haired youth laughed.
I heard of this god-eater rat long ago. So he belongs to Riesgem's squad.
Montello's squad lost 4 people, only Oman escaped? So Montello himself died as well? Right. Oman nodded. It was Patriarch Goldman who invited you to come, yes? Magnus laughed calmly.
Oman laughed helplessly. Mr. Magnus, you've guessed everything.
We'll be straightforward.
Indeed, the Patriarch asked us to invite you to assist us.
After all, there aren't many people in the planar battlefield who would listen to the Augusta clan, and even fewer who can deal with Riesgem. Does Goldman have mental issues? He wants to act against Riesgem? Magnus couldn't help but frown. There weren't many who would dare say that Goldman had mental issues. Magnus was one of them.
In addition, Magnus and Goldman had a rather deep relationship between the two of them. In the past, when the two of them were weak, they had roamed the divine light plane together. To invite a paragon to help, relying on the backing of a sovereign was useless. The only thing you could rely on was friendship and debts.
No. Oman chortled. Don't worry about that. The Patriarch doesn't intend to act against Riesgem. The Patriarch wants to deal with the other 3. I can't kill the god-eater rat. Magnus shook his head. Right. Mr. Magnus, you are worried about Beirut? Oman said.
The nearby golden-haired youth, Ramzan, laughed. Mr. Magnus doesn't worry about that, of course.
Only, can it be that you don't know that some time ago, Mr. Bayer personally went to go kill that god-eater rat? He wasn't able to.
Mr. Bayer even stayed here for a few months to discuss this.
Bayer?
Oman and Chegwin looked at each other. The god-eater rat's defense is incredibly strong, and he has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. The only method is to push him into a spatial rift, otherwise, there is no way to kill him.
Magnus shook his head.
Even in chaotic space, given his material defense, he will probably be able to survive.
At most, he'll be lost.
If Beirut asks for his sovereign to help find him in chaotic space, it's very possible the sovereign will.
Oman and Chegwin only now understood how hard god-eater rats were to deal with. If you want to attack, you can only kill the youth of the Azure Dragon clan and that other person. Magnus said with a calm laugh. Mr. Magnus, if you personally get involved, there definitely won't be any problems. Oman said hurriedly. Chegwin looked expectantly towards Magnus as well. Magnus let out a chuckle. What did that kid Goldman say to you? Magnus looked at Oman.
He said that if you help him out this time, Mr. Magnus, he will give you, sir, a mutated cloudstone. Oman said rather uncomprehendingly. He didn't have any idea what the Patriarch's words meant. Although mutated cloudstones were fairly rare in the divine light plane, they weren't that valuable either, less than a high god artifact. Was a mutated cloudstone enough to ask Magnus to intervene? How could that be made to happen so cheaply? That kid, Goldman, he's always so sly. Magnus laughed and rose to his feet. Then I'll accompany you on this trip. Oman and Chegwin couldn't help but feel surprised. They hadn't expected that this offer would successfully result in Magnus helping out. However, I'll only be responsible for holding off Riesgem. You can kill the other 2. As for the god-eater rat, you can just ignore him. Magnus laughed calmly. This Chegwin who the Augusta Patriarch had asked to come was also a supreme expert who didn't fear the god-eater ability. The 3 of them, together, would be able to easily deal with Riesgem's group. In truth, Magnus by himself was more than enough.
Ramzan, I'll make a trip for now. Magnus said with a laugh.
I'll wait for your victorious return, sir.
The golden-haired youth laughed.
Magnus immediately led Oman and Chegwin to leave the military camp. Watching the three depart, the golden-haired youth let out a sigh. I hadn't imagined that the Augusta Patriarch would actually be able to invite Mr. Magnus. It seems as though there are no doubts at all about how this battle will end up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 19, Chapter 46, The Unfinished Battle. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 46, The Unfinished Battle. The Desolate Landscape. Three figures were striding across it, shoulder to shoulder. Mr. Magnus, right here. Oman said. Magnus looked about, then nodded slightly. When Reichstam's group of 4 chased after you three, they separated and attacked separately. Then with this place at the center, let's start searching out in a circular area. Magnus believed that Reichstam's group shouldn't have gone too far, they should have found a nearby place to rest. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Magnus. Chegwin laughed.
I'll just consider it as going out for a walk.
Magnus said with a calm laugh. But if we are going to do this, you'll have to make your preparations. It might take a very, very long time, but if things were fast, it might just take a day or two, but if Reichstam was resting more than a few 100,000 kilometers away, they'd probably have to spend more than a century.
Mr. Magnus, if you have the patience to wait, how can the two of us be impatient when accompanying you? Chegwin and Oman immediately followed Magnus, carefully inspecting their surroundings. Generally speaking, the radius of a commander's divine sense was fairly small, but for the likes of soul mutates and paragons or those who use sovereign's might, the radius would be much larger. After all, high god paragons had evolved souls as well. The three began from this point and spread out in an ever-increasing circle. This was really quite boring, but Magnus wasn't impatient in the slightest, leisurely carrying out his stated plans, as though he was on a walking tour of the planar battlefield. Time moved on silently, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During their journey, each time Magnus encountered a mountain or a hill, he would go deep in for a search. Today, they arrived at Ramhorn Mountain. Ramhorn Mountain is fairly large. I'll need to spend a bit of time to do a detailed inspection. Magnus instructed them, and then he flew closer to Ramhorn Mountain. He first stood at the base of Ramhorn Mountain, giving it a careful inspection, but moments later, his voice entered Oman and Chegwin's minds.
Ha, the two of you, come over. I found them.
After having searched for 3 months, even Magnus felt happy at having found the target.
Found them?
Oman and Chegwin revealed looks of delight and laughter on their faces as they immediately flew over.
The two of you, don't make any moves. Magnus instructed mentally.
As a high god paragon, his soul had evolved once more. Unless a high god paragon intentionally wanted to reveal his soul aura, as long as he was careful, commanders wouldn't be able to sense him at all. Originally, when Bayer had located Linley and them, he had used the same method. Only after Bayer had voluntarily revealed his aura did Linley and the others realize he was present.
By then, Bayer had already entered the corridor.
The 4 of them are gathered together in one place and chatting. Reichstam and the other 4 really know how to enjoy themselves. They actually built a quite impressive estate for themselves inside.
Magnus laughed mentally towards them.
Moments later, Magnus said in an understanding tone, "Oh, so the God-Eater rat is Bibi. The 2 others are called Linley and Reham." Clearly, he had learned their names from their conversation.
Linley, Bibi, Reham? Chegwin and Oman memorized the names. Prior to this, they didn't know the names of the enemies. Prepare to act. Magnus said with a calm laugh.
Do as I instruct. Magnus gave missions to Oman and Chegwin for them to carry out. In the estate within Ramhorn Mountain. After the complete victory they had won, Linley's group had once more returned to the cave estate within Ramhorn Mountain.
Linley's group of 4 was extremely happy here.
Linley's other divine clones were focused on training, while his main body accompanied Bibi and Reesjem in idle chatter.
Come, cheers. Reesjem chortled as he raised a cup.
Linley, Bibi, and Reham all laughed and raised their cups as well, downing it together.
Bibi, as your elder bro, I don't want to put you down.
Reesjem slapped Bibi on the shoulders, then laughed, but look at me. Over the past 3 months, I've still spent most of my time training, while occasionally having some fun with everyone.
But you?
As soon as you train for a day or two, you lose the patience to train any further.
How long will it take for you to make a breakthrough in fusing like this? Fusing?
Bibi rubbed his nose, then chortled, forget it. I had better just eat more divine sparks and strengthen my body to the limit first. Based on what Grandpa said, I'm still quite far off from the limit.
It's still hard for me to even start to forge God Spark weapons.
As he spoke, Bibi grabbed the High God Spark, then tossed it into his mouth.
Bibi had acquired many High God Sparks from Beirut. High God Sparks, to Beirut, were nothing at all.
After all, normally speaking, divine sparks were indestructible. Aside from God-eater rats, who were able to destroy them, others weren't able to do it at all. Thus, the number of divine sparks in the Netherworld, Infernal Realm, and other places was constantly growing. But of course, sovereigns collected divine sparks as well, so as to reduce the number of divine sparks in the various places.
Otherwise, if there were too many divine sparks, they would become worthless.
What the sovereigns did was to collect large amounts of divine sparks, and at a certain number, the overgods would come collect them. If Beirut wanted divine sparks, he naturally was able to easily acquire a large number of divine sparks from the sovereign for Bibi to eat.
Eating divine sparks. How badass is that? Reesjem sighed in praise. I want to do it as well, but I can't.
Bibi was startled, then lowered his head to look at the divine spark he was holding.
He immediately began to laugh.
Reesjem, I didn't notice it before you said anything, but now that you say it, I really do feel as though eating divine sparks is a unique trait that no one else but me possesses.
And my grandfather as well.
As he spoke, Bibi intentionally tossed a divine spark into the air, and as it descended, it just so happened to fall into his mouth. After eating, Bibi smugly raised an eyebrow towards Linley and Reesjem.
Linley, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh.
Prior to this, Linley had always carried many great burdens, but now, Linley's life was quite simple. After all, he had already acquired 4 commander badges. Now, what we need to do is to slowly wait until the conclusion of the final battle.
Linley wasn't preparing to participate in the final battle at all.
Having already acquired enough commander badges, Linley would at most watch the final battle to its conclusion.
Linley didn't believe that he would be able to acquire 10 more commander badges in trade for a sovereign artifact. Right at this moment. Divine sense?
Linley's group of 4 rose to their feet, stunned. They sensed a powerful divine sense sweep towards them. What Linley's group had no idea was that this was the divine sense which Magnus had only intentionally revealed after watching for a long period of time and after having finished his combat preparations. Either a paragon or a soul mutate high god.
Linley instantly came to this conclusion. Bang! An explosive sound blasted forth. Reesjem! A gentle voice rang out. Linley's group of 4 looked through the courtyard gate. They were able to clearly see 3 figures flying in, instantly arriving within the front courtyard. Linley's group looked closely at the group. The leader was a pale-faced, beardless man with drooping silver eyebrows. Upon seeing this person, Linley's group of 4 was terrified. We meet again. Oman laughed coldly. It's actually the 3 of them.
Linley knew something about the supreme experts.
The leader is Magnus, a suspected high god paragon. Judging from the divine sense he sent out just now, he probably really is a paragon. Next to him is Oman and Chegwin.
Chegwin's true body is that of a divine beast, the Swanee lion.
Terrible. Chegwin was even harder to deal with than Oman. As for Magnus, he was undefeatable. The arrival of these three figures utterly terrified Linley's group of four. "Hey, what are you doing?"
Reesjem strode forward and shouted loudly, while hurriedly sending via divine sense to Linley and the others, "The situation is bad.
That Magnus is a high god paragon. Chegwin has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, and BB won't be of any use. If we fight against them, we have no chance at all. The only method is to flee.
Immediately, we'll scatter in all directions. The more of us who escape, the better."
"What are we doing?" Magnus let out a calm laugh. Bang!
The flat gray marble floor of the courtyard suddenly rippled like in a tempest, sweeping towards Magnus and the other two, blocking their vision.
"Flee!"
Reesjem called out frantically. Linley, Bibi, and Rayham didn't even think of fighting. Not hesitating at all, they turned and fled, boring through the nearby stone walls.
"Boss, quick, flee.
Right now, you and Rayham are in great danger."
Bibi sent frantically.
Bibi also understood that of the four, he had the most monstrous defensive and others wouldn't be able to kill him.
As for Reesjem, others wouldn't dare to kill him.
Thus, Linley and Rayham were in the worst situation. Linley's body merged directly into the stone wall, and then passed through it at high speed, fleeing.
"World walking. None of you will escape," a calm voice barked out.
At the same time, in a circumference of hundreds of meters, the mountain stones began to rumble, then collapse into dust. Very bizarrely, a part of the entire Ramhorn mountain disappeared, and quite a few stones fell into the opening. The fleeing figures of Linley and the others were revealed.
"What power is this?" Linley was stunned.
This was a sort of restrictive power, a power that made it hard for others to resist.
Linley's face changed. The Edicts of Fate.
Linley knew that amongst the four edicts, the Edicts of Fate were the strangest, most terrifying of edicts. The Edicts of Fate were also exceedingly hard to train in. Oracular magic was nothing more than a simplified version of employing the Edicts of Fate. It couldn't even be considered a basic form of it. A high god paragon that trained in the Edicts of Fate was even harder to deal with than other high god paragons.
Two figures flew over at high speed. Swoosh! Swoosh!
These two charged to the edges, staring coldly at Linley and the others.
"You won't be able to escape. I told you already," Magnus said calmly. "Magnus, what are you going to do?" Reesjem said angrily. Someone who trained in the Edicts of Fate was very hard to deal with. Magnus was far harder to deal with than Bayer. "Don't worry. I've only come to deal with these two," Magnus pointed with a calm laugh towards Linley and Rayham. "Linley and Rayham. Once we kill those two, this matter will be over. Reesjem, you other two can continue to remain here in the planar battlefield. In your dreams." Bibi stood next to Linley and howled angrily. Linley stared cautiously at Oman, then at the nearby Magnus. Linley also knew that this time, things were truly grim. Magnus was a high god paragon, while Oman and Chegwin were also very powerful. To leave alive would be too hard. If Mr. Leyland was here, there would still be hope. But even if Mr. Leyland knew that I was in danger, he wouldn't be able to cross that great distance and arrive in time. Linley knew very well that even sovereigns were incapable of teleportation, much less paragons. This time, it was very dangerous. "Magnus, you," Reesjem was just about to speak. Magnus just barked, "Reesjem, you'd best not interfere. Give my accomplishments in the soul, it wouldn't be too hard to kill you. Just stand and watch." Reesjem's response to Magnus was a flashing violet spear that flew towards him. How boring. Magnus waved his hand,
and a long silver whip appeared. The long whip coiled through the air, wrapping around the spear, and then it coiled further down the spear towards Rishem, so fast that just as Rishem was about to use his innate divine ability, he was bound by the long silver whip. Instantly, Rishem was tightly bound by the long silver whip.
"You are no match for me," Magnus said calmly. "Do it," Magnus said to Oman and Chegwin.
Linley and Raham didn't flee because they knew that in front of Magnus, they wouldn't be able to escape. In terms of both techniques and speed, they were vastly outstripped. When they fled from Bayer's attack, they were able to do so only because Bayer's sole target was Bibi. He didn't want to kill the others. But this time, it was the opposite. Magnus didn't want to kill Bibi or Rishem, just Linley and Raham. Linley and Oman stared at each other.
"He wants to kill me.
Even if I die, I'll take this Oman down with me." The dragon-formed Linley, with a bang, caused black destruction-type sovereign's might to suddenly blaze about him.
Oman's body also blazed with light-type sovereign's might. Oman laughed coldly at Linley. "So you are Linley. Last time, I let you escape. This time, you won't be able to. Our last battle wasn't finished. This time, let's continue."
Linley stared coldly at Oman. Prior to this, Linley was far from being Oman's match, but now that Linley had fused 4 profound mysteries, what would the results to this battle be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 19, Chapter 47, Suicidal? Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 47, Suicidal? Within the ruins of the cave, Rishem's side was clearly at a disadvantage.
"Bastard, bastard!" Rishem bellowed, struggling wildly, but that long silver whip was coiled tightly around him like a python. Rishem even wanted to transform his body into energy to escape, but the divine power of the long silver whip completely sealed the area around Rishem. Even if Rishem transformed into energy, he wouldn't be able to escape.
"Magnus, I will make you regret this," Rishem howled. Magnus glanced sideways at Rishem, then laughed calmly. "Rishem, save your strength."
After speaking, he glanced sideways towards Linley and Oman. The two appeared to be about to start fighting. That thick spiked mace, flashing with cold light, appeared in Oman's hands.
He grinned savagely.
"Linley, I will use this to smash your head in and make your soul dissipate. You should feel proud to die by my hands, and by my sovereign weapon."
"Bibi," Linley growled.
"Boss."
Bibi hurriedly moved to Linley's side. "What, you want to ask a helper?" Oman laughed. Oman knew exactly how strong Bibi was.
Although his innate divine ability was indeed frightening, aside from it, Bibi's attack power truly wasn't capable of threatening him.
"The two of you can join forces. I don't mind at all." In actual combat, he could completely ignore Bibi.
Linley stretched his hand out, handing the 4 commander badges to Bibi, then sent mentally, "Bibi, remember, even if I die, you need to go find the chief sovereign of death."
"Boss."
Bibi looked worriedly towards Linley, while at the same time he stored the commander badges into his interspatial ring. After completing this action, Linley let out a sigh of relief. If his death resulted in even these 4 badges being lost, that would be horrible.
"Boss, don't do anything stupid. Don't fight with this Oman to the death," Bibi sent, trying to persuade him. "In a bit, try and come up with a way to flee. I'll go tie down that Magnus."
"That Magnus won't be able to kill me, at most push me into chaotic space. Others might die in it, but my body is comparable to a defensive sovereign artifact, and I won't die in chaotic space."
"Boss, our souls are connected.
So long as you survive, afterwards, you can find Grandpa Beirut and, through our soul link, you'll bring me out one day." Right at this moment, explosive sounds could be heard from nearby. Raham had already begun to fight against Chegwin.
"Linley, you really are long-winded.
Oman let out a low snort, then came charging over like a mountain. Whoosh, that spiked mace smashed through the air, slamming down towards Linley's head. Suddenly, a 100-meter diameter sphere of black light appeared, and a powerful gravity was applied to Oman's body.
Blackstone space.
Poof. Linley's dark golden eyes stared at his opponent, and his draconic scale-covered legs launched off the ground, shooting him upwards. Mirage easily slashed a long tear through space. This sword contained Linley's most powerful attack, but for now, he didn't use the spatial compression part of it. Seeing this, the nervous BB couldn't help but frown. Boss isn't using microcosm, he's giving up the spatial compression part of the attack.
The enemy is completely capable of blocking this attack.
This attack, aside from lacking the spatial compression aspect, was as powerful as the normal microcosm attack.
Clang!
Mirage struck head-on against the spiked mace, and Linley couldn't help but move backwards.
Eh? Oman looked in astonishment at this.
In the past, when Linley had exchanged blows with him, he was able to injure Linley with each smashing blow, to the point of knocking Mirage back onto Linley's body. The advantage was quite obvious. But now, his attack was only able to hold a slight advantage.
Linley grinned coldly. You're just a so-so, it seems. It's too early to start talking. Oman's body moved, transforming into an illusory blur as he charged once more towards Linley.
Rishem was bound, and he worriedly watched the two sides battle. Linley against Oman wasn't so bad. By relying on his Blackstone space, he was able to just barely hold on. But as for Chegwin against Rayham, the situation was much more dangerous. Rayham had already transformed into a 10-meter giant. Rumble, the mountains trembled and the earth shattered.
Linley and Oman's battle was fierce and vicious, but the amount of ruckus caused wasn't that great.
As for Chegwin and Rayham, those two were like a pair of bizarre beasts, one huge, one small. The two only used material attacks against each other. Each of Rayham's punches and kicks carried mountain-splitting force, but Chegwin was even more terrifying. Each punch and each kick was as sharp as a knife, leaving deep wounds on Rayham's body.
Bang!
Rayham's giant body was smashed backwards, hard, flying like a meteor. The side of the mountain shattered and stones were sent flying everywhere.
Rayham's chest was caved in.
The situation looks bad. Rishem said frantically. Rayham specializes in material attacks, but this Chegwin is infamously hard to deal with. He has a defensive sovereign artifact as well as a soul-protecting sovereign artifact.
Others aren't able to injure him at all. Rayham is being treated by him as a punching bag. If this continues, Rayham had indeed becoming a punching bag. Rayham himself had already sensed this.
He wanted to move closer to Linley, hoping to enter the range of the Blackstone space.
If I'm in the Amethyst space, I'll have a major speed advantage.
But the pace of the battle was being controlled by Chegwin, and Chegwin had already beaten him out of the cave to the outside wilderness, where the duel continued. Rayham is going to die if this continues. Rishem stared fixedly at Magnus, his eyes red.
He said savagely, "Magnus, you bastard.
Let me tell you, if a single one of my friends die, I swear to you, I will never forgive you, never."
Make Chegwin stop right now, right now. Magnus just laughed calmly. Rishem, just rest for a while. Magnus didn't pay any attention to Rishem's threats at all. Sovereigns and deities were on completely different levels.
Unless a sovereign had a truly necessary reason, there was no way a sovereign would lower himself or herself to act against a deity. This was a custom formed over countless years.
Linley, hurry up and flee. Think of a way to escape. Rishem was frantic, and he sent mentally, "BB and I are fine. You need to hurry and run." But Linley didn't respond.
His battle against Oman only became even fiercer, and explosive sounds continued non-stop. The stones at the base of Ramhorn Mountain were all blasted into smithereens. Linley clearly was at a disadvantage, as his body was already covered with many wounds. Over the course of their battle, they had left the cave as well.
What is the boss thinking? Why hasn't he used his supreme technique? BB didn't understand. He hurriedly flew out as well. Let's go out to take a look. Magnus also lifted up his long whip and carried Rishjem towards the outside.
In the wilderness, a few thousand meters apart, two savage battles were underway. Unless the difference in power was too great, to kill an enemy would be quite hard. For example, paragons generally weren't able to kill each other. For Rayham and Chegwin, Rayham's transformation was simply too powerful, and although Chegwin was at an advantage and was able to kill him, it wasn't something he could accomplish right away.
This Linley's fairly strong. He won't be able to hold on for too long. Magnus laughed while giving his evaluation.
That Rayham will most likely die before Linley does.
Oof! BB gave a sideways glance at Magnus.
In his heart, he still felt some hope for Linley.
The boss will definitely have a way.
Up till now, the boss still has not used his supreme technique.
At a critical moment, I'll definitely have to help the boss.
BB made his preparations to assist in blocking Magnus.
In the desolate wilderness.
A white-robed, black-haired, crimson-eyebrowed figure.
It was Bluefire.
Bluefire was currently moving at high speed, so fast it was as though he was teleporting. With each movement, he crossed multiple kilometers.
In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from one's field of vision. Magnus! Linley, you have to hold on.
Bluefire's movements were at an extremely high speed as he hastened towards Linley. Given Bluefire's strength, he was able to perfectly control sovereign power. Originally, Bluefire would often use his sovereign power to investigate Linley's situation, but after Linley made his breakthrough, he relaxed slightly. He would just do an occasional investigation. Just now, he saw that Linley was in grave danger, and he immediately hurried over.
But a battle between commanders was simply too fast. Would Bluefire make it in time? Linley and Oman. One was completely wreathed in an aura of black light, while the other was covered with a blazing white aura.
They wildly battled each other. Oman, exploding forth with full power, was clearly holding an advantage over Linley.
Ha, Linley, your power did indeed rise slightly. But compared to me, you are still quite a bit inferior. Bang!
The spiked mace clashed once more with Linley's mirage.
Swish! Swish! The dozens of spikes on the mace suddenly shot outwards.
Linley strove to dodge, as well as using his left arm and draconic tail to bat aside some of the spikes, preventing them from stabbing into his head. The power of these spikes wasn't too great, but with so many spikes shooting over, Linley's body was still riddled in bloody holes.
Linley's entire body was covered in blood. Faced with this attack, each time Linley was struck by some
wounds were slowly accumulating.
Linley's body was covered with holes, and blood poured out non-stop. Although his body was powerful, its repair speed was slow. Given that new injuries were constantly being inflicted, Linley wasn't able to heal in time. A sovereign was actually willing to forge a sovereign weapon like this. Linley cursed mentally. When they had first started fighting and when Oman had discovered that Linley had grown strong, he had begun to use this technique. However, the shooting of the spikes relied on brute sovereign power as well as the fact that the spikes were part of a sovereign weapon. They contained no profound mysteries. Attacks that didn't contain any profound mysteries, compared to each smash of the mace, were very weak. But although they were very weak, they were still enough to cause Linley's body to be riddled with bloody holes. We're at a sufficient distance now. Linley glanced out of the corner of his eyes at Magnus. Linley, your body's defensive power is really quite strong. For most commanders, their bodies aren't able to take my spikes when they shoot out, and they'll die. However, with so many wounds on your body, even each block of yours is increasingly weaker. You won't be able to hold. Oman sent with a snicker. A battle needed to be carried out by the body.
It would be a strange thing if a person's body wasn't weaker with hundreds of holes on it. Rumble, Oman smashed down violently. This strike with the spiked mace was seemingly quite powerful, and as it danced out, it caused multiple cracks in space to appear.
This is the moment.
Linley once more struck out with his sword.
Oman's face changed.
He clearly saw 108 rays of black destruction-type sovereign power sweep towards him, instantly enveloping him. A powerful gravitational surge suddenly pressed down from all directions upon his body, and the powerful, compressive power caused him to feel quite miserable.
And right at this critical moment, Linley's sword arrived. Ah!
Terror flashed through Oman's eyes. No, under such heavy compression, his spiked mace wasn't able to block in time.
Swish! 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 Dot! A large quantity of spikes suddenly shot out from the mace.
At the critical instant, they struck Mirage and caused it to move slightly off-center, slicing straight towards Oman's ear.
Clang!
And that momentary off-balance strike allowed the spiked mace to clash against Mirage.
This is the moment. Linley's gaze was sharp, and he retracted his sword as his body instantly went into the earth.
I was nearly finished. This Linley actually held such a technique in reserve.
Oman was so terrified, cold sweat matted his back.
The sword had slashed past his ear, and he clearly felt it as it did so. But he quickly then recovered.
Linley, he fled? Fled? Magnus had been watching the battle.
The look on his face changed, and he paid Riesgem no more attention. Retracting his long silver whip, his body transformed into a ray of azure smoke as he instantly swept forward into the distance. Just as Riesgem realized what had happened, Magnus had already flown into the distance, but Bibi was now barring his path.
Don't even think of catching my boss.
Bibi howled angrily in his heart as he threw himself towards Magnus. He had been waiting for Magnus in Linley's direction all this time.
F***ck off. Magnus didn't even dodge, knocking Bibi flying with a single whiplash.
Magnus, who wanted to pursue at high speed, discovered that Bibi actually seized the long whip, clutching it tightly.
Bibi was like a madman, staring at Magnus. Do you want to die? Magnus' face turned cold.
The whip trembled violently. No matter how tightly Bibi clutched it, he was still knocked flying. Still, Bibi had managed to buy Linley some time.
He fled from my pursuit? He actually escaped the range of my divine sense. Magnus said with a calm laugh.
It seems I'll have to use sovereign power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 48, The Death of Linley. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 48, The Death of Linley.
Magnus was a high god paragon.
The range of his divine sense was quite wide, far surpassing that of ordinary commanders. But in terms of distance, it was still incomparable to that of a person using Sovereign's might. In particular, when a high god paragon used Sovereign's might, the reach was astonishingly great.
So there he is. Magnus revealed a hint of a smile on his face. Swoosh. Magnus drilled into the ground.
Bibi, who saw this from far away, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red. He knelt on the desolate ground, powerless, as he said in a low voice, "Boss, boss.
You have to live.
You swore that you would reach the pinnacle of training.
Don't die just like this."
Riesgem, freed from his bonds, discovered that Reham was already near the brink of death.
Reham!
With a furious howl, Riesgem's body completely arched backwards, and then he shot the violet spear in his hands forward with full power.
Swish!
Space tore apart as the violet blur, covered with black light, shot towards Chegwin.
Chegwin had to relinquish giving Reham a final death blow and instead hurriedly blocked the spear. Clang! Chegwin's body was knocked backwards, but he was completely uninjured. Don't even think of killing Rayham.
Reesjem hurried over, staring furiously at Chegwin.
Chegwin just leisurely smirked at Reesjem.
Reesjem,
you want to protect this Rayham?
Yes, if you protect him, I really am not able to kill him.
However, it's pointless.
You aren't able to protect someone whom Mr. Magnus plans to kill. Reesjem knew this all too well. Once Magnus returned, Rayham would be finished.
Rayham, hurry and run.
Reesjem sent mentally. The farther, the better. It'd be best if you fled across the river, to the other side of the planar battlefield.
All right. Rayham didn't mince words.
His body immediately shrank, and he flew at high speed towards the Stellar River. Chegwin wanted to block him, but Reesjem stood in front of him. He won't be able to escape.
Chegwin laughed calmly. Oman was by Chegwin's side as well. Oman and Chegwin, together, feared neither Reesjem nor Bibi.
The planar battlefield.
Deep underground.
Linley was burrowing underground at high speed.
I ran so far. He shouldn't be able to catch me.
However, using sovereign power to sense is quite troublesome.
Linley said to himself. Still, why are there two people using sovereign power to track me? Linley didn't understand.
Given that he himself was using sovereign power, Linley naturally could easily detect that others were using sovereign power to search for him.
Linley, you won't be able to escape.
A voice rang out in Linley's mind.
Linley's face changed. Magnus. Linley, who had used Sovereign's might, could sense Magnus searching for him. One of the auras of sovereign power belongs to Magnus. Then the other one? Linley murmured to himself.
But at this moment, another voice echoed in Linley's mind.
Hurry up and turn left. Move in a straight line towards the left. Linley was startled. This voice was actually Bluefire's.
Clearly, Bluefire had also used sovereign power to send him a message through divine sense.
Hearing Bluefire's voice, the hope in Linley's heart swelled. Don't drop your guard. That High God Paragon is fairly close to you. I'm quite a distance away. Hurry and turn left. Bluefire sent frantically.
Linley didn't hesitate any further, immediately moving at high speed to the left. As for Bluefire and Magnus, the two both began to chat through divine sense fueled by sovereign power.
Halt, Magnus. Why don't you release Linley? Bluefire said. Impossible. Magnus didn't hesitate at all, continuing to pursue after Linley at high speed.
His speed was far faster than Linley's. Bluefire could clearly sense that Magnus was constantly drawing closer to Linley, making Bluefire even more frantic. He worried that he wasn't going to make it in time.
If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Magnus didn't give Bluefire any face at all. High God Paragons didn't fear other High God Paragons.
Although they were all powerful, they also weren't able to do anything to each other. As for sovereigns, unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't get involved in the affairs of high gods. With but a thought, Linley made his sovereign power become translucent, drifting outwards like spiritual energy. The scope of this spiritual energy was very great, and it easily detected the location of Magnus.
Not good. He's actually just 3 kilometers away from me. Bluefire?
He expanded the scope to 50 kilometers, but still didn't discover Bluefire.
Linley was frantic.
Although Linley was prepared to die, he wouldn't so easily die.
2 kilometers.
Linley could clearly sense how the other was continuously drawing closer at astonishing speed.
1 kilometer. 500 meters.
Given Magnus' speed, even if he was trapped within the Blackstone space, he would still be able to catch up to Linley.
Linley gritted his teeth. No other options. This is my only option. Bluefire was clearly too far away and was still on the way.
Linley could only grit his teeth and suddenly dive downwards.
Oh, suicidal, aren't we?
Magnus laughed calmly, his speed not slowing at all. The deeper one went into the underground of the planar battlefield, the more dangerous it was. At a certain depth, spatial rifts would appear. These places were places which even high god paragons were rather leery of. Once one broke through into a spatial rift which transported you into chaotic space, one would be lost within.
That was a terrifying thing indeed.
Linley making this arrangement was akin to diving into death in search of life. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, Linley could clearly sense how Magnus was still drawing closer to him, even within the blackstone space.
Whoosh! Linley's body continued to dive underground. Whoosh!
Suddenly, a spatial tear that was multiple meters long appeared, slicing past his body, causing a patch of earth and rock to disappear.
Here we are.
Linley understood that he was already at the borders, while at the same time, Linley also discovered through his divine sense that 100 meters below, there were many spatial rifts.
If you are able to do so, keep going down.
A disdainful sound rang out. Linley used his divine sense to scan. He clearly sensed that Magnus was just 20 meters above him.
But suddenly, Linley became overjoyed. Blue fire. Blue fire was less than 10 kilometers away.
Earlier, when Linley fled and Magnus pursued, they were moving in the same direction. Magnus naturally had to waste quite a bit of time while chasing him. But as for Linley and Blue fire, they were moving in opposite directions towards each other.
He's quite fast. Magnus noticed Bluefire's astonishing speed as well. He seems to be a level faster than me. Magnus instantly understood that the newcomer possessed a terrifying level of power. Still, he won't make it in time. Magnus gave the below Linley a cold look.
Linley, there's actually someone who appears to be a paragon who has come to save you.
However, he won't make it.
To show my respect for him, I will let you die under my most powerful attack. Magnus' voice rang out, while at the same time, a translucent globe of light appeared in his hand.
This fist-sized globe of light actually had a lotus petal hovering within it. Linley didn't dare go down any further. He just frantically flew forward, wanting to pull away from Magnus. Stay your hand. Blue fire thundered. Oof! Magnus just let out a cold sneer. Swish! The translucent globe of light shot out like lightning, tens of times faster than even Magnus himself.
Linley was only able to move half a meter before that translucent globe of light entered Linley's body, at a speed which made Linley completely unable to dodge.
The translucent globe of light directly entered Linley's mind. Break! Linley, through his sovereign power, wildly attacked the translucent globe of light. This translucent globe of light violently expanded, encompassing the entirety of Linley's damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact. And then, like pushing through rotting garbage, it broke through the bandage, and the lotus petal charged directly into Linley's sea of consciousness. It was like a meteor smashing into water. Linley's spiritual energy was completely unable to block it. This translucent lotus petal slowly swiveled, emitting blinding light, like a small sun illuminating Linley's sea of consciousness. It rapidly shot towards Linley's soul, as well as the souls of Linley's 3 divine clones. Linley frantically used his sovereign power to clash against it, but it was like an egg smashing into a stone. He wasn't able to do anything to it at all. The swiveling translucent lotus petal emanated thousands of rays of light, which stretched out to the 4 souls in Linley's body. Father. Boss Yale. Second Bro George and Delia, your elder brother. They will all return. I didn't disappoint you. This was Linley's final thought, and at this moment, the corner of Linley's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. And then, his consciousness was completely exterminated. High God Paragons, even a High God Paragon of Wind like Bayer who used a soul attack was able to make Linley dazed and unable to respond. When a high god paragon of fate like Magnus made his move using sovereign power to execute his supreme attack? If Linley was able to resist an attack such as this, then high god paragons really wouldn't live to their reputations. You thought you'd go deep underground and find life from death?
Magnus glanced into the distance, where Linley's body lay there in the earth, with no hint of life at all as sovereign power leaked from him. This sort of method is effective against experts who specialize in material attacks, but useless against experts who specialize in soul attacks.
Soul attacks could be executed at long range. Deep in the planar battlefield, there would be no place to run. Magnus suddenly turned to stare in the distance.
Crackle, the surrounding earth was instantly burned into nothingness, and Linley's body lifted into the air. A white-robed figure descended from the skies. Upon arriving by Linley's body, he stretched his hand out, gently resting it on Linley.
Bluefire's forehead creased slightly. Yet another paragon has appeared in the universe? Magnus lifted an eyebrow, looking towards Bluefire. Bluefire just let out a cold snort. His body rose upwards, and the earth that blocked him all transformed into nothingness. Interesting. Magnus rose into the skies as well.
Reesjem and Bibi both cared about Linley. They, too, hurried towards this direction. Oman and Chegwin also hurried over. The four of them all used sovereign power. Naturally, they discovered Bluefire's presence.
Bluefire, Bluefire.
Bibi held a hint of hope in his heart. But moments later, when Linley suffered the soul attack, Bibi clearly sensed that Linley's soul began to weaken at an astonishing speed. The souls of high gods were very powerful.
Bibi could sense it like a sun. But now, Linley's soul aura was growing weaker and weaker, until finally, it could no longer be sensed. Bibi's tears silently began to drip down. His boss had died? Died?
Bibi howled in utter misery, but just as he started howling, the sound cut off. The nearby Reesjem, seeing this, knew that the situation was bad. In addition, he too reached out with his sovereign power divine sense, only to find that there was no hint of life within Linley at all.
Dead? Reesjem was stunned. Impossible.
Soon, Reesjem and Bibi saw in the distance a white-robed figure. As for Linley, his body lay there on the ground, without any hint of life. His sovereign power had completely dissipated as well. As for Magnus, he stood there calmly.
Magnus!
Bibi's eyes were crimson, and his tears streaked downwards.
He bellowed, "Remember me, I will definitely kill you, definitely. I'll wait for you." Magnus gave a calm laugh. Kill a paragon? If a paragon wanted to flee, even a sovereign wouldn't dare say claim complete confidence in being able to kill the paragon. Let's go. Magnus said calmly. Oman and Chegwin nodded slightly. Magnus immediately let Oman and Chegwin to leave. Suddenly, Magnus turned to look towards Bluefire. What's your name? You aren't worthy of learning it. Bluefire said calmly. Magnus raised an eyebrow, gave a cold snort, then turned and led Oman and Chegwin away. On the desolate ground, Linley just lay there, not a hint of life coming from his body. Bluefire stood to one side, while Reesjem and Bibi flew over. Reesjem said in disbelief, "Impossible. He couldn't have died, just like that. He has the soul stone my mother gave him. How could he have died, just like that?" Bibi, who was moving towards Linley, suddenly sensed something. The boss soul? At a closer distance to Linley, Bibi could faintly detect the existence of Linley's soul. Only, Linley's aura was so weak as to be at the absolute lowest limit. Even Bibi, whose soul was linked to his, had to draw near in order to just barely detect it. The boss is alive. Bibi called out in delight. I already scanned him. Bluefire shook his head inside. Linley is indeed not yet dead, but
his soul is like a tiny flame flickering in the cold wind, about to go out at any point. And that's only because he has this soulstone which is constantly providing him with energy, giving him a chance at life. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 49, The Line Between Life and Death. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 49, The Line Between Life and Death.
The soulstone is providing a hint of life? BB hurriedly asked. Bluefire nodded slightly. This isn't a big secret. According to legend, the Redbud Sovereign was born from the Amethyst Mountains themselves. As he spoke, Bluefire looked towards Reesgem. Reesgem didn't mind either. He nodded. Right. This is the truth. The amethysts of the Amethyst Mountains all contain spiritual energy. The amethyst godbeasts which are born from the Amethyst Mountains naturally contain powerful souls. And amethyst godbeasts are able to give birth to a purified form of energy, soulstones. The process of producing a soulstone is a very arduous one, and so it is an important treasure of us amethyst godbeasts. For example, although I myself have produced a soulstone, I use it to protect my life. Of course I'm not willing to give it to others. My mother is a sovereign. With sovereign power surrounding her and with the passage of countless years, she's able to hand out 1 or 2 soulstones. Reesgem sighed. This soulstone is an absolute treasure for protecting the soul. Perhaps it isn't able to help in protecting against the attack of a sovereign, but, with a soulstone, there shouldn't be any reason to fear the soul attacks of high gods. Reesgem looked towards Linley as he spoke. BB understood as well. Amethyst god beasts were born from the essence of the Amethyst Mountains themselves. As for the soulstone, it was the energy essence of the Amethyst Mountains. A single soulstone was trillions of times more valuable than an amethyst. One could imagine how powerful it was. But my boss. BB said frantically. Linley, Reesgem said helplessly. Alas, that Magnus is a paragon of fate, and his soul is very powerful. He also used fate-type sovereign power to execute that attack. The strength of that attack has already exceeded that of ordinary deities. Even the soulstone, Reesgem was rather uncertain as well. He had bragged so much about how powerful the soulstone was, but the enemy was too powerful this time. This time, Linley's situation is dire. Bluefire said solemnly. Magnus' soul attack has already penetrated into all 4 souls of Linley's body. The energy of the soulstone is constantly reinforcing Linley, making it so that his souls aren't completely destroyed. This situation is too dangerous, too dangerous. Unconscious and fainted. BB had memories of both Delia and Olivier experiencing this. Delia and Olivier encountered this in the past as well. They both came back to life. BB said hurriedly. And Olivier, when he fainted, his soul mutated. Bluefire sighed and shook his head. I know about Delia. That expert was just an expert of fate who wasn't even at the commander level. But the one who attacked Linley was Magnus. I can put it to you like this, amongst high gods, there is not a single person who is superior to Magnus. At best, they are on par with him. As the saying goes, hurting is easy, healing is hard. There is no one who can save someone who Magnus attacked. Bluefire shook his head. Sovereigns? BB said hurriedly. Useless. Resigem shook his head. Actually, sovereigns are more powerful than high gods, primarily because their will is formidable, which makes them powerful and undefeatable. But in terms of profound mysteries, they aren't necessarily comparable to paragons. Reesgem's mother was a sovereign, so Reesgem knew this very well. The sovereigns also trained in the profound mysteries of the laws. The process of becoming a sovereign had very little to do with the profound mysteries. Of the 77 sovereigns,
only a very small number of them had been able to become paragons.
However, the power of sovereigns still vastly outstripped that of high god paragons. The reason was that one was a sovereign while the other was a high god. They were simply on different levels. The power of a sovereign was simply too great. This was an authority which the universe bestowed upon them that couldn't be bridged. In addition, Magnus is a paragon. His attacks are also infused with his own special power, the power of a paragon's will.
Although it isn't as powerful as that of a sovereign, when it comes to healing, it's not a matter of a power competition.
Riesgem said helplessly.
To save a soul is a very meticulous task. In addition, Magnus himself is a paragon. There's no one who can save Linley.
BB was completely frantic. Indeed, we cannot save him. Bluefire shook his head. Unless an overgod intervenes.
But overgods are the personifications of the edicts.
How could they intervene to save someone? That's completely impossible.
BB was rather helpless. But that Olivier, he was fainted for so long.
He still came back to life.
BB said hurriedly. And his soul mutated. Indeed, when one is in this sort of unconscious state, it's more common for soul mutations to occur.
Bluefire couldn't help but laugh bitterly. But BB, do you know that the chances of dying in the unconscious state is even higher?
BB was terrified. Then why will some people have their souls mutated when they are unconscious?
BB asked hurriedly.
Even I don't understand the true reason.
Bluefire shook his head. However, there is one thing.
If that Olivier had only trained in darkness and light when he fainted, once he fainted, when he successfully underwent his soul mutation, he ended up fusing these two types of energy. But if his soul mutation failed, he would have died.
Very few people can become soul mutates. Bluefire sighed.
People who have two divine clones use two types of divine power, and can become soul mutates. There are some who survive, but the chances of surviving are still terrifyingly low. Only a single person in the endless history of the entire infernal realm has survived a soul mutation with 3 divine clones.
Bluefire looked at BB. Think about it. How many people does the infernal realm have? And how long has it existed for?
Over the course of the countless ages, the infernal realm has only produced a single person who succeeded in a soul mutation with 3 clones.
How high are the chances of death?
BB's body was shaking.
Then what about 4 divine clones?
BB was now truly frightened, because Linley had 4 divine clones. Linley was able to use 4 types of divine energy. Throughout the countless years of the universe, throughout the countless planes, there hasn't been a single person who held 4 divine clones who successfully underwent a soul mutation.
Bluefire's expression was solemn. The chance of success is 0. BB's face instantly turned completely white.
But just because a person is unconscious doesn't mean they will undergo a soul mutation. Riesgem hurriedly consoled him.
Like you said, that Delia fainted as well, but came back to life without undergoing a soul mutation, right? That's because Delia only has a single divine clone.
Bluefire said somberly. But of course, it's also possible that someone with divine clones who faints won't necessarily undergo a soul mutation.
Only a very small number do. Riesgem wasn't able to say anything else.
All he could do was laugh bitterly. Linley's original body had suffered the attack, along with his 3 major divine clones. Of the 4 divine clones, the only lucky survivor was the divine fire clone back in the Yulan plane. If the original body and the 3 clones were all finished, BB understood that it would be virtually impossible for Linley to once more reach the pinnacle of power. BB understood very well that in the bottom of Linley's heart, he still desired to reach the pinnacle. This was Linley's most primal desire. Actually, it was also the desire of Doring Cowart. When Doring Cowart had provided Linley with guidance, he had also entrusted his own hopes and desire to Linley. He hoped that Linley would one day reach the pinnacle of power. What Doran Coward had hoped, back then, was that one day Linley would reach the same level as the war god and as the high priest. But now, Linley had vastly surpassed them. Still, the desire to pursue perfection had been engraved into Linley's bones. Then what should we do? BB was panicked. There's nothing we can do. Bluefire shook his head. The supreme technique of a paragon. No one can save someone hit by it. We'll just have to wait and see what Linley can do. If Linley's soul doesn't undergo a soul mutation, there's still a chance of survival. But, as soon as Linley's soul begins to change, then, it can be said that he is dead for sure. Bluefire sighed. For someone who had 4 divine clones to undergo a soul mutation, the chances of success were 0. Others might not succeed, but that isn't necessarily true for my boss. BB said hurriedly. Bluefire shook his head slightly. Let's find a place to rest. As to whether or not Linley's soul will mutate successfully or fail, that's up to fate. The Yulon Plain. Dragonblood Castle. Linley, what is it? Delia looked at a red-robed Linley. The fire Linley had a terrible look on his face. Shaking his head, he said, my original body and my 3 major divine clones have already lost their consciousness. His soul was divided into 5 parts, each of which could sense the other. But right now, his divine fire clone could no longer sense the consciousness of his original body and his other divine clones. The situation was very dire. What? Delia's face changed. Just now, even I thought that my original body and 3 divine clones had died, but the strange thing was, after suffering that attack from Magnus, they didn't die. The situation is still terrible, though. Those 4 souls are very weak, they could be extinguished at any moment. The fire Linley had a solemn look on his face. His original body and his 3 major divine clones had lost consciousness. Linley naturally didn't know that this was because the soulstone was providing him with a hint of life. Delia's face was ashen. She was extremely worried. Linley, you and your 3 divine clones won't die, right? Delia knew very well that if that happened, that represented that Linley's future was destroyed. The surviving divine fire clone was just a weakling. Delia understood that Linley had a heart which wanted to pursue personal strength. He wouldn't be willing to be a weakling. I don't know. The fire Linley closed his eyes and said, whether it is life or death. The planar battlefield was as silent as ever, with the occasional sounds of battle peppering it. Within a desolate mountain. Raham had been contacted by Rishjem through Sovereign Power long ago and had returned. Bluefire, BB, Raham, and Rishjem were all together in the living room, while Linley was in a nearby room, lying on a bed quietly, not a hint of life in his body. It has been 7 full days. Linley hasn't moved at all. Rishjem said, frowning. Mr. Leyland, take another look. BB said hurriedly. Of the 4, only Bluefire dared to go investigate Linley's soul. After all, Linley's soul was currently extremely weak, weaker than even an ordinary person's soul, so weak that if someone was not careful, it was possible that Linley's soul would be completely erased. I'll take a look. Bluefire stepped into the room. I hope the boss can improve. I hope the boss can improve. BB said repeatedly. Moments later, Bluefire stepped out, his forehead furrowed. What is it? BB hurriedly asked. Bluefire shook his head slightly. The Fate-type sovereign power which has flooded Linley's soul has weakened greatly already. But similarly, that soulstone has shrunk dramatically as well. The soulstone was formed from the distilled spiritual essence of the Redbud Sovereign. The more of its energy was used up, the smaller it would naturally become. Once its energy was used up, the soulstone would vanish. The soulstone has shrunk dramatically? BB lowered his head, chewing on his lips, not knowing what to think. The Fate-type sovereign power which permeated Linley's soul was disappearing, but the soulstone was shrinking as well. The 15th day of Linley's coma.
Within the cave. The Fate-type sovereign power is almost gone.
Bluefire had a rare hint of a smile on his face. But there's still a bit of the soulstone left. It will definitely be able to persevere to the very end. I expect that the sovereign power of Magnus' soul attack will dissipate today. BB's face had a rare, surprised smile on it. However, even after the Fate-type sovereign power dissipates, it is hard to say if Linley will wake up or not. With the soul having lost consciousness, it is hard to say how long this sort of situation will last.
Bluefire shook his head. BB nodded slightly. Everyone, let's be happy. At least there's hope for Linley to wake up. Reesgem laughed merrily. Right. There's a hint of hope. BB nodded heavily. Just as Reesgem and BB were waiting expectantly, suddenly, everyone sensed a hint of a ripple from Linley's room. Can it be that the boss is waking up? BB was delighted. What's going on? Bluefire was the first to charge into the room. BB, Reesgem, and Rayham followed him in. Within the room, Linley himself was lying there calmly, not a hint of life coming from his body. But his body was now covered with all sorts of elemental essences. Earth and yellow earth essences, blazing red fire essences, faint green wind essences, azure green water essences. A large amount of elemental essences of these four types were being attracted by Linley's body, and they swirled around him. Although BB didn't know whether or not Olivier's body had attracted large amounts of two types of elemental essences when he was unconscious, BB knew one thing: Linley was most likely undergoing a soul mutation. A soul mutation? Bluefire had never seen a soul mutation either, but seeing this, he had a guess. BB stared at the unconscious Linley, tears welling in his eyes. Undergoing a soul mutation with 4 divine clones? To date, not a single person had ever succeeded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 50, A Terrifying Tenacity. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 50, A Terrifying Tenacity. Within the quiet stone room, Linley lay there silently, 4 types of elemental essences lovingly swirling around his body. In the quiet stone room, aside from Linley, only BB was present. As for Bluefire, Reesgem, and Rayham, they didn't disturb BB. They knew very well how deep Linley and BB's affections for each other were. BB quietly stood by Linley's side, his little face covered in tear stains. Boss. BB forced out a smile. 2,000 years. In my heart, the person I've always admired the most was you. Honest. When we were young, I always slept or fooled around, but you, boss, always worked hard to train, never relaxing at all. I know that part of this had to do with your father, and also with Grandpa Doring, but you never gave up, right? In addition, on our journey together, we've met with many seemingly intractable problems. That king of Funlai was powerful, right? You were just a youth, but you ended up killing that king, right? Even the then seemingly all-powerful Radiant Church was destroyed by you. You pulled it out by the root and destroyed it, right? In the necropolis of the gods, when we encountered so many difficulties, and even seemingly fatal dangers, we made it all the way through, right? We adventured together through the infernal realm, and we never fell down. We even fought our way through the planar battlefield, this most terrifyingly dangerous of places. And haven't we acquired 4 commander badges? BB gnawed his lips, staring at the slumbering Linley. Boss, you won't fall down now. It's just a soul mutation, right? After overcoming so many challenges, you aren't going to fall down on me now, right? I trust, boss, that you will definitely succeed, because you are my boss. The boss that I trust and admire the most. As BB spoke, his tears began to well up in his eyes once more. He forced himself to not let them fall. The more confident his words were, the more panicked he felt. In truth, BB had no confidence whatsoever.
This was because Linley had 4 major divine clones.
His soul mutation would thus be impacted by 4 types of elemental essences.
This sort of situation was very terrifying. If he was to succeed, Linley would be, in the course of countless years and countless planes, the one and only person to have undergone a soul mutation with 4 clones.
But would he be able to endure?
Not a single person had done so in all of history.
Boss, you'll definitely succeed. Definitely. BB murmured in his heart.
Everyone who knew Linley's situation had no confidence in Linley being able to succeed.
They didn't even see Linley as having a 10% chance. Even Reesgem, Bluefire, and the others, upon learning that Linley was undergoing a soul mutation, felt their hearts sank.
All they could do was to pray to the heavens and hope that Linley would struggle through.
The Yulan Plain. The Forest of Darkness. The Metallic Castle.
2 people were seated opposite from each other, one dressed in a long black robe, the other in a long white robe. One had drooping whiskers and small eyes, Beirut. The other had crimson eyebrows, Bluefire. The looks on the faces of both Beirut and Bluefire weren't too pleased right now.
What is the situation? Is there a chance of improvement? Beirut said, frowning.
The situation is very dire.
Bluefire let out a long sigh. I really don't have much faith in a soul mutation. If Linley is able to succeed, then it will be an unexpected surprise. But if he fails, Linley will never be able to reach the peak again.
Beirut shook his head and sighed. I was too impatient to reach my goals.
It has nothing to do with you. Bluefire shook his head.
After my original body entered the planar battlefield, I originally stayed quite close to Linley, but after Linley made his breakthrough, I relaxed.
Who would have imagined that Magnus would suddenly appear? Alas! It was my mistake. I didn't get there in time to save him.
A hint of a bitter smile was on Beirut's face.
It was so hard to encounter an appropriate person. If BB were to learn the truth, he would probably hate me. This isn't your fault either. Who would have known this would be the case? Bluefire shook his head.
If my plans succeeded, Linley and BB would have been grateful to me.
But given the current situation, Beirut shook his head.
Once Linley's original body and his 3 clones perish, then he will have lost his future potential.
My plans would have completely failed as well.
I will have no options but to find another suitable candidate. Bluefire sat there, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes.
Beirut, don't be in a rush to render your verdict. Bluefire frowned. The results aren't out yet. Linley might be able to survive this.
If he really does survive it and successfully completes his soul mutation, then this will be a major cause for celebration.
Beirut lifted an eyebrow.
But if Linley truly becomes a soul mutate, then I'll have to change my plans.
Are you saying?
Bluefire was startled.
Beirut nodded slightly. Right. Is this doable? Bluefire was stunned.
It seems as though in the countless years of the existence of the universe, no one has ever succeeded, but
why isn't it doable? Beirut's eyes flashed with a crafty light. To be honest, if Linley were to succeed in his soul mutation, then my plans will have a high chance for success. And once we succeed, I feel excited just thinking about it.
If the experiment is a failure, it won't impact Linley much, nor will it impact me much, but if it is successful.
Bluefire's eyes revealed an eager light as well. But of course, we're just talking right now. We're just daydreaming. Beirut laughed bitterly. It's still far too early. It'll be good if Linley even manages to survive this current situation. Right. Let's see if he can survive this. Bluefire nodded as well. Success means Linley's future prospects are limitless. Failure, you and I will have no choice but to ensure that Linley's future life will be a peaceful one.
He'll never be able to rise to the top again, at the level of being able to cause tempests and waves in the world.
Nobody can help him now.
Beirut nodded slightly. He will have to rely on himself. It's too late for regrets.
We have to face reality.
Beirut's gaze was hard and calm. If he succeeds, his potential will be limitless. If he fails, that will not be our fault.
Time flowed on.
The planar battlefield was very quiet, with a few rare major battles. Almost everyone was awaiting the final battle's arrival. The 33rd day of Linley's coma, Riesgem and the others were gathered within the cave. Bluefire walked out from Linley's stone room. Riesgem, Rayham, and Bibi hurriedly went to welcome him.
What is it, Mr. Bluefire?
Bibi was the first to ask. Bluefire glanced at them, then shook his head and said, although the Fate-type sovereign power of Magnus attack is gone, it used up a large amount of the energy of the Soulstone.
Today, the Soulstone's energy was completely used up. Are you saying?
Bibi was shocked.
From today onwards, no outside force can help Linley.
Bluefire sighed. In the past, with the assistance of the Soulstone, he was able to hold on. But now that the Soulstone is unable to help him, he will have no one but himself to rely on against the soul mutation.
But the boss soul is so weak. Will he be able to hold?
Bibi was so worried, he was about to cry. Bluefire, Riesgem, and Rayham were all silent. Not long ago, when Bluefire had investigated Linley's soul, he discovered that during the soul mutation, Linley's soul was like a tiny flame that encountered a mighty wind time and time again. Fortunately, the Black Stone's energy constantly replenished him, restoring energy to Linley's soul, allowing him time and time again to hold fast against the clashing powers of the soul mutation process.
Who knows? Bluefire shook his head.
The atmosphere within the cave seemed so cold, so gloomy.
The 35th day of Linley's coma.
Bluefire emerged from the stone room. He shook his head somewhat disbelievingly.
I didn't dare believe it.
Linley's soul, even without the assistance of the Soulstone, has been able to endure for 3 full days, but it seems as though the process is still quite early.
Who knows how long the soul mutation process will take?
Bibi, however, knew. Originally, when Olivier had undergone the soul mutation process, he had been unconscious for multiple months. And Olivier had only 2 types of energy, there was no way his soul mutation could be compared to Linley's.
A soul mutation involving 3 types of divine clones was far more complicated than Olivier's.
As for a soul mutation involving 4 divine clones,
it probably wouldn't end in just a matter of a few short months.
Bluefire and Bibi, along with Beirut, Delia, and the others in the Yulan continent, had been prepared all along, but the amount of time Linley spent in this coma surpassed their expectations. Olivier had succeeded within a few months, but Linley would probably need several years.
Several years?
Linley remained in this coma, and quite quickly, more than 10 years passed.
The 18th year of Linley's coma.
Within the cave and the planar battlefield.
Bluefire inspected Linley once every 7 days now.
Linley's long coma had caused Riesgem and Rayham to no longer be as constantly worried about Linley as they had been. They were able to calm their minds and train and rest. As for Bibi, he paid attention to Linley's situation every day.
The situation is not good.
Over the past 18 years, Linley's soul has been weakening slightly this entire time. Although he's been able to resist this entire time, the weakening process has never slowed.
Bluefire said with a frown.
Although Linley's soul is incredibly tenacious, and has never given up and has continued to endure, his soul is now too weak. I have the feeling that if this continues, he won't be able to last for more than 3 more days.
Bibi's face instantly turned ashen.
3 days. Just 3 days.
Either the situation will improve, or he will die if it does not. Let's see how things are these next 3 days.
Bluefire said, shaking his head. Bluefire had the feeling that 18 years ago, if Linley's weak soul could be described as in tiny flame, then now, it was barely an ember.
He definitely will be fine. Definitely.
Bibi said repeatedly. These 3 days were quite hard for Bibi to endure. Originally, Bluefire thought that Linley would only be able to resist for 3 more days, but who would have imagined that despite his soul having been weakened exceedingly, he was able to hold for 18 days.
Bluefire, too, felt that this was inconceivable. On the 18th day, "Bibi, come quickly, quickly!" Bluefire called out.
Bibi, Rishjem, and Rayham immediately entered Linley's stone room. Bibi, terrified and nervous, looked at Bluefire.
"What is it? What's going on with my boss?" Bluefire turned his head, staring at Bibi and Rishjem in disbelief. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. Linley's soul is now beginning to strengthen. To strengthen. It is like an infant which is growing up. It is strengthening at a speed that I can palpably sense. It is growing.
Bibi, Rishjem, and Rayham had looks of amazement in their eyes.
Ah!
Bibi jumped up violently, so high that his head smashed into the stone roof, so hard that several rocks were knocked loose. Bibi hurriedly stretched his hand out, moving it in a blur and preventing the stones from falling.
Wonderful, wonderful! Bibi was utterly overjoyed. The Yulan continent. Dragonblood castle. Delia and Sasha were together. "Mother, is father all right?"
Sasha said, rather worried.
"It is quite rare for father to go into solitary meditation. Why is it that this time after he went into solitary meditation, he didn't come out?" "He's fine." Delia forced out a smile. Linley's situation was something he and Delia had not told their children.
They didn't want their children to worry.
"Ha!" Delia suddenly saw a figure emerge from the courtyard gate and walk towards them. It was the fire-type Linley. "Father,"
Sasha said hurriedly. The fire Linley smiled and nodded, and Delia looked expectantly towards Linley.
"Are you done?"
The nearby Sasha, hearing this, was puzzled and confused.
"I can sense that things are improving."
The fire Linley had a rare smile on his face. Divine clones could sense each other's souls. Although the other 4 souls had lost consciousness, Linley was still able to sense that they still existed. Over the past 18 years, they had constantly weakened to the point where even the fire-type soul was almost unable to sense them. But today, however, the 4 souls were growing stronger. Linley's souls had been weakening for 18 years, and were extremely fragile. Now that they began to strengthen, however, the strengthening speed was far greater than the previous weakening speed. They rapidly gained in strength. The planar battlefield. The cave estate. Linley's 34th year in a coma. "Mr. Leyland, why hasn't my boss woken up yet?" Bibi was rather impatient now. Bibi was now no longer too worried, because he could clearly sense how powerful Linley's soul had become. It was far greater than Linley's soul had been prior to his injury. If Linley's soul, prior to his injury, could be described as a lake of water, his soul now was a fathomlessly deep ocean. His soul was so powerful, but Linley still didn't wake up.
"Don't be impatient." Bluefire laughed. "He will definitely wake up."
Actually, Bluefire had a hint of worry in his heart as well.
Linley's soul was already so terrifyingly great, would it actually suddenly collapse at a critical moment?
No one knew what a soul mutation with 4 divine clones would be like. That same point in time, within the stone room. Outside the room, Bluefire and the others were chatting.
Within the stone room, Linley lay there quietly by himself.
He had already quietly lain there for 34 years, and his body no longer had elemental essences surrounding it.
Suddenly, Linley's closed eyes opened.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.